Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Now, ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 8.2 of the Auditor General Act, two reports from the Auditor General of Canada. Conformément à l'article 108.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, these reports are deemed permanently sent to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today in honor of Cape Breton historian and storyteller extraordinaire Jim St. Clair, who passed away earlier this month. For 30 years, we heard Jim's compelling stories of Cape Breton folklore and history across CBC Radio's Information Morning in Cape Breton. Like many across my community, I love listening to Jim on CBC, where his talent for storytelling taught us so much about our rich history in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, and the entire Atlantic region. On behalf of Cape Breton Canso constituents and members of this House, I offer my sincere condolences to his family and loved ones. And I have no doubt that Jim's legacy will be a strong one in Cape Breton. He will greatly be missed by all who knew him and, of course, his listeners. And it's my hope that we can carry forward Jim's passion for storytelling and use it as a tool to learn from the past to better help today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Last week, the Cloverdale wildfire devastated over 5,000 or less than 14,000 acres of my riding and took 3 days to contain. Without the swift response of our fire departments and the bravery of our firefighters in the face of very dry and windy conditions, the damage could have been much worse. Their excellent work undoubtedly saved lives and homes. On behalf of the people of the riding of Prince Albert, I would like to thank all the first responders to the Cloverdale fire, the volunteers, supporting agencies, who all work together to support our community during this uncertain and frightening times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Honourable Member for Orleans.
I had the pleasure of joining small business owners from the Art of Orleans BIA to host a town hall and discuss the crucial measures our federal government is bringing in to spur growth. Through an engaging evening discussion, these local leaders shared their thoughts and their enthusiasm they have for the future of Canada's small businesses as we look ahead to the end of the pandemic. I was happy to discuss what the budget means for Canada's main streets, how it would help them keep their employees on or hire new ones, and what digital adoption can do to help their businesses in Orléans continue to grow and thrive. I would like to thank the Heart of Orleans BIA for their outstanding work, as well as to all the attending business owners for sharing their continuing strength as we approach the end of this crisis. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the start of the 45th edition of the literary festival Salon du Livre de l'Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and this year it was 100% online. Now, if you're wondering if the great François Gendron will be doing an interview next Saturday on the Salon du Livre's Facebook page, the answer is yes. Mr. Gendron will be presenting his book, 42 Years of Passion for the Regions of Quebec, which was written in collaboration with Samuel Larochelle, a prolific young author from my region. As you may recall, François Gendron was first elected in 1976 and re-elected 10 times. He sat as an MNA for 42 years, directed 11 ministries, and obtained the prestigious titles of Deputy Premier of Quebec and Speaker of the National Assembly. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my mentor, François, for always having led by example and for his passion for this region and its people, whom I represent today. It's a region that is still called La Gendronie in his honor. Thank you for your continuing contributions.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Émilie Gagné. During the pandemic, The principal of Saint-Colette School in Bourassa called on Ms. Gagné. 5- and 6-year-old children were starting to show some signs of learning difficulties. They were squinting. They were holding their papers close to their faces. It turned out that these children had vision problems. This school serves children whose parents are asylum seekers, and they haven't yet received their health insurance cards. Ms. Gagné, who is an optician by training and whose 2 children also attend the school, brought together professionals, volunteers, and sponsors in order to give the children eye exams. Mr. Speaker, over 20% of those students needed glasses. Ms. Gagné provided 21 students with free glasses, free of charge, to facilitate their learning and encourage their academic success. On behalf of the parents, the school administration, and myself, I want to thank Émilie Gagné for this exceptional act of generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of one of the most upbeat advocates I've ever known. Petronella Peach, or Nell as most knew her, immigrated from Holland. Nell was born during World War II and often spoke of her love for Canada and our role in liberating the Netherlands in 1945. Throughout her lifetime, Nell took on many challenges with a positive attitude and a strong voice for all those facing similar challenges. Nell was a breast cancer survivor, and as she put it, a person living with diabetes. For almost 40 years, Nell met diabetes head-on and became one of Canada's strongest advocates for diabetics. Whether talking to people on the streets or participating in international team diabetes marathons, Nell continuously worked to raise the awareness of diabetes. Nell was a volunteer extraordinaire and will be remembered for how much she cared for people and for her community. Our thoughts go out to Nell's husband, Gordon, and her family and friends. Nell, you will be missed.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to congratulate my constituent and a true community builder, Mrs. Lamia Dib, on the 50th anniversary of her outstanding local business, Metro Dry Cleaners. In 1958, Lamia came from Lebanon to join her siblings in Canada. In 1962, she married Maurice Dib, and together they saved every penny to purchase a dry cleaning machine. They worked very hard to establish themselves as leaders in the industry in Ottawa. Since Maurice's passing in 2001, Lamia and her family continue to provide exceptional service to a multitude of clients. Metro Dry Cleaners has served 3 prime ministers, MPs, MPPs, our mayor, and countless local residents looking for consistent, high-quality work and always a friendly smile at the counter. To Lamia and her family, congratulations on 50 years of excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, Cambridge has lost a great Canadian, Dave Sofa. Dave is an incredible artist who memorialized the 158 Canadian Forces personnel who lost their lives in Afghanistan through his iconic painting, Portraits of Honor. Dave was a community builder, teacher, and a dedicated volunteer, and he wanted to share his art and spread a message of love and commemoration for our troops. And Mr. Speaker, he succeeded. His artwork took him all across Canada. Dave was recently honored with the Governor General's Service Medal. He received a Minister of Veterans Affairs Commendation, the Kinsman Hal Rogers Fellowship, the Rotary Paul Harris Fellowship, the Kiwanis Walter Zeller Fellowship. Dave has left a lasting impact on our community and Canadians across the country. As Chair of Veterans Affairs and as a friend, I thank you, Dave. We will miss you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a well-respected, world-renowned Chinese-Canadian artist, Professor Johnson St. Shu Chao, who contributed significantly to the cultural mosaic of Canada. He just passed away at the age of 98. I've known Professor Chao for many years. In fact, his calligraphy of a Chinese classical piece on governance is still hanging in my office as a constant reminder of his kindness, talents, and humbleness. As the founder of the Chinese-Canadian Artists Federation and a dedicated educator at UBC and overseas, he donated generously his artwork to many charities. Professor Chao's passion in the classics, calligraphy, and landscape won him many awards. He once said, quote, "Since I moved to Canada in 1980, I refused to do anything else, such as making a fortune. My aspiration for life is to promote the traditional Chinese art and culture to the world." Our condolences to Frank, Jackie, and the Chao family. Professor Chao will be greatly missed.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This last long weekend was a busy one for Sherbrooke and for Moisson Estrie, a food redistribution organization that helps financially vulnerable people. Dr. Sébastien Roulier ran again this year as part of the fundraiser Avançons en Cœur, raising money for Moisson Estrie. He followed a course that was shaped like a four-leaf clover. He ran over 420 kilometers over the course of 4 days, which went around the four corners of the eastern townships. I was there when he started the race on Friday morning, and I can tell you that he was on fire. So I want to congratulate everyone on this fundraiser. There was a lot of non-perishable food that was collected. My team and I participated by collecting over 100 paper bags from generous households. Thank you.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Cette semaine est la semaine de tourisme.
This week is Tourism Week. We'll be celebrating one of Canada's major industries, tourism.
Unfortunately, it's not to celebrate significant milestones like in the past, such as record-breaking visitor numbers or another new award. Instead, we celebrate the spirit that this great industry has to survive and persist, despite the great challenges that the pandemic and the lackluster government response has placed upon it. Tourism was one of the first hit by the pandemic and will likely be the last to recover. But when it does, I know that it will be better than ever, showcasing Canada's breathtaking sights and great attractions. Prior to the pandemic, it was one of the fastest growing industries, making up 2% of Canada's GDP and 1 of every 11 jobs. And I know that post-recovery, those numbers will only continue to grow. So as we mark Tourism Week, we all need to show our tangible support for the employees and small business owners that make up this important sector. Bon semaine.
Happy Tourism Week.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Throughout history, Jews have experienced ongoing anti-Semitism with waves of pogroms, expulsions, and genocide around the world. There are intergenerational sensibilities that this history carries. Canada, too, once added to their plight when, on the eve of World War II, 907 Jewish refugees aboard the MS St. Louis were refused entry into Canada. 254 would later face death and the atrocities of Nazi concentration camps. Lately, our country has seen a spike of hate and intimidation against Jewish communities. There is no place in Canada for vandalism of synagogues, violence, or threats against people just because of their race or religion. No one should have to live in fear because of their cultural identity. Never again means standing against anti-Semitism whenever it rears its ugly head, starting in our own backyard, right here in Canada.
Here, here, here.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, women veterans who are unhoused are invisible. A report from Canada in 2015 noted that veteran women experience much higher rates of homelessness. Women who served our country deserve much better than this. One of the biggest gaps is the lack of investment in Canadian-specific research. The voices of these veterans must be heard, and the support should better reflect their needs. One woman veteran said, "I never thought I would be living in a van." When we look at what is happening to the women in our military today. When we look at the fact that this government still supports the Gold Diggers Clause, sexist legislation from the early 1900s that was created to protect old male veterans from predatory young women who were marrying them for their pensions, when now this results in spouses, largely women, who marry veterans over 60, living with them well over 20 years, not receiving a penny when their loved one passes. Women who serve deserve better in Canada. Today, I acknowledge the silenced voices of our women veterans. The government must do better.
L'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to highlight the 100th anniversary of the town of Deux-Montagnes in my riding. Formerly known as Saint-Eustache-sur-le-Lac, the town of Deux-Montagnes was founded on August 18, 1921. You probably know that Deux-Montagnes is known for its rapid transit project. But did you know that it also takes its name from the two mountains that the Coureurs du Bois could see? One of them is Cavalry Mountain in Oka, and the other is Saint-Joseph-du-Lac. I was once involved as the director of the Polyvalente de Deux-Montagnes, and I've personally experienced the wonderful community spirit that exists in this town. Today, Deux-Montagnes is undergoing rapid development. It's well located, it's welcoming, and it's overflowing with wonderful green spaces. It's an ideal suburban town for families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy 100th anniversary.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
It's an honor to rise today and pay tribute to the late and lamented Justice John Gomery. Known for his patience, Justice Gomery served as a lawyer and judge for 50 years when his name rose to national prominence after his appointment as commissioner for the inquiry into the sponsorship scandal. The months-long inquiry looked into allegations of fraud related to liberal-friendly advertising firms being paid millions of dollars for little to no work. In the face of constant attacks from the Liberal government and its supporters, Justice Gomery stood unwavering and resolved to seek the truth in the name of the public interest. His findings of clear political involvement, secrecy, subversion, and insufficient oversight demonstrated that the government had betrayed Canadians' trust. Because of his commitment to truth and justice, Canadians now expect that the bar of accountability and ethics within government to be held to a high standard. On behalf of Conservatives, I wish to express my condolences to the family and to thank Justice Gomery for his unquestionable legacy and protecting the public's confidence in their democratic institutions.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to call Nova Scotia home. Is Vukvor Arcanin on Agus ar Culter Gaelic, Aunin Awapanui. The month of May is Miasnan Gael, and to recognize it, I wanted to ensure this historic chamber can hear the language once again, even if for only 1 minute. Awapanuag is the only region outside of Scotland where Gaelic language and traditions are passed down within families and communities. Hardworking community members, dedicated volunteers, local institutions, and our tradition bearers continue to ensure that the language and Gaels as a unique ethnocultural group continue to contribute to the life of our province. At the time of Confederation, Gaelic was the largest non-official language spoken in the country, and there have been several MPs who have spoken fluent Gaelic in the House, including a relative of mine, MP Samuel McDonnell, whose father was raised in Kings Hants. To all those who are working hard to ensure that Gaels, their language and culture, continue to contribute to Canadian society, I would like to say this. Tapalev Gamor Hashin Adol Al Erj La Heila. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in order to work at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg, you need a security clearance. In order to work with human pathogens like Ebola in that lab, you need a higher level of security clearance. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how a person with deep connections to the Chinese military obtained a high-level Canadian security clearance?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the two scientists in question are no longer employed by the Public Health Agency of Canada. We cannot disclose additional information nor comment further for privacy reasons and confidentiality. But the National Microbiology Laboratory continues to play a critical role in protecting the health and safety of Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister can't comment on his failure to keep our country safe. For years, Canada's security services have been warning the government and universities about the risks of research cooperation with Communist China. This government needed to escort 2 scientists they had approved to work at our most senior lab in the country. Will the Prime Minister today rise in this House and commit to ending all partnerships with China's Academy of Military Medical Sciences?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We are committed to supporting open, collaborative research while also protecting our research, our national security, and our economic interests. In March, we announced we'd be taking further steps to better integrate national security considerations into the evaluation of federally funded research projects. That builds on the work of our Research Security Working Group and will protect Canadian knowledge and intellectual property and ensure international research partnerships are always beneficial to Canada and Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's Research Security Working Group is not working, Mr. Speaker. Right. International experts have warned about China's developing capacity in bioweapons. They've also warned that any academic working in China is available to the state for military and defense purposes. This would include the scientists that his government approved to work at our high security lab in Winnipeg. Will the Prime Minister commit today to increasing security at the National Microbiology Lab? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Foreign interference pose real threats to Canadian research security, intellectual property, and business interests. This is a threat that our government has always taken seriously. In March, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry requested the development of specific rules that integrate national security considerations into research partnerships. Public Safety and CSIS are leading outreach to universities to help them keep research safe. Canadian universities and research organizations must remain vigilant to protect their IP, and we haven't hesitated to support them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Always takes our security seriously, Mr. Speaker, from a Prime Minister caught in cash for access fundraisers with Chinese leaders in his first year as Prime Minister. The Prime Minister reversed a decision to block a sale of ONET Communications, a firm that had contracts with the Pentagon and our closest allies. A Prime Minister that refuses to take a stand on Huawei, the only Five Eyes country that has not acted. And how many days have the 2 Michaels been in prison, Mr. Speaker? So I'll ask the Prime Minister again, will he commit, after this serious breach of our security at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg, will he commit to ending all partnerships with the Chinese National Military Medical Institute?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We have always taken this threat seriously. Public safety officials have met with more than 34 universities to help them keep their research safe. In 2020, CSIS engaged more than 225 different organizations, including universities, to ensure they were aware of foreign threats. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry in March requested the development of specific guidelines that incorporate national security into the evaluation of any research partnerships.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For years now, Canada's security services warned the government and universities about the risks of cooperation with the communist regime of China. And yet, 2 scientists were escorted out of our high-security laboratory. And that's what it took to take the threat seriously. Will we be ending the partnership with the Military Medical Institute in China? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Espionage and foreign interference are real threats to research. Our government takes these threats seriously. In March, specific rules were developed to take into account national security when making partnerships for international research. Public Safety and CSIS are liaising with universities to help them protect their work, and Canadian universities and research organizations must always remain vigilant and will always be there to support them.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Québécois et le Premier ministre ont...
Quebecers and the Prime Minister are aware of the motion that the Bloc Québécois will be tabling soon. The Prime Minister has certainly understood that we want to remain collaborative and that there's no elements that will be alarming from a constitutional or legal point of view. There's no controversy. After reading the Bloc Québécois motion, will the Liberal Party support the affirmation that Quebec's nation is francophone during the tabling of this motion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to have this motion before the House in an hour. I will remind the member for Belleuil-Chambly of what this House declared in 2006, that this House recognizes that Quebecers are a nation within a united Canada, and that remains our position. The Honourable Member from Belleuil-Chambly. I made sure to make the motion public this morning, but I will note the reference of the Liberal Prime Minister and the gestures of the Conservative Party. It is with openness and prudence that this motion was released. These words were carefully chosen. It takes up the terms of the Constitution Act of 1982 because there's a broad consensus in Quebec about this strong affirmation about the nation of Quebec and French being its only official language. Can Quebec count on the support of the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister? Quebecers and all Canadians who speak French will be able to count on this government to protect their rights, to protect their culture, to protect the identity of Quebecers and Canadians. We will always be there. As we have already done, we've recognized the nation of Quebec within a united Canada. We will always work to protect French all throughout Canada, including in Quebec, while ensuring the respect of linguistic minorities, especially the Anglophone linguistic minority in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Of a pandemic, there are many sectors that are still shut down and many workers that can't go back to work. There are nearly 2 million Canadians that are relying on the CRB to put food on the table and to pay their bills. Despite this Prime Minister is going to cut the help that these families need by $800 a month starting in July and August. Will the Prime Minister commit today to reversing this decision to cut help to families who are still in need of support?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would be there to have their backs, whatever it took, for as long as it took, and that will absolutely continue. Our income supports have helped buffer the worst economic impacts and help Canadians put food on the table. To get Canadians through the pandemic, Budget 2021 proposes to extend the Canada Recovery Benefit up to 50 weeks and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit up to 42 weeks. But at the same time, we are helping Canadians get back into the labour market through the Canada Recovery Hiring Program and by creating almost 500,000 new jobs and training opportunities. We will have Canadians' backs as we recover this economy.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Cutting the help that people need by $800 a month is not having their backs. On top of that, we know that this pandemic has been difficult to people. It hasn't been hard on banks. Banks took public money from the government. They turned around and made billions of dollars in profits. And now on top of that, they're increasing their service fees in a pandemic. That is outrageous. And what is even worse is this Prime Minister is letting the banks do that. This Prime Minister and the federal government have the power to limit the fees they charge, has the power to stop them. So why is this Prime Minister allowing banks to gouge Canadians in a pandemic?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While financial institutions make decisions on bank fees independently from the government, we've been clear in our discussions with these institutions that Canadians are going through a difficult time and we must all have their backs. Government's top priority is supporting Canadians during this pandemic. That's why we put in place new income support programs, including the CERB and the recovery benefits and expanded EI. We are focused on making life more affordable for Canadians and making sure that the wealthiest pay their fair share.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, toutes les actions.
Mr. Speaker, all the actions of this government are done in secret. The Prime Minister refuses to inform Canadians about allegations of sexual misconduct in the military, contracts signed with the Liberal Friends, and now a threat to national security. The Prime Minister has given access to research information, including deadly virus samples, to the Chinese military. The Prime Minister has created a very dangerous situation for Canadian national security. Can you tell us how many scientists with ties to the Chinese government are working in our Canadian laboratories? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for reasons of confidentiality and privacy, we cannot provide more information or comment. The National Microbiology Laboratory continues to play an essential role in protecting the health and safety of Canadians. We are determined to support open and collaborative research while protecting our national security and our economic interests. In March, we announced that we will take new measures to better support national security while evaluating research projects funded by the Government of Canada. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had promised an open and transparent government, but there's another example that shows that he never had any intention of honouring that promise. Canadians need answers about this threat to national security. 2 scientists with ties to the communist regime shared top-secret research information from the Winnipeg lab with the Chinese People's Liberation Army. Both scientists were subsequently fired. So if the Prime Minister agrees with them being dismissed, can he also agree that such information sharing with the communist government is wrong? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always take this threat seriously. Resources have been granted to 34 universities to help them protect their privacy and their research. 225 different organizations, including universities, will make sure that they are aware of foreign threats. We've seen a significant increase of anti-Asian racism recently, and I hope that my colleagues of the Conservative Party are not trying to raise undue concerns about Canadians of Asian origin. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, that's the easiest Liberal defense, to attack us and call us racists, as we're talking about the Chinese communist regime that has nothing to do with Canada's China's population. What we want to know is, are there still scientists who are secretly working for the Chinese regime's interests in Canada's laboratories? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the international scientific community collaborates with researchers from different countries and different origins. We've known for some time that diversity is our strength as a country, especially when it comes to scientific research. We will always make sure that we do more to protect the integrity of our research institutions and to protect data. However, we will never permit intolerance towards those of other countries just because they look different. We will always be there to protect diversity.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister says that he takes these threats seriously, but he's not giving serious answers. He should be able to say that scientists that are sponsored by the Chinese military and the Chinese government will not be allowed in these facilities. So will the Prime Minister ditch the script and ditch the woke talking points and answer yes or no? Will he bar scientists that are sent here from the Chinese government and the Chinese military from accessing sensitive Canadian research facilities?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we have taken significant steps to strengthen security around our sensitive institutions, particularly our universities and research facilities. We will continue to ensure that the work that is done there is protecting Canada's interests and Canadians in general. We will always ensure that we're working with our security agencies to keep Canadians safe, and we will not give in to pandering to anti-Asian racism. We've seen enough of a rise in intolerance across the country these past months. We need to continue to stand strong in supporting diversity.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, the Prime Minister says that he's working with our security agencies, but it's CSIS that called for the security clearances of these scientists to be revoked. This is not anything other than this government's failure to do its due diligence and protect Canadians from real threats of viruses that could wipe out an entire population. So will the Prime Minister tell Canadians why these scientists, who represent the highest risk to our national security, were given clearance to work in these labs? And what's he covering up? Why is he protecting them now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The two scientists in question are no longer employed by the Public Health Agency of Canada, and of course, we cannot disclose additional information nor comment further for privacy reasons and confidentiality. We will continue to ensure that we are both welcoming of the international scientific community in advancing the knowledge that will help us understand not just this pandemic, but how to build a better future for everyone in Canada and around the world, while at the same time working with CSIS and our security agencies to keep Canadians safe, while at the same time standing strongly against intolerance.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
And the Prime Minister told us that they're partnering with universities. These are the same universities that are partnering with Huawei that this Prime Minister, unlike all of the other Five Eyes nations, have banned. What is with this Prime Minister's admiration for the Chinese Communist Party, for their basic dictatorship, for their interest in our intellectual property? What is this Prime Minister trying to hide? Is it his connections with the Chinese Communist Party that has him again protecting these individuals?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We will continue to ensure that our institutions and our networks are kept safe and secure. An examination of 5G technologies and review of security and economic considerations is ongoing. We will carefully weigh these matters with our allies and partners, and we will make the best decisions for Canadians. We will move forward and at the same time stand against anti-Asian racism, stand up for diversity, and stand against intolerance.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ça fait des...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, cultural and media communities have been waiting for Ottawa to reform the CRTC and force digital giants to do their part. Quebec's cultural sector has waited long enough. Bill C-10 must be passed before the end of the session, here and in the Senate. The leader of the Bloc Québécois has offered the government the highest level of cooperation possible. Our leader has offered the same level of cooperation to his counterpart on the other side. The Bloc Québécois' hand is outstretched, and will the Prime Minister finally take it and pass C-10? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We're very pleased with the cooperation we've had with various parties to advance the protection of our artists and cultural sectors. There's debates held in this House, but we also have to act to protect Canadian content, to protect content creators, in a world that is ever more digital. We are enthusiastic about the cooperation of members in this House who want to work together to protect our artists and continue to ensure a strong cultural sector for our economy. The honourable member for Drummond. It's music to our ears to hear these great intentions, but it seems the Liberals don't understand the important role they have to play in advancing this work. They're the ones who decide what gets put on the legislative calendar and who delayed the committee appearances of two ministers. And meanwhile, the future of French arts and culture is at stake. That's why the Bloc Québécois has reached out to solve this problem quickly. The cultural community wants an answer. When will the Prime Minister take the Bloc Québécois' offer to pass C-10? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 means to ensure better rules for content creators and web giants. They will have to contribute financially to creating Canadian stories and content and allow different audiences to discover our culture. We will continue to work diligently and enthusiasm to protect the Canadian cultural sector and Quebec's cultural sector, as we have always done since we came to power in 2015.
For Lethbridge. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Our government supports an open internet where Canadians have the power to communicate freely and have access to the legal content of their choice. Seems like a good idea. That's a quote from the Liberal Justice Minister in 2017. But sadly, Bill C-10 does the exact opposite. It actually takes choice away from Canadians by dictating the content that they should and should not view online. It's sneaky, it's controlling, and it's wrong. So why is the Prime Minister insisting on regulating the internet?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Justice Canada's analysis confirms that Bill C-10 remains consistent with the Charter's guarantee of freedom of expression. C-10 aims to level the playing field between creators and web giants. It requires big, powerful foreign streamers to provide information on their revenues in Canada, financially contribute to Canadian stories and music, and make it easier for individuals to discover our culture. The bill explicitly says that obligations apply to web giants only, not Canadian users. Web giants have gone unregulated for far too long. Our government has chosen action over reaction.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister insists on misleading the House and thereby the Canadian public. In 2017, the Prime Minister, however, was committed to defending this concept of net neutrality, which of course is the principle that internet users should have equal access to all sites, all content, and all applications without blocking or giving preference. Now he wants to put an internet czar in place in order to promote some creators and demo others. It's wrong. With Bill C-10, the Prime Minister is turning Canada into the most digitally regressive democracy in the world. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, in 2017, the Conservatives demonstrated they didn't understand net neutrality, and they certainly don't understand it now. Bill C-10 seeks to promote Canadian music, storytelling, and creative works. It does not affect the work and activities of internet service providers in Canada. It has no impact on Canada's commitment to net neutrality.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
Wow, I thought the Prime Minister was going to mansplain net neutrality there for a moment, but it looks like he doesn't even understand the definition because he couldn't define it. The Prime Minister tries to mislead Canadians by saying that Bill C-10 is against web giants and it's about promoting Canadian artists and content. So let's have some fun. Do a little quiz. There's a movie. It's called Ultimate Gretzky. It's about none other than Canadian-born Wayne Gretzky, who is often described as the greatest hockey player ever. It's also filmed largely in Canada. So through the chair to the Prime Minister, is this movie Canadian enough to pass as Canadian content?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For many years, Canada has put in place measures to support and promote Canadian content, to create the kind of film and production industry that led to the creation of many of the great content, like what the individual, the honourable member is talking about. The fact is, we made choices to highlight and privilege Canadian content over foreign content. That is exactly what we're going to continue to do and give the tools to the CRTC to do in an increasingly digital world to make sure we continue to find and tell and share stories of Canadians, great Canadians like Wayne Gretzky.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, that was embarrassing. A whole lot of ums and ahs and a few stumbles, and yet isn't able to define Canadian content. Likes to talk about it a lot, though. Let's talk a little bit more about Canadian creators, shall we? Brian Wiley from Calgary, an expert gamer who has over 1 million followers on Twitch. Or how about Montrealer Kiana Gomez, who created a whole business using TikTok? Sadly, these self-made creators just aren't Canadian enough in order to be considered artists by the Liberals. Bill C-10 will punish them, demote them, prevent them from being further successful. Why is the Prime Minister hell-bent on punishing these ingenuitive creators?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have demonstrated from the very beginning of our time in office in 2015 is that we are there to support Canadian content, Canadian creators right across the country, particularly after a Conservative government that did nothing but attack culture, attack content creators, and limit the cultural industries in this country. We will continue to stand up for producers and content creators of great Canadian content right across the country. This Bill C-10 is about giving the CRTC the tools to do just that in a world where people don't only get their Canadian content from CBC or CTV or on the radio. We need to make sure we continue to support Canadian content. That's exactly what we're going to do. No surprise the Conservatives don't get it.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
We are still in the midst of a third wave of COVID-19, and things are pretty scary. A surge in COVID-19 cases in Manitoba has overwhelmed the hospitals, and they're now sending patients to Ontario. We've learned that many of the cases come from workplace transmission, which isn't a surprise. We've long known that workplace transmission is a concern. That's why New Democrats fought to bring in paid sick leave. The problem is, it isn't working. Will the Prime Minister commit to fixing the federal paid sick leave program so it can save lives in Manitoba and across the country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment in the beginning of this pandemic to have Canadians back, whatever it took, for as long as it took. And part of that was moving forward on sick leave. We brought in a federal sick leave program that people could apply to, particularly those who are gig workers, who are self-employed, who don't have access to the kinds of sick leave through their employers that many jurisdictions do. But we recognize that the best way to deliver sick leave is through your employer, to be able to call in, say, I can't come in today, I might be coming down with COVID, and the employer would be able to continue to give them their paycheck and their support. But that has to happen through the province. So we did our part from the federal side. We need to make sure that provinces do their part as well.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Le Président.
The president of Laurentian University has had several meetings with the Liberal government to share the poor financial situation of that university. This situation was caused by COVID-19, and in spite of this, the Liberals refused to help. Why did the Prime Minister refuse to save Laurentian University? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we're always going to be there to defend Canadians, particularly those who are a minority, linguistic minority, and that's what we're going to continue to do. We have to have post-secondary education for Francophones in Ontario. They are at the heart of people who are in more minority settings, and we're following this file closely, and we're ready to cooperate to make sure that Northern Ontarians do have access to a quality post-secondary institution. And we recognize that this is provincial jurisdiction, but we will be a partner to work with the province of Ontario to ensure that there are quality services for Francophones.
For Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, Canada was hit with a deadly COVID-19 pandemic. Canadians faced daunting challenges. Our government supported us, and we banded together. Sadly, some chose to sow fear for partisan gains. Contrary to the Conservative health critic, we received our first COVID-19 vaccines in 2020, not 2030, and all will have access to vaccines by September 21. Canadians need to remain positive and hopeful. Can the Prime Minister give us some rollout dates to dispel this fear-mongering?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable doctor colleague from Vancouver Centre is absolutely right. Our plan is working. I'd like to share some important dates to remember. December 13th, 2020, the first vaccines touched down at Pearson Airport. December 14th, 2020, the first shot was administered. And of this weekend, May 22nd, 2021, more than 50% of Canadians have received their first dose. And that number is going to keep going up fast because millions more doses are coming. It's clear that working together as one big team, Canada, is paying off.
Hear, hear. I just want to remind the honourable members that under the COVID conditions where we have people joining us virtually, we don't have the numbers to absorb the sound in the chamber. So when they shout and speak, it's like they're talking directly to the person. So just maybe, if they're going to heckle, maybe do it respectfully with a lower tone. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were stunned to hear the Minister of Heritage say that Bill C-10 in no way restricts net neutrality. Yet, the Liberal government in Bill C-10 gives more power to the CRTC to regulate social media, blogs, online gaming sites, apps, and even audiobooks. This is a very simple question for the Prime Minister. Does he believe that regulating these platforms is consistent with the principle of net neutrality? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we saw in the past that the Conservatives don't understand net neutrality, and they don't understand it still today. Bill C-10 is to promote creative arts that are Canadian. It does not affect the work and activities of internet suppliers in Canada, so there's no impact in Canada in terms of net neutrality. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Prime Minister to look at the dictionary definition of net neutrality, then he'll know what it is. And the Minister of Justice said on May 22nd that our government supports net neutrality, where all Canadians have the power to express themselves freely and have access to legal content of their choice. Mr. Speaker, you can't be for net neutrality and then implement a bill that restricts it. So, is the Prime Minister siding with his Minister of Justice, who is defending net neutrality, or his Heritage Minister, who is attacking freedom of expression on the Internet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to see the Conservatives attacking, once again, the cultural industry in Canada. The Justice Canada analysis does confirm that Bill C-10 is in line with the Charter of Freedoms, and this bill wants to normalize the rules between web giants and Canadian creators. It will require foreign broadcasters to provide information about their income and to finance Canadian stories and content and to discover our culture. That's what we're always going to seek to do. The member for Richmond Athabasca. In an internal memo given to the Minister of Heritage by senior officials, it was clearly stated that applications such as YouTube, TikTok, Amazon Prime, NHL TV, MLB TV, RDS Direct, Sportsnet Now, Google Play, Cineplex, PlayStation, and many others will be subject to CRTC rules. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he really thinks it is a good idea to regulate all of these applications? Yes or no? Just yes or no. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, despite these attacks against Quebec and Canadian creators, we are supporting people online, and this will never be considered. They will never be considered broadcasters under this legislation. The rules that apply to web giants will not be applicable to Canadian users, and this is clearly stated out in Clause 2.1 of the bill. So why are the Conservatives focusing on this? Because they don't want to support the cultural industry in Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the Prime Minister, he did not read Bill C-10, unfortunately. He did not follow the work at committee, because if he had done so, he would have seen that 4.1 clearly says that the government is attacking freedom of expression by legislating in this respect. All these applications, well, that were covered, they come from an internal memo from the officials. So the Prime Minister has to do his homework. He has to look at the documentation and stop attacking the freedom of expression of all Canadians and stop trying to get people to believe that the Conservatives are against culture. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and all Canadians have seen for quite some time what's happening in this House, and today we can rally together, the Liberal Party, the NDP, and the Bloc, to support Canadian content creators. This says long about the Conservatives' position that is once again attacking Quebec culture and Canadian culture and this industry that allows us to thrive and develop so many jobs across the country. We're going to continue to be there to support the cultural industry, our artists, even though the Conservatives aren't doing this, because they're attacking culture here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's decision to only increase old age pensions for those who are over 75 continues to cause anger. Today, Seniors Association FADOC, the Canadian Association of Retirees, and the National Association of Federal Retirees all denounced the creation of two classes of seniors. I quote the president of FADOC, Giselle Tassé-Goodman, who said, "Financial insecurity does not discriminate between people based on their age." Mr. Speaker, all seniors deserve an increase in their pension starting at age 65. Will the Prime Minister correct this now that he sees they're creating two classes of seniors and it's not working? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we've always been there for seniors and we're going to continue to be so. We increased the GIS by 10% for the most vulnerable seniors, and that was one of the first things we did when we came to power in 2015. And since, we've continued to be there to support seniors who are the most vulnerable and who have faced challenges. And that is why we recognize that as seniors get older, they face greater costs. So we're going to increase by 10% the old age pension for seniors 75 years of age and over. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Some people are being forgotten. Everyone agrees that pensions must be increased for everyone 65 and over. The FADOC, the Canadian Association of Retirees, and the National Association of Federal Retirees are calling for this today. All parties in this House are demanding it. Everyone agrees, except the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister is isolated. He is the only one insisting on creating two classes of seniors. People who built Quebec and Canada deserve to be properly supported. When will the Prime Minister finally listen to reason, join the consensus, and increase pensions for all seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been there for seniors and we will continue to be so. We recognize that there are many seniors who are concerned about their pension and their savings. People are living longer now, which is a very good thing, but we recognize that from 75 years and over, there are additional costs, and that is why increasing OAS for those who are 75 years and over is a good thing. We're going to continue to support them and to invest to help seniors with housing and health insurance and to support them throughout their senior years.
Portage Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, we have a problem in this country when operatives who are part of the communist China regime are allowed into our very sensitive labs here in Canada, specifically in Winnipeg. And we have even a greater problem when our Prime Minister doesn't realize how dangerous that is. So again, will he commit today to ending research cooperation with Chinese communist military?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can confirm that the two scientists in question are no longer employed by the Public Health Agency of Canada. We cannot disclose additional information nor comment further for privacy reasons and confidentiality. But we are committed to supporting open, collaborative research while also protecting our research, national security, and economic interests. In March, we announced we would take further steps to better integrate national security considerations into the evaluation of federally funded research projects. We will continue to work with all our intelligence agencies to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisker.
Well, the problem is, and the Prime Minister maybe does not realize this, is communist China cannot be trusted. I know he admires their basic dictatorship. I know he liked to do fundraisers with them over the years. I know he thought they were the first go-to for vaccines. But at this point, we would hope that he would learn a lesson and put the safety, security, and protection of Canadians above this fascination he has with the communist regime. So again, will he commit to ending this research and this cooperation with a regime that not only doesn't have our interest in mind, but actually wants to hurt Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, from the beginning of my career onwards, I have worked with many Chinese Canadians and indeed had fundraisers with them. And the rise in anti-Asian racism we're seeing over the past number of months should be of concern to everyone. And I would recommend that the members of the Conservative Party, in their zeal to make personal attacks, not start to push too far into intolerance towards Canadians of diverse origins. We will continue to stand up to defend Canadians' interests, Canadian security. We will continue to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep Canadians safe while participating in the global research community and stand up for tolerance and diversity.
I was going to talk to someone speaking on the Zoom. Yeah. Excuse me, order. I just want to remind the honourable members, if they're going to have a discussion, please do it through the chair, not directly across. It seems to be the basic rules in this chamber. Although these days I kind of wonder about the rules myself, whether they're being followed. I'm not sure who it was. They didn't pop up. I'm not sure how they did it, but there was some voices coming out over the speakers from the outside, and that's the one that really does cause quite a bit of problem. So I just want to remind all the members who are joining us virtually to please not talk while someone is either asking a question or answering a question, because it really does make it difficult for everyone, not only here in the chamber, but at home. And there are a lot of people who are interested in hearing the questions and the answers. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Point of order.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order.
There's no points of order unless it's a technical issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only because it's not the first time Mr. Dennis has, in fact,
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt the honourable member for Winnipeg North. That would be something that you bring up after the question period. So we'll just start the clock over again. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not surprised the Prime Minister just hurls insults of racism. It's his usual tactic. But, Mr. Speaker, I am not talking about Chinese Canadians. I am talking about a communist regime that nobody in the world trusts, except it would appear the Prime Minister of Canada. So I again will ask him about the communist regime and the military that supports that regime. Will he stop research cooperation with that military, seeing the danger they pose not only to Canada, but to the world? Yes or no?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Espionage and foreign interference pose real threats to Canadian research security, intellectual property, and business interests. This is a threat our government takes seriously. In March, Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry requested the development of specific rules that integrate national security considerations into research partnerships. Public Safety and CSIS are leading outreach to universities to help them keep research safe. Canadian universities and research organizations must remain vigilant to protect their intellectual property. We haven't hesitated to support them. We will continue to.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Tourism Week. Normally, this week would be celebrated across the country as the tourism industry supports people from coast to coast. And there's a good example of many activities in tourism, but many people have had to stay home because of the pandemic, and the tourism industry has been one of the hardest hit. Can the Prime Minister tell this House how this government is supporting our tourism sector during the pandemic and after? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe for highlighting the importance of the tourism sector in Canada. Tourism has shown great resilience in the face of COVID, and we have been there for them with over $15 billion in support. We also announced in Budget 2021 that we will invest an additional $1 billion so that they can be ready to welcome tourists as soon as it is safe to do so. I'd like to thank the tourism industry for doing everything in its power to protect Canadians.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Major General Danny Fortin, the General in charge of Canada's COVID-19 vaccine rollout, is under investigation and has been removed from his position. The Prime Minister and his Defence Minister say they knew about these serious allegations weeks before he was suspended. Major General Fortin served closely in Afghanistan alongside General Vance and the Minister of Defence. Did the Prime Minister leave Major General Fortin in his position for weeks because he has another Afghanistan war buddy of the Defence Minister, just like General Vance?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are committed to build a true culture of inclusion in our Canadian Armed Forces. We became aware of an ongoing CFNIS investigation involving Major General Fortin. As it is an ongoing investigation, I'm not able to comment further. But we remain focused on the vaccine rollout, with millions more vaccines arriving every week.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
So let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. General Vance served alongside the defense minister in Afghanistan, and the prime minister left him as chief of defense staff for 3 years after the government was told of allegations of sexual misconduct. Major General Fortin also worked closely with General Vance and the defense minister in Afghanistan and was left in charge of her vaccine rollout for weeks after the prime minister learned of the investigation into his misconduct. But Admiral Art MacDonald, who never served with the defense minister, was shown the door within hours. So why is the prime minister helping the defense minister cover up sexual misconduct for his war buddies?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know that our institutions are not living up to the needs of those who've experienced misconduct. That includes the military justice system. That's why we've taken concrete actions to address this. We named Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan as the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. We named Maurice Fish to conduct the third independent review of the entire military justice system. And we also recently appointed Louise Arbour to conduct an independent review of the treatment of sexual misconduct. These are just the first steps. We know there's much more to do, and we will do it to ensure that every woman and man who serves in the armed forces is properly supported. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the claims by the Prime Minister that he takes sexual misconduct in the forces seriously is a myth, and that was destroyed by his Deputy Minister for National Defence. Jody Thomas said the Justice Deschamps report was treated as a mere checklist. The Prime Minister wrote in the Defence Minister's mandate letter to establish a workplace free from harassment, but we now know this Liberal government conspired to do nothing to implement Justice Deschamps' report. Will the Prime Minister admit that he and the Defence Minister failed to protect the women and men in our Canadian Armed Forces from sexual misconduct?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that going back decades, there has been a real challenge at the Canadian Armed Forces in terms of supporting people who come forward with allegations of misconduct, with unacceptable experiences, and that's why we need to change the culture. We have taken significant steps since we arrived in 2015 to improve the culture at the Canadian Armed Forces, but we recognize there is much more to do. We are committed to doing that. We're not going to point fingers or attack others for choices that they've made. We're going to make sure that the support is there for women and men who've actually served in the armed forces,
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, our government has been a champion for students and young Canadians. When the pandemic struck, we were there to make sure they had the supports that they needed. As we move towards a strong economic recovery from this pandemic, it is important that we make sure that young Canadians and students have the supports they need to continue going to school and starting their careers. Despite the fact that the Conservatives find this funny, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Prime Minister to please inform the House about our government's efforts to support students and young Canadians through Budget 2021.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for this important question and his hard work here in this House. Young Canadians are Canada's future, and they are at the centre of our recovery efforts. To date, we've invested more than $7.4 billion in pandemic supports to young Canadians and students. And Budget 2021 builds on this investment with an additional $5.7 billion so that young Canadians and students can keep up their studies, pay for tuition, and find jobs. I'm proud that this is one of the largest youth support packages in the world. We will continue to be there for young Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We have learned that there is an alarming case of racism in the public service. Black public servants are exposed to harassment and to verbal violence at their workplace. Complaints were either ignored or the employer has spent thousands to buy silence over these cases of racism. Racism has to be eliminated. The Prime Minister, what should he do to fight racism, systemic racism in the public service? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have recognized from the onset that there is systemic racism in this country. We're working hand in hand with the Black community and with diverse and marginalized communities. We're working also within the public service to implement better hiring and retention practices for Canadians in racialized communities. We're always going to be there to promote diversity within our public service as well. And we recognize there's still much more work to do. We're going to be there to work hand in hand with professionals in the public service to include everyone. That is all the time we have for question period today.
That's all the time we have. Nous avons un rappel au règlement. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly. We have
a point of order from the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, followed by the member for Kingston and the Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been consultation between the parties, and I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House agree that Section 45 of the Constitution Act 1982 gives Quebec and the provinces exclusive jurisdiction to amend their respective constitutions, and acknowledge Quebec's willingness to enshrine in its constitution that Quebecers form a nation, that French is the only official language of Quebec, and that it is also the common language of the Quebec nation. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well.
Nous n'avons pas le consentement unanime. Rising on a point of order for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Rising out of question period, and I know this issue tried to be addressed during question period, but we continue to have members that are participating virtually interject into the debate, and they're making comments which are making it extremely difficult for members who are participating virtually to participate. I know that on at least one occasion it was the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. He has routinely been called out by you or the chair occupant at the time to discontinue this practice, and I would encourage you to ensure by whatever means you have possible that those who are participating virtually have the ability to do so unimpeded by members who are participating in this manner.
Excuse me. I believe the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order as well, and then we'll come back to the chamber.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you'll indulge me to just briefly address the same point, because I think it's important for members to hear what is at stake in this conversation. So Canadians of Asian origin are speaking out about the impact on their lives of foreign state-backed interference.
Debate.
Debate. Mr. Speaker, I note that I'm being heckled.
I'm going to interrupt. Order. 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 It sounds like it's getting into debate. I'm going to leave it. But on that note as well, if I can have the floor for a moment, thank you. When someone is out there, the chair usually determines whether it's debate or whether it's a point of order, and I appreciate the help, but I'd like a few seconds to determine what the member is about to say or saying so that we can determine whether it's debate or not. But I do appreciate the people shouting out and trying to help. It just makes it very disorderly, which leads us to the point of order from the member for Kingston and the Islands, where if we are here and someone does interject, it does make it difficult for everyone. So this is about respect for each other in the chamber, and that's what I'm asking. We have a point of order, un rappel au règlement de l'honorable.
From the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, to be followed by the honourable member for Winnipeg North. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind you that it was the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands who talked about the member from Alberta who spoke earlier. I'm sorry, I don't remember his riding name. But it's entirely normal that that member be able to explain what he was doing. That's why I think he should be allowed to respond. On the government side, they seem to have lots and lots of people who are appearing virtually.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually to the same point of order. I, over the last number of months, as many of my colleagues, tune in virtually and understand what our obligations are. If we want to get the attention of the chair, we put up our hand, and then we wait till we are ultimately recognized. During question period, on several occasions, there are members. In this particular case, it was the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that intentionally undoes the mute button in order to interject. It's one thing to do things by accident, but it's the same member on several occasions, and I think there needs to be a consequence.
I'm going to have to interrupt because it sounds like we're getting into debate again, and the point of order is not interjecting in the chamber, and we'll deal with that one a little bit at a time. And I want to remind all the members, it is on the individual member's honor that we're in here following the rules. And I want to encourage everyone, or have everyone follow those rules so that we can run smoothly. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Chair. It seems as though in raising the point, which has been raised before by the member opposite and by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, that it is in effect itself an attempt at a commentary or debate or to name and shame particular members. In this case, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. However, while that member was responding to that point, the member for Milton, the member for Winnipeg North, also took their microphones off mute in the same way that the member for Kingston and the Islands said was inappropriate, and that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and the member for Kingston and the Islands were seeking for the chair to sanction the member for doing just that. And so I defer always to the judgment of the chair occupant, and just find that perhaps, if there is to be a ruling in the opinion of the chair, that perhaps we just ask members to appeal to their honor and the regular traditions and customs of this place, and not look to tattletale every time they hear a member engage in what has been a traditional practice in this place for many, many years.
Wow, Rideau is beating Kingston.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising on that.
The intent of my rising to indicate this point of order, Mr. Speaker, was because of the fact that this particular member has done it repeatedly on a number of occasions. He routinely does this where he interjects, and it's not affecting the ability for those in the House to listen to the debate. What it is it's affecting those who are online, because suddenly the entire feed and the sound is eliminated and they're unable to hear anything. So the point here, Mr. Speaker, is those who are doing this repeatedly over and over, and I would encourage you to somehow enforce some kind of rule that would prevent this from continuing to happen.
Now we have two more people rising on points of order, and then we'll get on with the business of the day. L'honorable député d'Argenteuil,
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation? Yes, that's right. Go ahead. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is doing this repeatedly and deliberately. He will take his mic off mute and intervene. So there's a distinction between doing this once and doing it systematically. Here, he's not listening to the Speaker of the House. He's doing this repeatedly. And so this time, I would ask you if it's possible to review the video and to see how many times the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has deliberately contravened the rules.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was, with all due respect, interrupted when I was initially trying to make some comments on this matter. Many members have now intervened with various aspersions about myself, and I have been very interested in setting the record straight about some matters of the context, and I'll be in your hands for whether or not I can share that context. But as I was saying before, Canadians of Asian origin are speaking about the impact on their lives of foreign state-backed interference. And this is part of the racism being faced by Asian Canadians. That is pressure from foreign governments, in particular the governments of China, to deny them with the freedom.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member there. I mean, normally when we get up on a point of order, if I can have the attention of the chamber, please. Normally when we get up on a point of order, it's because a point of order, the process was broken. And if we're not staying within those parameters, it becomes debate. Now, I'm going to ask the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to go on. And remember that it sounds like he's debating something, and I'd like to know what the point of order that was disrespected was. I'll let him continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will try to jump to it simply in this sense, that fighting racism, which is something that I know we all should wish to do, requires us to understand that Canadians are individuals, not extensions of foreign governments, and it's always important to make a distinction. And that is why what the Prime Minister said in question period today was itself deeply racist, because he was failing to make the necessary distinction.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, this is not a point of order.
The government.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt, but this is becoming a debate. It's not about the process itself. I'm going to have to cut the honourable member off. It being 3:25 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-265 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
That didn't come across arrogant at all.
The question is the following one. Madame de Bellefeuille, appuyée par
Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moved that Bill C-265, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and Persons with a Disability.
For members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons maintenant par la parole.
We will start with the sponsor of the bill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne.
We will now move on to members participating in person. All those on my left who support the motion will please rise.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
There we go.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford-Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford-Lloydminster.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui se...
All those at my right who are in favor of the motion will please rise.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Que tous ceux à ma droite...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the 10-minute period is over.
Technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 181, 181. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence,
accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on motion M61 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Abou-Taïf.
The question is the following one. Mr. Abou-Taïf, seconded by Mr. Soroka, moved that A, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize that 1. Replacing oil and gas with more environmentally sustainable options is not technologically or economically feasible. 2. Canada's energy needs require the use of oil and gas to heat Canadian homes, schools, and hospitals, to propel vehicles, to bring food to Canadian tables, and to produce electricity.
3. Canadian oil and natural gas are produced with the highest environmental standards in the world. And domestic producers are global environmental leaders and responsible corporate citizens. 4. Using Canadian resources creates Canadian jobs.
5. First Nations involved in Canada's oil and gas industry experience significant and profound positive economic effects, including higher rates of employment, higher incomes, and improved health and educational attainments. 4. Tax revenue from fossil fuel industry is an important contributor to the national treasury, facilitating transfer payments benefiting all Canadians and allowing Canada to afford the social programs all Canadians depend on. B.
And B, the House recognized that 1. Canada's oil and gas industry from Western to Atlantic Canada is essential to the well-being of the nation and should be celebrated. 2. Tax and regulatory barriers limiting the responsible growth of Canada's oil and gas industry should be removed.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Now we'll proceed to the members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Que tous ceux...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, nay, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 212, 212.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on motion M38 under private members' business in the name of Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moved that A, the House, one, recognize that science and research are of critical importance to all Canadians, including, but not limited to, improving the health of Canadians, improving the environment, driving innovation and economic growth, and improving the quality of life of Canadians.
Two, recognize that science and research are more important than ever as the economic, environmental, and social challenges we face are greater. 3, affirm its commitment to science, research, and evidence-informed decision-making.
B, effective from the beginning of the 44th Parliament, may I dispense? I think that's a yes. Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
In favor.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Thérien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote est terminée. If able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
I want to confirm that my vote was registered as yay.
It was registered as yay. Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ms. Monsef, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 331, 331. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare...
I declare the motion carried.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. You want to take over?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
It's on the other side.
Sorry. Oops. Apologies. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Indigenous Housing, the Direction Home. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity, I think something that we should do on a more regular basis, to thank the support team that the parliamentarians had in the development of this report, in particular the committee clerks, Danielle Widmer and Andrew Wilson, and the analysts from the Library of Parliament who did such excellent work, Brittany Collier and Elizabeth Cahill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Musqueam Fraser Canyon on the supplementary
Madam
opinion.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to echo the thanks given by my colleague from Prince Edward Island. The Conservative Party of Canada supports the desire of urban, remote, and northern Indigenous peoples for autonomy over their housing needs, in line with the For Indigenous by Indigenous principle. The fundamental nature of this principle, however, is that Indigenous people decide for themselves how their housing needs are addressed. While this report contains helpful information and shares the realities faced by many, the recommendations at times were overly prescriptive and wordy. All that said, Madam Speaker, it was a good process, and I'd like to thank all of my parliamentary colleagues for their participation in this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 3rd report of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. Pursuant to the order adopted on May 10th, 2021, concerning the recommendation for the House to order the production of documents from the Public Health Agency of Canada and subsidiary organizations having to do with the transfer of the virus and 2 former employees.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have the honor to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, entitled A Study on the Implementation of the Pay Equity Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I would say, Madam Speaker, as well, that the committee is calling on the government to really accelerate the pace at which we're implementing these fixes on pay equity. From 2015, when I was first elected and we studied it, we're still waiting, and so we urge the government to hasten the implementation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Stroll, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Act, Selective Fishing Programs. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is an honor to introduce my private member's bill, the Selective Fisheries Act, which would provide more opportunities for public selective fisheries in my riding of Chilliwack Hope and across the country. Vulnerable salmon stocks need to be protected, and conservation is the #1 priority. But it is possible to protect certain species of salmon with low numbers and allow public selective fisheries for plentiful species at the same time. My bill, through an amendment to the Fisheries Act, gives the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans the power to do just that. The bill also allows the Minister to increase the number of hatchery-raised salmon that have their adipose fins clipped, which would allow them to be easily identified and retained as hatchery fish during public fisheries openings. I'm asking all members of Parliament to support my bill and support responsible selective fishing opportunities in Canada.
Mr. Stroll, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Lambropoulos, seconded by Mr. Miller. En fait, Madame Lambropoulos, appuyée par Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Lambropoulos, seconded by Mr. Miller, moves for leave to table an act entitled An Act Concerning a Strategy for Food Safety in Schools.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'll be happy to be the seconder for that.
Thank you. We were just told. Je reprends. Madame Lambropoulos.
So we'll start again. Ms. Lambropoulos, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend, or rather to develop a national strategy on school food security. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Rise in this House to present my private member's bill, an act to develop a national strategy on school food security. Le texte prévoit l'élaboration d'une.
This would allow for the development of a national strategy on school food security in order to ensure that all students of primary and secondary schools in Canada would have access to appropriate nutrition.
And many of my constituents know I was a high school teacher before entering politics, and during that time I saw far too many students coming to school without a lunch or without lunch money, and I've wanted to do something about this for many, many years. This strategy would allow our government to study the impact that nutritional deficiencies have on the health and learning outcomes of elementary and high school students, and to work with provinces to fund food security programs that would result from a national school food security strategy to ensure that they operate at little to no direct costs to students and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame Lambropoulos, appuyée.
Ms. Lambropoulos, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped. I'm going fast. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
No, he's not there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am here, and I hadn't raised my hand yet, but I'm happy to table 4 petitions in the House today, and hopefully I'll be able to get through them without being interrupted by heckling from the member for Cambridge or Kingston and the Islands, who have a habit of doing this from time to time. Madam Speaker, the first petition is with respect to Bill C6. Bill C6 is the government's conversion therapy legislation currently before the House. Petitioners support the objective of the bill, which is to ban conversion therapy. However, they note that the bill poorly defines the practice of conversion therapy. The definition as written is so broad that it could apply to many conversations which simply have nothing to do with conversion therapy. So petitioners want to see the government support reasonable amendments to Bill C6 and then to work hard to pass a bill that would indeed ban conversion therapy with an effective definition that isolates that particular horrific practice. The second petition that I'm tabling is about Bill S-204, a bill that has now passed the Senate and is currently before this House. It's a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ in a case where there had not been consent. It also creates a mechanism by which a person could be made inadmissible to Canada if they were involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has now passed the Senate unanimously twice. It has passed this House once before unanimously in the same form, though in the previous Parliament. So petitioners are hoping that this Bill S-204, which is the same as Bill S-240 from the previous Parliament, will be passed in this Parliament with the support of all members. The third petition highlights the ongoing genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China, and it calls on the government of Canada to recognize that genocide and also to take appropriate steps in response, including things like reforming supply chain legislation and also imposing Magnitsky sanctions on those involved in these horrific actions. The fourth and final petition highlights the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. And I've been hearing from petitioners as well as many groups who are very concerned about the human rights situation in the region and in various parts of Ethiopia, but especially in the Tigray region. Petitioners are calling for greater involvement and engagement by the government of Canada, including pushing for an end to violence, protection of civilians, humanitarian access, effective international independent investigations of war crimes and gross violations of human rights, as well as election monitoring. And petitioners in particular note the need for engagement with the Ethiopian as well as the Eritrean government, since Eritrea has had a presence in the Eritrean army has had a presence in Tigray as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend all of these petitions to the consideration of members.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners are deeply concerned about protecting British Columbia's endangered old-growth forests from logging. Recently, threatened screech owls on the species at risk list were discovered in these forests, but it's clear the BC NDP government doesn't give a hoot. So therefore, the petitioners are calling on this government to work with the province and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today to table a petition 112-79384. Whereas old-growth forests provide immeasurable benefits, including carbon sequestration, biodiversity, culture, recreation, education, food, and more, and that the last unprotected intact old-growth valley on southern Vancouver Island, Fairy Creek, is slated for logging, along with the upper Walbrand Valley and other remaining pockets of old growth. The undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to work with the provinces and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's climate action plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have the honour of presenting e-petition 3296. As you may know, recently it was revealed that several hate groups and anti-LGBT groups and at least 45 anti-choice groups received Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy funding. Now, previously this government has stated that public funds of the government should not be directed to organizations that support discrimination and groups that support anti-choice. So the petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada change the criteria for any future subsidies funding to exclude anti-choice groups and hate groups and revoke previously given funds to those anti-choice groups and hate groups. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Protégé.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians calling on the House of Commons to grant full legal protection to the youngest Canadians, preborn children. The petitioners note that Parliament's most basic duty is to protect innocent human life. Yet Canada lacks laws to protect the human rights of all Canadians regardless of their stage of development. The petitioners highlight that scientific evidence puts it beyond doubt that each new human life has an identifiable biological beginning. They are asking parliamentarians to recognize this fact and move to grant legal protections to our youngest Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the following questions will be answered today. Question number 589, 591, 593, and 595. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 592, 594, and to starred question 590 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And finally, then, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. I wish to inform the House because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 41 minutes. Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bill. Resuming debate of second reading of C30, Budget Implementation Act Number 1.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University has 3 minutes and 45 seconds for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions. The Honourable Member for, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council, to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have before us a very important piece of legislation that continues what the government started over 12 months ago, and that is to be there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way during this pandemic and going forward, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we continue to provide support to individuals and businesses in particular, so that we can be in a better position to be able to even build back better.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. And he brings up the supports for business. And there's not a business that I have talked to in the last few months that aren't concerned about the future. They're concerned about what this government is doing or lack of doing on a growth agenda to actually get the economy growing again, to get people back to work. That is what people are looking for, and that is what most people are most let down by this budget, is that it doesn't have a roadmap to get Canada growing again, Madam Speaker. So it's been a disappointment to the people of Saskatoon University and the individuals that were looking for the hope that after 2 years waiting for this budget, you'd think that there'd be something in there to get the economy back on its feet, and there was nothing. And that's a disappointment to myself and many of the residents in Saskatoon University with this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the fact that the government's estimates to increase old age pensions will only start at 75 and starting only in 2022, whereas the needs are quite real now. What is his vision about the negative impact of creating two classes of senior citizens? The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, and it's insulting that what the Liberals have done is drew the line at 75 for no reason. So part of the Human Committee that I serve on, we talked to the Minister of Seniors, and there was no good answer on why that was the year that was chosen to cut off seniors that have suffered so much during this pandemic, that are looking for those second doses and just aren't getting it from this federal government. They don't realize how much of the seniors' lives have been changed because of the lack of doses in our country, and especially the second dose. And I think of all the seniors that have sacrificed for the last year and a half their freedoms and their ability to see friends and family, and they're being let down by this government that refuses to get the second doses into our country and into those arms. And those seniors that are watching the hockey games, watch maybe some highlights from the States, and you got arenas full with people. And then you watch the Habs and the Leafs last night, and there's no one in the stands. It's a stark reminder to Canadians on how much this government has let down seniors. They let down individuals across the country with their lack of action, of procurement of vaccines. And we're months away from getting what the States has received so far in vaccines. And that's what's going to get us through, is once we get those second doses into people's arms. But it isn't happening fast enough under this Liberal government.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House of the questions that will be raised at time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona International Trade, Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Human Rights.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I live in beautiful Mississauga and proudly represent my constituents of Mississauga East Cooksville. I know how hard they work to provide for their families, to protect their health, to provide a better education for their kids, which we know are the keys to better future, to take care of their aging parents and grandparents. In short, Speaker, to work, to build, and to dream. That is what
The Honourable Member, please, we have an issue with avec interprétation, j'imagine. So, interpretation wasn't working. Donc, again, are you getting interpretation? Yes. Okay. Can you?
Or from where
yes, please, because we didn't have. Yeah, please. And perhaps just lower or move up your microphone just so it's not so. Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay? Okay, I'll do that there. I'm just, Madam Speaker, so excited about Budget 2021 and C30. So, Madam Speaker, I live in beautiful Mississauga and proudly represent my constituents of Mississauga East Cooksville. I know how hard they work to provide for their families.
We still have an issue with interpretation, and I think it's from your feed, from the Honourable Member's feed. Could you unplug and replug your headset?
I will do that.
And could we start again? Because interpretation is working here.
How is that? Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Okay, it's working.
It's working great, Okay, so again, Third time's a charm. So, Madam Speaker, I live in Mississauga and proudly represent my constituents of Mississauga East Cooksville. I know how hard they work to provide for their families, to protect their health, to provide a better education for their kids, which we know are the keys to a better future, to take care of their aging parents and grandparents. In short, Speaker, to work, to build, and to dream. That is what Mississauga East Cooksville is all about. And in turn, that is what the Canadian dream is, from coast to coast to coast. That is why when once-in-a-lifetime pandemic like COVID-19 shakes the very foundation of our healthcare and social and economic systems, our government stepped up and ensured that we would do everything we could to help protect Canadians. As the Prime Minister often says, we have Canadians' backs, meaning we will be there for Canadians every step of the way to support them and to help them weather this storm. The actions we have taken have helped Canadians stay safe and buffered the worst economic impacts. This third wave has hit hard, with further public health restrictions, regional lockdowns, leading to many Canadians facing unemployment or reduced hours this last couple of months. As we work to finish the fight against COVID-19, we will continue to support Canadians through programs like the Canada Recovery Benefits, a more flexible EI program, and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which continue to be a lifeline for so many Canadians. That's why we announced through Budget 2021 that we will be maintaining flexible access to EI benefits for another year until the fall of 2022, fulfilling our campaign promise to extend EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks, extending the Canada Recovery Benefit by an additional 12 weeks until September 25th, and expanding the Canada Workers Benefit to support low-wage workers. Speaker, these are historic investments that address the most pressing issues exacerbated by COVID-19. Put people first, create jobs, grow the middle class, get businesses back on track, and ensure a healthier, greener, and more prosperous Canada. Let me commend the Minister of Finance, because C30 brings us to the next stage, a recovery plan for jobs, growth, and resilience. The Government of Canada's plan to finish the fight against COVID-19 and to ensure a robust economic recovery that brings all Canadians along. The COVID-19 recession is the steepest and fastest economic contraction since the Great Depression. It has disproportionately affected low-wage workers, young people, women, racialized Canadians. The pandemic has laid bare long-standing inequities in our economy. Budget 2021 is an inclusive plan that takes action to break down those barriers to full economic participation for all Canadians. We would establish a $15 federal minimum wage. Speaker, for businesses, it's been a two-speed recession, with some finding ways to prosper and grow, but many businesses, especially small businesses, fighting to survive. Budget 2021 is a plan to bridge Canadians and Canadians' businesses through the crisis and towards a robust recovery. It proposes to extend business and income support measures through to the fall and to make investments to create jobs and help businesses across the economy come roaring back. Budget 2021 is a plan that puts the government on track to meet its commitment to create 1 million jobs by the end of the year. Budget 2021 is an historic investment to address the specific wounds of COVID-19 recession. Put people first, create jobs, grow the middle class, set businesses on track for that long-term growth, and ensure that Canada's future will be healthier, more equitable, greener, and more prosperous. The Government of Canada's top priority remains protecting Canadians' health and safety, particularly during this third aggressive wave of the virus and its variants. Vaccine rollout is underway across Canada with federal government support in every province and territory. Speaker, in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, over 60% of adults have received their first vaccine. And this past weekend, we began to inoculate kids 12 and over. I accompanied my 15-year-old twin boys, Alexander and Sebastian, to get their first shot through the Mississauga Trillium Health Hospital mass vaccination site this weekend. I want to thank all the frontline staff, volunteers, emergency services for making the experience a friendly, efficient, safe, and secure one. Speaker, you could see how proud, joyful, and hopeful, and I have to say patriotic, people felt that they were doing their part to safeguard themselves, family members, their community, and country by getting vaccinated and helping shield us from this horrible virus. People are starting to be cautiously hopeful as vaccines roll out and we approach herd immunity. Canadians can dream once again of something approaching normality. Speaker, during last week's constituency week, I had the opportunity to meet with Mississauga and Peel Region's leadership team of elected officials, management, stakeholders to discuss long-term care and the continuum of care with a focus on our seniors and vulnerable populations. The COVID-19 pandemic has strained our long-term care facilities across the country and in my community of Mississauga East Cooksville like never before. I want to thank the Minister of Finance for the well-deserved measure to strengthen long-term care and supportive care. Many seniors have faced economic challenges as they take on extra costs to stay safe and protect their health. In this 2021 budget proposes to provide $90 million to Employment and Social Development Canada, a government department responsible for social programs, to launch the Age Well at Home initiative. This initiative will assist community-based organizations to provide practical support that helps low-income and otherwise vulnerable seniors age in place, such as matching seniors with volunteers who can help them with meal preparations, home maintenance, daily errands, yard work, and transportation. This initiative will also target regional and national projects to help expand services that have already demonstrated results, helping seniors stay in their homes. Funding will be provided over a 3-year period starting in 2021-2022, and I'm pleased to say that many nonprofits, charitable organizations working with seniors across the country stand to benefit from this measure. Speaker, in addition, the 2021 budget proposes to build on work conducted by Health Standards Organization and Canadian Standards Association in launching a process to develop national standards focused on improving the quality of life of seniors in long-term care homes. Through this budget, it will provide $3 billion over 5 years to Health Canada to support provinces and territories, ensuring standards for long-term care are applied and permanent changes are made. $41.3 million over 6 years and $7.7 million ongoing starting in 2021-22 for Statistics Canada to improve data infrastructure and data collection on supportive care, primary care, and pharmaceuticals. Speaker, we made a campaign commitment promising to increase old age security OAS benefits for seniors aged 75 and older. Many seniors are living longer and relying on monthly benefits to afford retirement. These funds would be delivered in 2 steps. The 2021 budget will support seniors by providing a one-time payment this August of $500 and increase regular OAS payments for pensioners 75 and over by 10% on an ongoing basis as of July next year. This would increase the benefits for approximately 3.3 million seniors, providing additional benefits of $766 for full pensioners in the first year and indexed to inflation going forward. This would give seniors more financial security later in life, particularly at the time when they face increased care expenses. In total, the 2 measures represent $12 billion over 5 years for our seniors in additional financial support, beginning in 21-22, and at least $3 billion per year ongoing to be delivered by Employment and Social Development Canada. Budget 2021 invests in Canada's biomanufacturing and life sciences sector to rebuild domestic and vaccine manufacturing capacity and has a plan to put in place national standards for long-term care and mental health services. Budget 2021 makes a generational investment to build a Canada-wide early learning and child care system. This is a plan to drive economic growth, a plan to increase women's participation in the workforce, and a plan to offer each child in Canada the best start in life. Budget 2021 will invest almost $30 billion over the next 5 years and provide permanent, ongoing funding, working with provincial and territorial and Indigenous partners to support quality, not-for-profit childcare and ensuring the needs of early childhood educators are at the heart of the system. The goal is to reach $10 per day on average by 2020.
The honourable member will have the opportunity to pursue on the questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
First of all, I'd like to thank the member for his passion and would invite him to use the first 10 seconds of his response to finish his speech. But then I would like to ask him about a very serious concern that my constituents are raising to me over and over and over again, and that is inflation. The cost of groceries are going up. The cost of lumber, the cost of housing is now out of reach for many millions and millions of Canadians. What in this budget will address this significant economic issue that my constituents keep bringing up to me because I don't see anything?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, Speaker, I can't thank the honourable member enough for allowing me just to conclude here. And what I want to say to every member in this House of Commons is that this is about helping protect Canadians' health, supporting our workers and businesses, and assistance to those that have been hardest hit by this pandemic. Supporting this budget bill and Bill C-30 is what will really help Canada build back better. And it's about, as the member heard, it's very comprehensive. It's about looking at taking care of our most vulnerable, assisting our businesses so they can bridge this pandemic and this difficult time. It's about helping our students, helping our seniors. This is the time to invest in Canadians. We know Canadians work hard, and we are going to continue to invest in Canadians so that we will create those million jobs and as I said, build back better, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Shepford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about assistance for seniors, amongst others. I think there's unanimous support right now for seniors groups and also here in the House. How can he justify, not just in what he's saying today, but how can he justify that his party is still forgetting about a whole section of seniors? There are also seniors under 65 years of age who have needs. How come his party is so isolated on such a crucial issue? All seniors need assistance who are 65 years of age or older.
Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to just to thank our seniors. Our seniors have built our country. So through their hard work, through their sweat and tears, Madam Speaker, they have built this magnificent country that we have here in Canada. And that is why, since we formed government in 2015, we have worked with seniors to support seniors. We increased the GIS at that time. We have brought more supports to the community for seniors. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud that the commitment we made to increasing the OAS for seniors 75 and over, when expenses do get higher and as you get older, be it with medications and other needs, Madam Speaker, that is the right direction. Our government will always have the backs of our seniors.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for London Centre. North Centre, London North Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've known the honourable member for a number of years now, as he is my seatmate or was prior to the pandemic. And as a result of that, I know that whether it was during his time as a member of provincial parliament in Ontario and certainly since 2015 in federal politics, he has been a champion for seniors issues. We heard in his speech him speak passionately about provisions in the budget that will assist seniors. And I wonder if he could expand on that, specifically on the issue of long-term care and what it means to his constituents in Mississauga. Thank you very much.
Member for Mississauga East Cookville.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the honourable member, and great friend, and just for giving me the opportunity to speak to something that I am very passionate about. And when it comes to long-term care and what we saw through this pandemic and the tragedy in our long-term care homes here, particularly in Mississauga, but I'm sure it would happen in London, it happened right across our province and right across our country, where we saw seniors not treated to the standards that we believe Canadians should be treated, to have the dignity and respect, and to see for us to come forward with these billions of dollars, $3 billion, to be able to assist and work with our partners, the provinces and municipalities, to be able to provide the level of care that we deem it should be a standard in Canada. I think it's vitally important. I think all Canadians feel the same way. It broke our hearts to see how seniors were treated, how in long-term care homes across our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provincey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-30, the Liberal government's budget implementation bill. It took almost 2 years for the Liberals to get around to presenting a budget, the longest period in Canadian history without a budget. For decades, there had never been a gap of more than 2 years between budgets until this current Liberal government. Despite COVID-19, all other G7 countries produced budgets last year. So too did our provinces and territories. Yet for 2 years, Canadians expecting the Liberal government to lay out its priorities in an open and transparent fashion were left waiting. The fact that we're here today debating this bill is positive, but presenting a budget is one of the bare minimums expected of any government. And now that we have this budget, it's been something of a letdown. You'd think that after 2 years with time to prepare, the Liberals would knock it out of the park. But that's not what happened. As I've listened to debate on this bill and as I've reviewed the contents in my role on the Finance Committee, I've been struck more by what is absent from the budget than what's included. I've noticed that the Liberals are doing the bare minimum of what's expected of them, and then expecting accolades in return. As Canadians continue to face challenges as a result of COVID-19 and the restrictions imposed upon governments in response to COVID-19, Conservatives have been clear that those struggling need support. When the government forces you to close down your business or prevents your customers from shopping at your store, the government has a duty to support you through that situation. When the government forces you to stay home and prevents you from earning an income, the government has a duty to support you through that situation. I think everyone in this House gets that, and I think they all support it. Measures to that effect included in Bill C-30 are important, but they're the bare minimum the government can do for Canadians during this time. A serious budget would do something more. It would include a roadmap to help Canadians move beyond this endless cycle of restrictions and lockdowns. It would include a data-driven plan to safely reopen the economy. As we've heard time and time again from witnesses at the Finance Committee, a plan would help many small businesses, many hard-hit industries looking for some certainty to help them plan for the future. Workers employed in sectors like tourism and hospitality, the aviation industry, or our border communities depend on cross-border travel. They deserve to know when their lives will return to normal. As Canadian families struggle to recover from a tough year, Budget 2021 offers little encouragement. Instead, the Liberals are asking Canadians to accept the bare minimum. Besides a safe plan for reopening, this budget was a missed opportunity to address the need to support Canada's economic recovery and growth. After living with COVID-19 in Canada for more than a year, how can this government still be spinning its tires? Upon reviewing this budget, many economists have lamented the troubling reality that this budget is more about short-term benefit than positioning our economy for long-term success. I know the Liberals like to look good, but I would argue that doing good, not just looking good, is what Canadians want and expect from their government. For example, former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney said, "What we're seeing in some other jurisdiction is that the focus is more squarely on growth." Another former Bank of Canada Governor, David Dodge, noted that a lack of growth-focused initiatives in this budget. Robert Aslan, a former top economic advisor to the Liberal government, described the new spending as unfocused and unimaginative. He also wrote that it was clear for some time that the government's decision to spend more than the $100 billion in so-called short-term stimulus was a political solution in search of an economic problem. Former clerk of the Privy Council, Kevin Lynch, said the budget misses an urgent opportunity to rebuild our longer-term growth post-pandemic. He also said that despite the extraordinary emphasis on stimulus, there is little focus and few measures to rebuild Canada's longer-term growth. These comments, taken together, point to a real problem. If your house is on fire, Madam Speaker, you want and expect the fire department to come to your aid. When it's the only house on fire, the resources are best directed towards your home. But if the fire department showed up and sprayed a little water on your home, then moved on to spray some water on your neighbor's place, then turned around and sprayed the houses across the street, you would seriously question their approach. It matters where they direct the flow of water. Yet this seems to be the approach taken with this budget. There's no focus, no intentionality in terms of directing resources where they're actually required so that Canada can move beyond the economic harms inflicted throughout COVID and thrive once again. Without doing the hard work of determining where federal tax dollars can be most impactful, the Liberals are asking Canadians to accept their bare minimum effort. As Canada continues to grapple with COVID-19, one of the most important tasks of this government was to provide increased, sustainable funding to the provinces for the provision of health care. This request was made by the provinces, supported by organizations like the Canadian Medical Association, and as the CMA stated, as provinces and territories continue to struggle with the ever-increasing cost of providing care, the federal government must follow through on its own promise to work with premiers on revisiting the Canada Health Transfer. Without this collaboration, our healthcare system, which has been put through the ultimate stress test, will struggle to recover. End quote. Perhaps now more than ever, Canadians recognize the importance of ensuring our healthcare system is sustainable. Unfortunately, this Liberal budget does not. It touches on mental health and long-term care, but doesn't take the biggest and strongest step in the right direction by responding to the requests made by the province. Again, it does the bare minimum. Another big concern is that the Liberals' continued avoidance of implementing a meaningful fiscal anchor to guide levels of public spending. In their budget document, there's only one reference which states this: the government is committed to unwinding COVID-related deficits and reducing the federal debt as a share of the economy over the medium term. This is extremely vague. This is not a fiscal answer, it's aspirational. At best, it's a wish list. There's not a hard stop to be found in the budget, no specific benchmarks that have been clearly established as fiscal anchors. At best, we could call them perhaps a guardrail. As economist Jack Mintz has written, this is pretty weak fiscal anchor. It perpetuates deficit financing forever. It's easily violated every time the economy slips into recession, such as our recent one. As debt ratchets up as a share of the economy, the rule permits bigger and bigger federal deficits over time. I like the definition of a fiscal anchor offered by the Business Council of Canada. They note notional ceilings or caps to the levels of public spending, deficits, and debt that governments are prepared to reach in their fiscal policy. Notional ceilings. Their definition identifies the purpose of a fiscal anchor, as well as retaining the confidence of lenders and global markets, establishing a positive investment climate for business, providing a measure of fiscal discipline inside government, and ensuring that government has the ability to respond to future economic shocks and unforeseen crises. This is the type of fiscal anchors that the Liberals should have been striving for. Yet, once again, they're offering Canadians the bare minimum. And they do it, and then in an attempt to appear transparent and accountable, but without actually committing to a real metric. To try and showcase the budget as something more than a bare minimum budget, the Liberals announced big plans for childcare. This government could have taken the time to better understand the unique needs of parents and families, but instead of doing the hard work, they're pushing a one-size-fits-all, Ottawa knows best approach to childcare in Canada. The Association of Daycare Operators in Ontario has highlighted the consequences of this proposal: uncertainty for families, limited access, job losses at existing daycares, and the closure of many woman-owned small businesses. As Andrea Hannon told the Finance Committee, we shouldn't have systems that require families to mold to the system. The system should evolve to allow families to be in the driver's seat. The committee also heard from Andrea Mrozek, a mother and child care researcher. When I asked her about the Liberal child care plan, this is what she said: it's not an equitable way of helping families to address their child care needs in many diverse ways. By pursuing a plan that perhaps is good for press for the Liberal government. It leaves many Canadians behind Liberals. Again, yet having shown that this budget is only about doing the bare minimum. Canadian families need more than the bare minimum. They need a budget that helps those struggling through COVID-19 today and sets them up to succeed tomorrow. They need a budget that doesn't just spend for the sake of spending, but rather makes targeted investments that will generate tangible results for all Canadians. They need a budget that sets real goals for ensuring Canada's long-term fiscal sustainability, a budget that supports families in making best choices for themselves. Sadly, Madam Speaker, this bare minimum budget doesn't cut it. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know what he thinks about the creation in this bill of a Canadian regulation for securities that would centralize operations in Toronto, alongside the existence of a commission and a structure in Quebec that works very well and has so for quite some time in Quebec. There are structures in place that should be appointed rather than having federal jurisdiction and interference, thinking that the government has the solutions.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for that specific question, but I think that putting in the proper regulations and oversight for the things that he's mentioned are a good idea, and they could be done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first want to acknowledge what is a statement of fact. We know that Canadian women have suffered greatly during this pandemic, and part of that reason is because of the lack of access to childcare. I was very concerned to hear the member decry the historic commitment to childcare, something that we have been in the NDP have been pushing for, and many Canadian women have pushed for. My question to the member is, how can women get back into the workforce, do the work that they need to do to regain their standing without childcare?
Well, member for Prowashy.
I want to thank the member from Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski for that question. It's a good question. It's a valid question. We heard from many witnesses at committee that talked about the $10 daycare and early learning education program that is presented in the budget. And the overwhelming response from the folks that presented at committee was that this is not a budget, or that is not a program that will be accessible to all women across Canada. There are many, many types of different daycare and childcare setups that women and parents right across Canada are employing through the use of friends, neighbors, and licensed daycares. And $10 a day, government knows best, subsidized daycare system will not provide the choice for parents that they require, including women in the workplace.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, if you read the Winnipeg Free Press today, one of the headlines you'll read is Manitoba is less than 2 weeks away from vaccinating 70% of its eligible population against the novel coronavirus in a final push to bend the COVID-19 curve of Canada's hotspot. Madam Speaker, from day one, the Government of Canada has been there in a very tangible ways through the creation of CERB program, over 9 million Canadians, direct increases to disposable income, numerous government support for small businesses, and now we see some light at the end of the tunnel. And for Manitobans, we had the flash of the good Winnipeg Jets sweeping the series 4-0 against Edmonton, which made a lot of us feel good. I'm wondering if my colleague from Manitoba can just provide his thoughts on some better things that we can be conveying to Manitobans.
Honourable Member for Prowashy.
Well, I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question, and I also want to compliment him on his recognition of our Winnipeg Jets, having ousted the Oilers in 4 straight games and led by Mark Scheifele and Blake Wheeler. And of course, we're looking forward to continued success, and we're looking forward to a Canadian team holding the Stanley Cup from the center of Canada. And that will be actually in my writing, Madam Speaker, if you didn't know that. What should we be telling Canadians? When this COVID-19 hit, the government needed to act quickly, and it did. And as Conservatives, we supported what they did. In fact, when it comes to the Canada Employment Wage Subsidy, initially the government rolled out a 10% wage employment subsidy to employers that were experiencing a decline in sales. We as Conservatives proposed to increase that to 75% so that the folks that were really hurting could really benefit. And so we joined together with the other parties in this House to come to the aid of the folks that wanted it. Unfortunately, this budget falls way short of providing additional supports.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was wondering today, how should I tackle this issue of the Budget Implementation Act? You know, the House leader often says that we're trying to provoke disagreement. And I'll explain to you how I see this. This is something my father used to say when I was a teenager. He liked to invent his own colorful expressions. And when I was young, he said that I was contrarian. And he actually used a word that was halfway between contrarian and argumentative. And for him, this was someone who whose head was itchy, but who scratched his butt instead. So clearly, a contrarian is somebody who goes against something that is logical. When I was a teenager, I often did things that were not very logical, and I would stubbornly argue with my father. Now today, the government says that we are trying to provoke an argument, and I think that they are also just being contrarians. They're not acting rationally here. Sometimes the government acts perhaps in a way that is undesirable. And I'm going to demonstrate that today. First of all, when it comes to old age security, now what is the government proposing here? I can tell you that I have never received as many complaints in my riding office than I did over the fact that seniors will be given a $500 bonus in July. I've never seen so many complaints by email. You know, they say it's an injustice. They're creating two different classes of seniors, and that's what it looks like. And not only are seniors receiving this money unhappy, those who have a spouse who is under the age of 75 and who will not be receiving an increase are also unhappy. I even received some very vitriolic emails where people were accusing me of having made this decision. You know, I've received criticisms here, and I understand that there's a lot of tension because of the pandemic and people are unhappy. And people really feel abandoned, primarily seniors. Now, we had a proposal that was brought forward by the member for Shefford. She did an excellent job, and she had a rational, reasonable proposal. She proposed increasing OAS by $110 per month and the GIS by $70 for a couple and $50 for a single individual. That, to me, is a desirable and reasonable proposal. The government often acts in a way that is undesirable and irrational or unreasonable. When I listen to people on the ground, like seniors in my riding, what they want is that increase of $110 a month and then the $50 or $70. Something else that appears unreasonable to me in C30 is the health transfers. This is really a classic example of what's not working in our federalist society. Now, you have Canadian-style neoliberalism, which after the 1995 referendum, through to about 1998, the government cut $2 billion every fiscal year from the health transfers. And in this way, they're just decimating Quebec's health transfer. Now, their decisions, or rather the Séguin report, is showing just what an imbalance this created. Now, I think that it's true, after there was finally an increase to the health transfers under Conservatives, after they were sort of nudged by the Bloc Québécois, even after that, it was the parliamentary budget officer who said every year that if nothing is done to help the health transfers, the provinces will accumulate deficits while the federal government has surpluses. Now, don't take my word for it. It's the PBO who said this, and you can read his 2013 report. And if you look at Bill C-30, what you see is that the 35% of healthcare transfers that have been called for by the other parties is just not there. The message that the government is sending is that these transfers will be conditional. That's what we've seen for, care for seniors, and that's sort of a trend that we've seen on the government side. To me, once again, this just demonstrates this tendency to undesirable and unreasonable behavior. Another important fact that sort of jumped out at me when I was reading C-30 is the extension of various programs, including the wage subsidy. Now, I thought, well, if the government wants to correct a mistake, they could simply correct this wage subsidy and make sure that political parties don't have access to it, But there's nothing in C-30 that does that. We all have political parties here. It's an open secret that there will be elections soon. And there are people who are going to be campaigning with this wage subsidy. The Conservatives at least agreed that maybe it wasn't very ethical. But the Liberal Party and our colleagues at the NDP seem to be perfectly content with this arrangement, with benefiting from the wage subsidy here. And I think there could be an amendment made to correct this mistake and to send a clear message that, at least in this House, we don't want to create programs that will advantage us as parliamentarians. Now, another unreasonable thing that I found in the bill is the so-called green recovery. I simply don't understand the federal government's intentions here. They barely talk about the green recovery in C-30. What do we know about the green recovery so far? Well, there was an announcement made about the electrification of public transport. Well, here's an interesting number, Madam Speaker. $17.6 billion. $17.6 billion for the green recovery. Do you know how much the Trans Mountain pipeline cost? $17.1 billion. That's just one project, one pipeline project, and that gets as much money as the entire green recovery. Now, if you're serious about the environment, this is just shocking. So we've heard an announcement about the electrification of public transport. I'm sure that Ontario will end up with the lion's share of that. It's the only province that is no longer giving a credit for the purchase of green vehicles. But in any case, the other thing that bothers me here is that the government announced its intention to start producing hydrogen. Now, there are three types of hydrogen. In the parliamentary committee, the government said, look, I'd rather not make a distinction. in terms of developing the hydrogen market. But anyone who understands the energy sector will say that hydrogen is the least viable option here. You know, making hydrogen out of gas is just not a green project. It's anything but green. Finally, when it comes to forestry, they announced $55 million for a new program for forestry, but I can't find that in C30. Why? You know, $55 million is peanuts compared to some of the sums that were announced for the oil and gas sector. But in any case, you can't even find the money in Bill C30. Now, I know I don't have a lot of time left, Madam Speaker, so I just want to say to my friend, the government House Leader, that I'm not trying to provoke an argument here. But, you know, when my head is itchy, I scratch my head. And when my butt's itchy, I scratch my butt. And that is what I call consistency. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Jonquière for his speech. He underlined some of the work done by the Bloc Québécois on the health transfers and help for seniors, which are very important. And, you know, we both want to represent the interests of Quebec and to support a green recovery. I'd like to hear him talk a bit about this because a subject that I really care about is help for the forestry sector. I'd like to hear him talk a little bit more about how that sector could really help participate in the green recovery. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, this is a fantastic opportunity, Madam Speaker. My political party did a study into how we can optimize the forestry sector's potential in Quebec. It looks at 16,000 potential jobs over 10 years. The forestry sector is probably best placed to fight climate change and increasing greenhouse gases. Everyone knows that forests are carbon wells. Unfortunately, the federal government almost never subsidizes the forestry sector. We're talking about $20 million in economic spin-offs in Quebec alone, but the federal government doesn't support the sector. They only give 0.03% of assistance to the sector, which is nothing compared to the oil and gas sector.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci.
Thank you for the speech. When it comes to the debt, the member is calling on the federal government to increase the health transfers. The Honourable Member for Jonquière? Well, you know, I think my colleague is correct that often, you know, we're going to be having an election soon, and we're going to be talking about balancing the budget. But unfortunately, whether it's Liberal or Conservative governments, you know, they have a tendency, when trying to balance the budget, to do so at the expense of the provinces. And that's why the health transfers are particularly important. The Harper government did the same thing in 2013 that the Liberals did earlier. So we need to be very vigilant about watching them and making sure they don't cut the health transfers.
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we made a commitment to in the last federal election was to increase by 10% the OAS for seniors over 75. That is a commitment that was made during the election, and within this budget, we see a fulfillment of that particular commitment. Would the member not agree that in looking at supporting our seniors, that the government responding so positively in regards to fulfilling that commitment to that 75 plus is a positive thing, especially when you factor in other forms of increases, one-time payments that we've given to all seniors from 65 and over.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I would challenge the parliamentary secretary to say that directly to the seniors in my riding who saw, that who believe that this $500 is actually an offense to their sensibilities. If he really wanted an answer, I could forward him all of the emails that I received and the Facebook messages that I received. I'm sure that my colleagues would be thrilled to do the same. He can read them all. We could probably spend the next 2 or 3 weeks reading them.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech this afternoon. One of the things that I continue to see is that there's often a special place for Quebec in this budget, but there isn't necessarily the same ramifications for Alberta. I'm just wondering if he thinks that all the provinces should be treated equally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. 10 seconds. Well, I'm afraid I missed part of your question, unfortunately. If you look at the funding given by the federal government to the oil and gas sector, and you look at the funding given to the forestry industry. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to encourage the honourable members to finish their discussion afterwards.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to rise today from the territory of the Nanaimo First Nation and to serve the communities of Nanaimo, Ladysmith in the territories of Snanawas, Staminas, Layax, and First Nations. The budget is over 700 pages long, and the Budget Implementation Act is over 300 pages long. So there's a lot of ground to cover in a short speech. I've picked some of the key positive and negative aspects to highlight. A national childcare system is a program the Green Party has been calling for decades. This program is needed more urgently than ever as we begin to address the heavy impact that the pandemic has had on working mothers. The province of Quebec has been providing low-cost childcare for the past 2 decades, and researchers have studied what's been successful there and what hasn't been. I'm encouraged to see the government supporting a not-for-profit model. We must not allow the quality of childcare or the quality of the work environment to be compromised in order to pay shareholder dividends. Recognizing and valuing the work of parenting and caregiving is a fundamental equity issue. Parents who make the choice to stay at home.
But we have issues with sound and interpretation. C'est l'interprétation qui est le problème.
It's interpretation that's the issue?
C'est ça. I think we have to go to my traditional. Can you please unplug and replug your headset, please, just to be sure? Can we try again?
Okay, how's that working?
Ça va?
Just hold on here.
Yeah, yes, please. It is working, yes.
Okay.
Please, go ahead. Proceed. Thank you.
Okay. The budget makes some positive steps towards addressing the affordable housing and homelessness crisis in Canada. Unfortunately, it is not enough to make up for decades of neglect by the federal government. Housing is a human right, recognized in international law and affirmed in the National Housing Strategy. Much more needs to be done to ensure that right is respected. Weak regulations have allowed our housing market to be used by the global ultra-wealthy for tax evasion and money laundering. These activities have driven up the cost of housing to unsustainable levels, and they continue to climb. Where does it end? We should be looking at regulations to protect Canada's residential real estate market. Many countries have regulations that restrict foreign buyers. I've heard both conservative and liberals talk about how much they love foreign direct investment. When people earning medium incomes can no longer afford to own or rent a home without spending 50% or more of their income, is foreign direct investment in housing benefiting Canadians? Housing prices in Canada have gone up an average of 30% in the past year. We have barely begun to see the fallout of that. The investment in Canada's Nature Legacy is a very welcome addition, especially the funding directed to Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas, or IPCAs. Reconnecting Indigenous people back to their traditional lands is key to reconciliation. A sixth mass extinction is happening right now. Species are disappearing at a rapid rate, and we are losing important and endangered ecosystems around the planet. The endangered big tree old-growth ecosystems on Vancouver Island are a perfect example of where the funding from Canada's Nature Legacy should be spent. Indigenous protected and conserved areas would put land under the control and authority of local First Nations. This ensures long-term economic development built on harvesting second growth forests and creating value-added forest products while preserving old growth for ecotourism and traditional practices. Low-income seniors in my riding have been asking for additional pandemic relief and for permanent increase in old age security. The budget promises that old age security will increase in 2022, a year from now, but only for seniors over the age of 75. This is creating two classes of seniors, those 75 and up and those under 75. This is going to force more seniors to continue working in jobs that young people could be filling. It's positive that the government is moving towards national standards for long-term care, but bolder action needs to be taken. The pandemic has exposed glaring deficiencies in some provinces that allowed for the warehousing of seniors in for-profit homes. Serious action should be taken against private, for-profit long-term care homes that use pandemic relief funding to give executives and shareholders a bonus instead of fixing deficiencies. The government has made a good start with additional support for students during the pandemic, with interest relief and an increase in student grants. But it's time to take bold action to bring Canada fully into the knowledge-based economy. It's time to follow the lead of Northern European countries and make post-secondary education in this country tuition-free. The Green Party has long been calling for improvements to our healthcare system, with an increase of health transfers and a system that recognizes provincial demographic differences. There's an incremental move towards universal pharmacare, but we need bolder steps to ensure Canadians have access to the medicine they need. We've been calling for universal pharmacare, universal dental care, universal mental health services, wellness care, and a patient-centered focus on health and well-being to keep people out of the sickness care system, because we know that all of these things will save money in the long run and keep Canadians healthier. Small businesses are going to have a more difficult recovery than large multinational companies that have been able to ride out the storm with big box stores and online sales. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the lifeblood of the economy. They hire the vast majority of private sector workers. Special consideration needs to be given to ensure that the hundreds of thousands of small and medium-sized businesses across this country are able to recover. The wage subsidy ends in September. Many businesses in my riding need help well beyond September. This is Tourism Week. The budget commitments to the tourism industry are not enough. Tourism's contribution to the economy is underestimated. Tourism employs more people than oil and gas in Canada. $500 million is not adequate to meet the needs of tourism operators across the country, especially for those who will not be in full operation again until at least 2022. I hear from constituents like Shelley and Dave who own and operate Cruise Plus, a company that books tours in Canada and around the world. When the pandemic hit, they and their team worked hard to get Canadians home and cancel bookings. They have struggled to stay afloat during the pandemic. They've lost well-trained, loyal employees and are concerned about the end of the wage subsidy. They will lose support before they are expecting to be able to restart their business in a serious way. The plan to lower the Canada Recovery Benefit from the current $500 a week to $300 a week by July needs to be re-examined. Workers are still struggling and may not be able to find enough work to compensate for that reduction. The pandemic has demonstrated the need to improve our social safety net with a guaranteed livable income. We're going to see additional shocks to our economy with automation, artificial intelligence, and climate change. A guaranteed livable income can help ensure that no one falls through the cracks as we navigate these new realities. How will we pay for all these things? During the peak of the pandemic, more than 5.5 million Canadian workers lost their jobs or were working half their normal hours. More than half of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to cover their monthly bills. At the same time, Canada's 48 richest billionaires increased their wealth by $78 billion and now have almost $250 billion between them. And we now know that some large corporations use taxpayer-funded relief programs to pay their shareholders and executives huge bonuses. That's disgusting. Canada needs an increase in the progressive tax rate at the higher income brackets. We also need a wealth tax and an inheritance tax for the ultra-wealthy. It's time to close tax loopholes that allow them to offshore their wealth and avoid paying taxes. And it's time to tax the internet giants who extract billions from our economy. Big banks and credit card companies have been raking in profits through increased user fees and interest rates they charge to consumers and businesses. And payday lenders are trapping low-income people into predatory loans with terms designed to keep them in endless cycles of debt. This is unacceptable. How have we let income inequality reach this point? All of these things could have been dealt with in this budget. Over and over again during this debate, I've heard the Conservatives call on the government to spend less. They caution about deficits and increasing debt. I agree with them in at least one area. We need to end all taxpayer handouts to the fossil fuel industry. Real climate action requires that we cut all funding to the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project, cut all subsidies to fracking companies and put them on notice their climate-destroying practice will be banned within the year, make the cost of industrial cleanup a non-dischargeable debt so we can stop subsidizing the cleanup of abandoned wells. The fossil fuel industry is a sunset industry. It's time to stop propping it up and invest those billions in a just transition to a renewable energy economy. Well, there are a number of things that are positive in this budget. It falls short of dealing with the challenges of our time. We are in a climate emergency and we have growing inequality. Canada can and must do better for people and the planet. I will continue to work towards that goal. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Within the budget, there is I would suggest you a historical commitment for the development of a national child care. Whether it's coming from the Prime Minister, the ministers, or just different caucuses, the push in recognizing the true value of expanding child care in Canada will assist the economy, and it will assist many others that would have been disengaged or maybe not had the same opportunity to get engaged into our economy. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to the true value of extending childcare for more people.
Well, member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I think that having a universal child care program is well beyond its time. So, the Liberals have been promising this since their Red Book in 1993. And I hope that we pull through with this and actually make it happen, because I've heard from constituents that want this. And Canadians across Canada have been asking for a universal child care program for a long time. And we've seen it work in Quebec. We know we can make it work in the rest of the provinces by working with them on this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the member, I see that the private sector has a very important part in bringing us out of this pandemic. It will create jobs, economic opportunity, and yes, even corporations will pay dividends, many to seniors, to help them go forward. But this member doesn't seem to think that the private sector has any role. Does this sector believe that there's any value in the private sector, as I do, or no?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, it would seem that the honourable member has missed a good piece of my speech where I talked about small and medium-sized businesses across this country employing the vast number of Canadians and how important that is to our economy. And small and medium-sized businesses are very important to my riding in Nanaimo Ladysmith. And that's why I was asking for extensions to the wage subsidy to make sure that we protect our small and medium-sized enterprises, because during this pandemic, the big box stores and the multinationals have been able to weather the storm by keeping their big box stores open and by doing online sales. And we need to protect our small and medium-sized businesses, and I'm absolutely on side with that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. There's some very relevant points on housing assistance and forestry that we could invest in, seniors that are being left behind, the knowledge economy, all that is great. He also raised the point that some wage subsidies had been badly used in order to give bonuses. I agree with him that that would have to be rectified. I would like to hear him about that specifically. Political parties in this House benefited from the wage subsidy. I think that that's a misuse of funds as well. What's his opinion? Should those political parties repay that money? That belongs to the people. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, I think the wage subsidy was put in place to ensure that employers were able to keep staff on. And people need to be able to justify, companies, political parties need to be able to justify taking the wage subsidy. We've seen it being abused by large corporations, and that's a problem. We, at the very beginning of the pandemic, said that we should have specific rules to ensure that there was no pandemic profiteering and misuse of public funds during this pandemic, and those warnings weren't heeded. So we've seen misuse of funds, and that's a serious problem.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay. A short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just would like the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, to just comment on this week we had the International Energy Agency coming out and saying we don't need any new oil developments. We've had the Canadian Energy Regulator saying we don't need the Keystone XL, we don't need Trans Mountain Pipeline. Just his comment on the fact that we are still subsidizing oil companies to the tune of $18 billion and only investing $15 billion into climate action.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, 10 seconds.
We absolutely need to end subsidies for the oil and gas industry, and that includes provincial subsidies for the fracking industry, which has had $6 billion for LNG Canada to export fracked gas from this country. That's going to be a stranded asset. It's going to be wasted taxpayer dollars, just the same way that Trans Mountain expansion is.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to begin my speech by just kind of addressing some of the things that we've heard from the Green Party just before this. Talking about stranded assets, the eastern part of Canada could be significantly stranded if Line 5 gets shut down. That's a reality. He was talking about oil and gas being sunset industry. Well, that may be true, but that sunset's likely not to happen for several hundred years from now yet. We're still seeing an increase in demand for oil production around the world. And even if you believe all the projections, that increase in demand, this isn't a reduction in demand. The increase in demand will continue to increase for the next 30 years, kind of minimum. And what better place to get those hydrocarbons from than Canada? That is, here we are, some of the most ethically produced oil on the face of the planet, some of the lowest carbon intensity oil in the face of the planet right here in Canada. Never mind the fact that we are importing hydrocarbons from around the world to continue to supply Canada. Just that alone seems to be ridiculous, in my opinion, is that we are an energy-rich country. We have endless amounts of natural resources in this country, and yet we're relying on other countries to supply our energy. And in the case of Line 5, we're relying on another country to just keep the licensing going for that particular pipeline. As far as I know right now, that pipeline is operating illegally. That has been the most recent Line 5 news, has been that the license or the easement through the state of Michigan has been revoked, and yet the pipeline just continues to operate. And so we're kind of hanging in limbo as we go forward. Madam Chair, this is Bill C-30, which is the Budget Implementation Act. It's been fascinating to watch all of the discussion around this particular budget. We hear repeatedly from folks around the subsidization of the oil and gas industry. I just was interacting with one of the block members over how the government subsidizes oil and gas but doesn't subsidize the forestry industry. Well, Madam Chair, I'm not sure. I haven't seen any direct subsidies to the oil and gas industry, with the exception of buying up a pipeline. The Trans Mountain Pipeline, Madam Chair, was a pipeline that was being built by private industry, and due to the actions of the government, they said that that pipeline was no longer going to be built. And then the government subsequently bought that project. And so if that's what they mean by subsidizing the oil and gas, I get it. I don't think that we needed to be publicly funding pipelines either. Pipelines had been built successfully in this country for generations by private industry, and I would assume that would continue. We see the forestry industry. I know that the block member was commenting about the forestry industry in Quebec. Believe me, in northern Alberta, the forestry industry is a big contributor to jobs and the economy in northern Alberta. Oil and gas is a shiny spot in our economy, but believe me, Alberta's economy is diversified. We have, where I come from, I say we do the 3 Fs, forestry, farming, and fracking. Those are kind of the big job creators in my area, but they are basically what support all of the population in our area. And so I'm always interested with the challenges that we see. But what we've seen in this Budget Implementation Act, one of the aspects of it is a removal of the interest on the apprenticeship loans that have been given out. And while I think that that's a noble cause, one of the things I am a product of the apprenticeship programs in Alberta. I was one of the first to go through the Rapid Apprenticeship Program when they introduced it back in 2003, and I got my automotive ticket from Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. The apprenticeship program that we've developed in Alberta are world-renowned and world-recognized, and the good work of NATE, the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, is also, and I went through there in classes full of apprentices. Many of my friends were apprentices, and got my journeyman's ticket back in 2007. And so that was I know the life of an apprentice. And the beauty of apprenticeship programs is that you are typically working while you're getting your training. And believe me, all the apprentices that I know, they're tradesmen, they're proud of what they do, they work with their hands. They would all very much appreciate to have a job right now, rather than having the interest on their loan being waived. And so while I appreciate that in this particular bill, I don't see a lot in this bill that's getting these people back to work. And we see with the Line 5, I call it the magic pipeline. It's changed the liberal rhetoric on pipelines dramatically. They're now starting to sound like conservatives. Like, pipelines are the safest way to move petroleum products. If we don't have this pipeline, there would be 8,000 rail cars and 15,000 tanker trucks on the road. Well, Madam Chair, there's one way to get all of these apprentices back to work, and that's to start building some of the pipeline projects that had been proposed and were ready to be built back in 2015. One in particular runs parallel to Line 5. It's called Energy East, and that pipeline was ready to be built back in 2015 when I first got elected, and the Liberals kiboshed that project. But we don't see anything. We don't see a repeal of Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill. That would have been something that they could have put in the budget and say, hey, we're going to promote the development of our natural resources, to promote jobs, promote the private industry of spending their own capital to get folks back to working, to get get us to the lifestyle that we were used to back before COVID. So this seems like a prime opportunity to get us all back to work, ensuring that we would have apprentices across this country making paychecks, being able to pay the interest on their student loans, and being back at work, raising their families, making money, doing all of the things that they do. So that's probably where I don't see a lot of those kind of initiatives in this particular bill. One of the things that I've seen in the budget, and that I was hopeful that we'd get some details in this bill that isn't there, is around the home renovation tax credits. This was an initiative that the Conservatives undertook during the last Great Recession. We rapidly passed the home renovation tax credit, which allowed you to update your windows, update your insulation, those kinds of things. This could also be deemed to be like a green initiative. And it was in the budget. We were talking about a particular $5,000 loan or tax credit, a $40,000 loan. We don't see details of that in this particular bill, so I'm disappointed about that. Lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about equalization. We have seen this bill touches on equalization, touches on what's called the Federal Provincial Transfers Act. And one of the things that Albertans have been calling for a number of years now is the removal of the cap on the financial stabilization program. It's currently capped at $60. The Liberals have moved that cap to $166. And so that's a movement in the right direction, but there still is no logic as to why there is a cap on the equalization stabilization program. Why is there a cap if a province is suffering under duress and having less revenues than it's had in the past? The equalization, the stabilization program is there to kind of maintain funding for programs while we go through a dip in revenues. Why there is a cap on that does not seem to be there. Nobody can explain the logic for that, and we see that again is so they acknowledge that maybe the cap is too low and they're going to raise the cap to $166, but don't provide us with any logic whatsoever as to why there needs to be a cap on that program. If government revenues in a particular province are suffering in a major depression, the stabilization program is supposed to balance that out and ease the pain of that. Why would it have a cap on it? That's it. And there's been no logic whatsoever provided for that. And so that I'm also quite frustrated with. So, Madam Speaker, I see my time is up. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I am always grateful to represent the people of Peace River Westlock. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, I think I heard my colleague say that there was no investment in the oil sector. But I'd like to remind him that there's 27 billion that is being invested, and there's a $3 billion increase over the previous year, and there's a decrease in indirect costs. I thought there was an issue, sorry. So we're talking about a decrease in municipal taxes in Alberta, lower electrical charges in Saskatchewan and elsewhere. So we're talking about over $27 billion invested in that type of energy that we all really want to shed as quickly as possible.
River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, the honourable colleague mentioned that we all want to shed this. I'm not actually that particular in trying to end the oil patch at this point. It's what provides jobs for thousands of people in my area. It's what's brought prosperity to this country, and it's contributed over $600 billion to the national coffers over the last decade. And so why would we kneecap ourselves? And while the rest of the world is looking for hydrocarbons, why wouldn't we be the country to produce these hydrocarbons? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable President, Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there's a bit of a divide within the Conservative caucus, it seems. There's those that believe that the government should be spending a lot more money. And then there's those that believe that the government is spent too much money. For those that say that we should be spending more, they'll talk about healthcare transfers. They'll talk about additional money being spent in the areas of supporting businesses and so forth. For those that want the cuts, they'll talk about the deficit. My question to the member is, which side of the divide is he on? Does he believe that the government needs to continue to support and invest in Canadians, or would he like to see cuts by the government?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, it's a matter of priorities. I would definitely like to see the. I don't think that there is that dichotomy that the member is referencing. We can be concerned about the debt and deficit, and we can also be supportive of particular programs. There's no dichotomy in that. What we are frustrated with is the current government's. They pat themselves on their back. If there's a particular problem, they just say, we spent this amount of money on that problem. And in many cases, we see that the amount of money that they've spent on a particular problem has just made the problem worse. It hasn't made it better. And so what we're saying is, it's like, if you're going to spend a lot of money, let's see some result for that. One area of this that we've seen probably the most is the most striking example of this is before COVID in particular, we had border security issues, and the government just kept saying, well, we're spending this amount of money on it, and we're spending way more than Conservatives were ever spent on it. Well, what's interesting about it is when Conservatives were in power.
Give more questions. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Peace River Westlock for a very personalized speech. My question to him would be, the Liberals talk a great game when it comes to building back and building back better, but the budget doesn't even include a plan to build. And he's very clearly articulated how they could have focused a little bit more on the trades and had something in there that would encourage folks to get their education and training in the trades. And I'm wondering if you'd be able to expand on that and how that's lacking in this budget.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yes, Madam Chair, and that's fun. That was probably the crux of my speech, was around apprenticeship loan interest waiving that's happening due to COVID. If you're paying interest on your apprenticeship loan, the interest would be waived for a certain period of time. And while I commend that, the trouble is that if you're not working, having interest deferred, and you still don't get a job after that time, you're still in that same trouble. And I don't see anything from this budget and the Budget Implementation Act, C-30, that we're discussing today, that will get Canada building things again, that will get our natural resource development kick-started. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Liberal budget and raise concerns on several fronts. When I was elected in 2019, in the years prior through the first mandate of the Liberal government, we saw deficit after deficit with no clear plan on balancing the budget. The grand plan for the budget to balance itself was failing. Now, here we are, a year and a half since the last election, and the $20 billion deficits we were concerned about then seem like a drop in the bucket compared to the enormous budget we are debating today. For years, Conservatives warned this government about spending cupboards bare when times were good, and now we are facing repercussions of that. This pandemic was unavoidable, no matter which party was in power. There would have been large costs associated with COVID. However, this brings to mind the famous quote, life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we respond to the challenges thrown our way. So I will take some of my time today to reflect on the failures of this Liberal government and the ways in which this government was too slow to act, which cost Canadians dearly. Firstly, it was early as January 2020 that Conservatives raised concerns about COVID-19 and called upon the government to take action on our borders. It was not until late March, when numerous COVID cases had already entered Canada, that this government took action. This delay in action could cost us big time. As opposed to a proactive response, this pandemic we had was a reactive one. Second, this government failed to implement and utilize widespread rapid testing. Widespread rapid testing could have allowed more things to stay open, as could have been better test and trace. Instead, for the past year, businesses have been teetering on the edge between not being allowed to stay open at all or being allowed to open under strict rules. Canadians are now 15 months into this climate of uncertainty, with the Liberals only making things worse by not providing Canadians with a clear plan to open or reopen our economy. I was deeply disappointed when the government voted against our Opposition Day motion to provide Canadians with certainty and establish a clear plan to reopen our economy. $354 billion is a staggering number. That is how much debt this government has added to Canada's debt load for 2020 to 2021 alone, bringing the total amount of debt added by the Liberals since 2015 greater than all other governments combined. To break that number down, for most Canadians, the largest purchase you will make in your life is the purchase of a home. Currently, with the rapid inflation in the housing market, the average Canadian home is worth $716,000. This means that the home you spend the better part of your life on paying could be purchased nearly 500,000 times over in this year's federal budget. Madam Speaker, when I think about deficits we are accumulating, what concerns me most is the fiscal mess we are leaving behind for future generations to deal with. The interest on our debt is forecast to be $30 billion per year by 2026, and that is with low interest rates. To put that in perspective, this budget commits $30 billion to childcare over the next 5 years. In the same time frame, we could spend that amount 5 times over simply just servicing our debt. Therefore, it is extremely important we return to a balanced budget as soon as possible so that we are not further increasing what we are paying in interest payments and can instead put that money towards helping Canadians get ahead. A few months ago, I stood in this House and spoke on Bill C-14 and my concerns with raising our debt ceiling to $1.8 trillion, an increase of $663 billion. My colleague, the member from Abbotsford, compared this to asking for a line of credit from the taxpayers, but not saying where that money will be spent. Well, now, in the budget, we finally have some answers as to where this money will be spent and where it will not be. For Albertans, our oil and gas industry has once again been forgotten by the Liberals. In 725 pages of this budget, the words oil and gas are mentioned only once in relation to the wage subsidy. Well, this wage subsidy has helped the sector through COVID. That is not what this sector needs to prosper. And the temporary wage subsidy does not address the root issue of red tape and government roadblocks. When our oil and gas industry does well, Canada does well. And as the most ethical oil producer in the world, we should be creating more economic opportunities for oil and gas by getting pipelines built and supporting our world-class technology and our emerging industry in carbon sequestration. This budget leaves behind oil and gas industry and all the economic prosperity that comes along with it. Conservatives know spending is required to recover our economy. We had a strong recovery plan after the 2008 financial crisis, made targeted investments, then got Canada's finances back on track, and returned to a balanced budget by 2015. Make no mistake, this budget is not the same thing. This budget does nothing to secure long-term prosperity for Canadians. Instead, it presents a plan for a reimagined Canadian economy, as the Prime Minister put it. A plan that dabbles in risky economic ideas like abandoning our oil and gas and natural resource industries, leaving our economy in a precarious position. This is not stimulus spending focused on creating jobs, but spending on Liberals' partisan priorities. Madam Speaker, when I talk about targeted support being needed, an area that comes to mind that has this budget a shortfall is tourism. COVID-19 has decimated our tourism industry in Canada, with many businesses on the brink permanently closing or coming out of this pandemic with large debts. No doubt programs currently in place are helpful. However, the $500 million allocated to tourism recovery, I worry, is not enough, especially when the Liberals continuously fail to provide us with a plan to reopen our economy. Canada's tourism industry actually has a similar GDP to that of the oil and gas industry. So while, unlike oil and gas, at least tourism is getting some money through this budget, $500 million is not adequate when I look at all the tourism businesses from coast to coast that need support. It is extremely important we fully recover the tourism industry, especially in communities that rely on the industry as a significant part of their economy, like the municipality of Jasper, in my riding, where approximately 48% of the municipality's GDP was related to the tourism industry. Another area of the budget that stuck out to me was the unfair and unjustified old age security increase to our seniors. Over 75, well, there is nothing for our seniors 65 to 75, who have also been struggling throughout this pandemic. Statistics Canada recently reported that inflation has surpassed the Bank of Canada's 2% target and is now reaching 3.4%. Policies like the Liberal carbon tax and money printing have driven this inflation, and old age securities payments must reflect that. Perhaps when we get to questions after my speech, a Liberal member could explain why they believe 65 to 75-year-olds are immune to inflation. It is far too often I have seniors emailing my office saying they feel let down by this government on their failures to support programs. Madam Speaker, I conclude my remarks today, and I would like to reiterate that I cannot support this budget due to the staggering deficit and the fact that the new spending in this budget is ideologically driven and completely abandons our oil and gas industry. This long-anticipated budget is a major letdown for Western Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been hearing Conservatives talk a lot about the amount of debt that's been taken on during this pandemic, and I would argue that it's a requirement. It's been a requirement to take care of Canadians throughout this very difficult time. But what I find perplexing about it is the fact that Conservatives voted in this House for those pandemic measures, voted in this House for all of that spending, for the hundreds of billions of dollars, quite often through unanimous consent motions. Not even, they could have just one of them, it just took one of them to say no. And that wouldn't have passed, and it would have triggered a whole series of events in order to have these bills go through the committee stage and be properly vetted. And this member could have pointed out during that time his concerns over this, but he didn't. He voted in favor of it. Can the member explain to this House why he voted in favor of those unanimous consent motions to spend that money if he's just going to be critical of it now?
Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to point out that if the member was actually paying attention to my speech, he would have noticed I had said in there it didn't matter on which political party was in power at the time, that there would have been huge amounts of spending, but obviously he must have missed that section. And there had to be this money spent at this time. Unfortunately, my concerns were the fact that the lateness that the Liberals took towards COVID and how they did not address the issue quick enough by closing our borders. So that was one of my issues that I had brought forward. But I'd like to conclude that that is why I feel that Conservatives supported Canadians throughout this COVID situation, but yet the Liberal member didn't quite understand my speech, and I apologize for his
Qu'est-ce commentaire? La députée de La Pointe-à-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. The Honourable Member Yes, I'm sorry, my mic was off. Well, I'd like to ask my colleague about all these pensions. We know that in 1975, these pensions were 20% of the average industrial salary, but today that's gone down to 13%. When our youth today gets to retirement age, it may have fallen down to 8%. What does my colleague think of this idea of increasing pensions for all seniors starting at 65 and over 3 years increasing them to $110 so that they can recuperate some of that buying power? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my colleague, that was actually a very good question. As my colleague recalls, there was a motion put forward in this House, and the majority of the MPs did vote in favor of increasing, as you had said, our seniors that had built this country and that we need to support them in their times of need. And without increasing their pensions, I don't see how they're going to survive as we proceed forward. And so definitely I do agree with you. I did vote in favor of that, as, like I said, the majority of the House, except the Liberals, did not. So that is one thing that I do support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you. And I want to thank my colleague from Yellowhead for a great speech. I want to also acknowledge that in his former life he was a mayor in one of his communities. And as a mayor, he will have been seized with the concept that every annual budget, which of course this Liberal budget isn't annual anymore, it seems more like a biannual event, but regardless, an annual budget should at least have a plan in it. Is there any semblance of a plan in this budget that you could detect?
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my member from Provencher. That is actually one of the things that as he had mentioned, as a mayor before, we could not run deficits as a municipality. We had to have a proper plan in place as to what we are going to address and how we are going to see our future grow. That was one of the things that I do miss about this budget, that I was hoping and much anticipated, like many other MPs, that was going to be a great budget that we could show how we are going to progress into the future, how we were going to show our economy opening up, how we are going to see jobs created, how we're going to see, and I keep saying the word how, and that's a shame that we don't see how this is all going to be done. And that's the challenge with this budget. So that's one of the many issues that I have with this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget and other measures tabled in the Parliament on April 19th, 2021. As always, I rise to represent the good citizens of the North Okanagan Shuswap, people who have been doing their part through this pandemic, but have seen this government let them down. In previous budget debates, examining Liberal deficits in the range of $18 to $20 billion, I have stated how these deficits created a public debt amounting to about $500 for every living Canadian. That's $500 for every person in Canada, whether they have a means of repaying it or not. So for less than 50%, for the less than 50% of Canadians who are in the workforce and able to repay debt, their share was exponentially more than $500 per person on average. Throughout this pandemic crisis, I have supported emergency spending necessary to help individuals and small businesses get through the layoffs and the business shutdowns caused by the restrictions required to prevent the spread of the virus. Members from all parties, and indeed all Canadians, have invested varying levels of trust in this government to spend where necessary to protect Canadians, to end the pandemic, and to help Canadians and employers who required assistance along the way. In more than one way, Canadians had no choice but to trust this government and spend monies and deliver a pandemic response. And how has this government treated the trust of all who depend on government? Well, scandals have emerged and proven the self-evident truths that this government has reportedly failed to focus and deliver the investments required to secure the future of all Canadians. Crisis spending was and is clearly still required, but without a plan and spending without controls never delivers the outcomes that are needed. One outcome of the government's spending that we can all bank on is the additional $343 billion in national debt that the government has already added. That works out to $9,270 for every Canadian, again, whether they are able to repay it or not. That means, once again, that for those in the workforce or potentially able to pay down debt, they've been handed another tax bill of $20,000 each by this government. What is worse is the government still has no clear plan for getting Canadians back to work to start paying down the debts of the 2016 to 2020 deficits and now this new added debt. Mr. Speaker, I've reviewed the budget to search for priorities identified to me by the good people of the North Okanagan Shuswap. Priorities that I have consistently relayed to this government on behalf of my constituents. Unfortunately, in Budget 2021, this government has failed to recognize some vitally important needs. Affordability is something weighing on the minds of many Canadians, and once again, this government has failed to recognize the reality in this budget. Seniors on fixed incomes see the cost of groceries and everyday living growing faster than their pensions. With no way of increasing their incomes, seniors are already worried that the future increases in taxes to pay for this government's spending will leave them with fewer dollars for daily living. Young families see the cost of the first home growing faster than their incomes and a need to plan to make a home ownership more affordable. As the inflation rate has hit 3.4%, the highest level in a decade, these young families can only fault this Liberal government with their policies for flippantly printing and spending money for young families. This is the fault for the young families' inability to keep up with rising costs. On infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, over the years I have advocated on behalf of municipalities and First Nations in need of infrastructure programs to help grow their communities and secure the future of their residents and members. The one-time investment of $2.2 billion to address infrastructure priorities in municipalities and First Nations communities through the Federal Gas Tax Fund is not the long-term commitment that communities are looking for. When major infrastructure projects often take years to implement, a one-time injection is somewhat like the Prime Minister's promise of a one-shot summer. There is no plan to follow through. Investments in aquatic invasive species. I've heard from numerous conservation organizations, municipalities, First Nations, regional districts, who are all justly concerned about the persisting threat of aquatic invasive species, or AIS, to wildlife, ecologies, and economies in the North Okanagan Shuswap. In 2019, the Prime Minister directed the Fisheries Minister to make new investments in the fight against invasive species. Nearly a year and a half later, and British Columbians are still waiting for this government to finally provide some new resources to protect our waters from invasive species. Having served with the Fisheries Minister for years on the Fisheries Committee, the Minister knows that the introduction of zebra or quagga mussels to BC waters would devastate our ecosystem, our local economies, and yet she persists in withholding the new investment the Prime Minister mandated her to make. Mr. Speaker, more needs to be done, and Canadians deserve better. Throughout the pandemic, I've heard from hundreds of constituents doing their best to contend with the challenges they face. One common thread that I see in the input and requests I've received is that Canadians need a plan to help them secure their future. A plan a long-term national recovery. Canadians want a plan that will secure their jobs. Businesses have been contacting me, unable to fill shifts because of disincentives for people to go back to work. That is why the Conservatives put forward a back-to-work bonus plan to help Canadians transition back to work while gradually reducing the need for government benefits. Canadians want a plan that will secure accountability. Constituents have contacted me tired of the breaches of ethics by the Prime Minister and his cabinet and caucus. That is why Conservatives adopted a policy put forward by one of my constituents to strengthen legislation around accountability and transparency. Constituents want a plan that will secure mental health. We all know someone who has been impacted by mental illness and been unable to access the support they need. Canadians need a plan that recognizes mental health is health. Canadians also want a plan that will secure the country. Early in the pandemic, we learned that Canada was not prepared, and stockpiles of PPE had been shipped to China by this government. Canadians need a plan that ensures we are prepared for the next threat to our security, whatever threat that might be. Canadians want a plan that will secure our economy. Rather than borrowing and printing more money and driving up inflation, Canadians need a plan that provides stimulus measures that are targeted and time-limited to avoid creating a structural deficit. Mr. Speaker, these are the differences between this Liberal government's budget and this Implementation Act and our Conservative plan to secure our future. When I hear of seniors drop-in organizations that have been forced to close because they spent their last dollars paying utility bills and got no help from this government to remain solvent so that they could be there when when restrictions are lifted again, I see a government that has failed its citizens. When I hear from businesses that could be growing except they cannot find workers to fill shifts, I see a government that has failed. When I hear from First Nations, municipalities, and community organizations that government is not providing the protective measures mandated by the minister, I see a government that has failed. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better, and I look forward to working with the good people of the North Okanagan Shuswap in our pursuit of the plans and resources needed to secure the future and the future of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments for the member for North Okanagan Shuswap when the House next returns to debate on the motion. But now, it being 6:11 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-237, National Framework for Diabetes Act, standing in the name of Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Prise de débat. L'honorable député de Rivière.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here tonight to discuss Bill C-237, also called an Act to Establish a National Framework for Diabetes. The goal of this legislation is to improve access to prevention and treatment of diabetes. It was tabled by my colleague for Brampton South, and it is now at the third reading stage. Now, what I can say in summary about this bill is that it aims to explain how diabetes and pre-diabetes work. It aims to support training for health and other professionals on the prevention and treatment of diabetes. It aims to promote research and improve data collection in order to improve knowledge and improve the quality of research on this topic, and it ensures that the CRA will properly administer tax credits for people with disabilities so that they can help as many people as possible. Now, this legislation gives 1 year for establishing the national framework and 5 years to evaluate its effectiveness. Now, we should underscore that since 2016, the diabetes strategy has gone through Health Canada's Centre for the Prevention of Chronic Disease. This is a very general plan and includes very few structural measures. Rather, it mainly includes statements of principle. Most of the elements are the same as previous plans, which is why many organizations are asking for a national framework. The Bloc Québécois has come out in favor of a national diabetes strategy. Given that this chronic disease represents a major health problem, it would seem to be inhuman to oppose it. But we do need to make sure that the framework be designed while considering Quebec and the province's requests, and that jurisdictional issues be respected. Health is an area of competitive jurisdiction, so to speak, given that there is overlap between provincial and federal jurisdiction. In the area of health, Quebec must exercise a maximum amount of authority and control. The federal government's role should be in prevention. It needs to take action in order to reduce the high levels of obesity in the country, as obesity contributes to the chances of contracting diabetes. Although Quebec's rates are favorable compared to other Canadian provinces and many other countries, nonetheless, 25% of Quebecers suffer or will suffer from obesity. Diabetes Canada, the most influential Canadian organization fighting diabetes, is not present in Quebec. Instead, Quebec is lucky enough to have Diabète Québec, an organization that offers its members information and support and contributes to research. In 1994, the organization even founded Entraide Diabétique du Québec, which is another organization which looks to gather donations to help people with diabetes. There are 3 major forms of diabetes: type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. Now, in all 3 cases, the disease is characterized by chronic hyperglycemia, which means that glucose levels are too high due to an excess of sugar in the blood. Anomalies related to insulin lead to sugar not being able to enter the body's cells. Instead, it remains in the blood circulation. This disease can be fatal if it is not treated, and it leads to patients having higher levels of cardiovascular disease, blindness, kidney failure, and so on. And in some cases, due to what I've already mentioned, it can lead to amputations. 442 million adults in the world have diabetes. It is a global scourge. Quebec has not been spared. According to the Canada Public Health Agency, 10% of Quebecers have diabetes or pre-diabetes. And of course, this leads to a staggering financial cost, $3 billion a year, according to Quebec's National Public Health Institute, $3 billion. The good news is that nearly 90% of diabetes cases are type 2, and they can be prevented or even cured by adopting healthy living habits. And that is why it is key that we take steps to prevent people from developing the disease by raising awareness about good diet and exercise habits. However, it wouldn't be true to say that everything is on our side because, for one thing, the sugar lobbies work hard to slow down, dilute, or even eliminate any legislation that might reduce consumption of processed sugar. it is very difficult to legislate in order to create a tax on products with refined sugar, honest labeling, or limiting advertising for these products. It would be difficult but necessary to legislate. Now, when it comes to the pandemic, or rather, not pandemic, the epidemic of diabetes, ultimately profits pharmaceutical companies. In 2016, global profits from the sale of insulin were nearly worth $50 billion. It is extremely difficult to carry out a successful prevention campaign when we are trying to measure up to powerful pharma laboratories, which boast that they will be able to help people with diabetes to live a normal life. Now, while we're waiting to win this battle, we need to continue and increase our efforts to offer adequate services. We've already done a great deal, but we need to do more. What communities are most vulnerable to diabetes? Well, in Quebec and Canada, First Nations have much higher levels of diabetes, 4 to 5 times higher than in the rest of the Quebec or Canadian population. In order to reduce this problem, Health Canada has invested on average $50 million a year since 1999 through the Indigenous Diabetes Initiative, which is an organization that collaborates with Indigenous groups in order to reduce health inequalities. However, the problem is far from having been settled, and it would cost the federal government a great deal more than $50 million a year to end this trend, but that is a different debate. Exactly 100 years ago, it was in Ontario, in this beautiful country of Canada, that insulin was discovered, so to speak, by a team of medical researchers. And the researchers, Frederick Banting and John MacLeod, received the Nobel Prize for Medicine 2 years later in 1923 for this work. As a pioneer in research on diabetes and its treatment, it is critical that Canada design a clear and ambitious national strategy. However, as I have said, the Bloc Québécois' support is conditional on respect for the provinces and Quebec and the issue of jurisdiction sharing. We will be voting for the bill in its current form because it does meet at this point all of the criteria that I've mentioned. It can't promise, of course, that we will eradicate diabetes in the years to come, but Bill 237 does represent a step in the right direction and a very acceptable solution. Before concluding, I would like to mention the work carried out by an organization in my riding, the Association du Diabète Laval-Laurentide. Since 1984, this organization has been working hard to raise awareness about diabetes, and it broadcasts knowledge on the topic through its platform of conferences and workshops that it holds. I'd also like to honor the hard work of hospitals and clinics in my riding and elsewhere in Quebec who are fighting diabetes day after day. I'd also like to thank all of the medical personnel that helps and offers diagnoses to patients with diabetes in order to help them have a better quality of life. I'd also like to thank the research teams. Order. Unfortunately, the time for the honorable member is over for now. So we will continue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise to speak to this bill to establish a national framework for diabetes. Currently, more than 6 million Canadians are living with diabetes and the health and financial costs associated with it. Today, many Canadians living with diabetes are unable to afford the medications, devices, and supplies they need. We also know there are even larger costs related to non-adherence that can lead to avoidable complications and sometimes even worse. This is especially true for too many families that I represent in London Fanshawe. I've heard from folks who struggle with being able to put food on the table, to keep up with the rising costs of housing, and with the large and rising costs of medication. They are often faced with an impossible choice. One person I spoke to talked about paying their bills every month, and they called it creative financing. The bills that they skip this month, they pay the next. What medications can they choose to stretch, or which prescriptions must they leave unfilled? Sadly, these choices can lead to poor health outcomes and hardship. They also have to live with the choices that federal and provincial governments make that too often overlook them and cause them a lifetime of greater suffering. I can't imagine a family in Canada that hasn't been impacted by diabetes. Mine certainly has. My grandfather lived with diabetes, but he was fortunate to have a unionized job. He was a steelworker, and his union ensured that he had benefits and drug coverage. Yet for far too many Canadians, a good-paying job with benefits isn't a reality. We've also seen through the COVID-19 pandemic that a massive downturn in the economy has come with the shutdown of workplaces, and this can lead to many people losing those benefits, and often at a time when they need them the most. New Democrats believe the federal government must support the development and implementation of a new national diabetes strategy based on the Diabetes 360-degree framework that was developed in 2018 by Diabetes Canada and dozens of other stakeholder groups. And the government should facilitate the creation of type 1 diabetes and Indigenous-specific strategic approaches, the latter to be led and owned by Indigenous communities. We believe the Government of Canada must support Indigenous-led programs. Indigenous communities are asking for services and research, the prioritization of food sovereignty, access to culturally appropriate care and treatment options, traditional healers and medicines, and they are asking for the assistance to raise awareness about gestational diabetes and the increase in diabetes among young Indigenous women. In addition, New Democrats believe that there is an urgent need for a universal public pharmacare plan that would ensure all Canadians living with diabetes have access to the medications they need when they need them. This must include coverage for diabetes devices and supplies such as test strips, syringes, insulin pumps, and continuous glucose monitors. There have been incredible technological advancements that help people living with diabetes monitor their insulin levels through apps on their cell phones, but these are expensive and out of reach for too many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canada has no formal national strategy to address diabetes, one of the most significant healthcare crises of our time, according to Diabetes Canada. Although the World Health Organization recommends every country have a national diabetes strategy, Canada's previous strategy fizzled away in 2013, followed by a scathing report on its underperformance by the Auditor General. Depending on where you live in Canada, what other private insurance you have, and what your treatment protocol is for your diabetes, it can cost a patient out of pocket up to $15,000 a year to live with diabetes, and that's unacceptable. But other provincial governments are providing leadership on this front. For example, the current BC NDP government expanded its pharmacare coverage for diabetics aged 25 and older to use insulin pumps instead of relying on daily injections to stabilize their condition. Under the former Nova Scotia NDP government, they extended coverage for the cost of insulin pumps and supplies for eligible youth aged to 18 and supplies for people 19 to 25 with type 1 diabetes who use an insulin pump. Under the former NDP government in Manitoba, they brought in a program to cover the costs of pumps for youth. These were all positive steps made by current and former NDP governments across Canada. I wish I could say that we are seeing similar positive steps in my home province of Ontario. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the Ontario Conservative government voted down NDP MPP Taras Natyshak's Bill 272 that called on the government to add continuous glucose monitoring and flash monitoring devices to Ontario's Assistive Devices Program for Ontarians diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. This bill would have made life easier and more affordable, removing financial barriers to technology that makes it easier to manage diabetes and removes the need for the frequent finger pricks. It is said that provincial Conservative government couldn't have seen the merits in passing it. There's an estimated 1 in 3 Ontarians living with diabetes or pre-diabetes. Approximately 4.3 million people in Ontario and across Canada need to see a government that will support them and, of course, the principles outlined in the Canada Health Act, which are clear about universal health coverage. It is clear we need a national framework to bring expanded coverage for Canadians, no matter your government, no matter your province, no matter your postal code. Of course, Mr. Speaker, any national framework needs to be backed up with a national universal pharmacare plan. A recent report from the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions found that 57% of Canadians with diabetes reported failing to adhere to their prescribed therapies due to affordability issues related to medications, devices, and supplies. Liberals say the right things when it comes to pharmacare, but when it comes time to act, they put the profits of big pharmaceutical insurance companies ahead of what Canadian families need. Liberals have been promising pharmacare for 23 years, but Canadians are still facing sky-high prescription costs that make it hard to make ends meet. Right now, millions of families cannot afford to take the medications they need because they have no drug coverage. The number of uninsured people forced to skip their medications is growing, and with COVID-19 pandemic, most people work on contract or are self-employed or have jobs that don't come with health benefits or have no job at all. Too many seniors as well are putting their health at risk because they don't have that drug coverage and they can't afford to pay out of pocket for their medications. Bulk buying of pharmaceuticals undercuts inflated prescription costs set up by private companies and lets us lower costs dramatically by negotiating prices as an entire country. We can save $4.2 billion and use that money to give better health coverage to all Canadians. A national framework for diabetes combined with a national universal pharmacare plan would have a direct impact on families across Canada and families in my riding in London Fanshawe. This lack of dedicated support or action to tackle the diabetes epidemic means that every 24 hours, more than 20 Canadians die of diabetes-related complications. 14 have a lower limb amputated. 480 more are diagnosed with the disease, and the healthcare system spends $75 million treating patients with the disease. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way, but we need a government that has the political will and courage to get it done. It would be a missed opportunity on the eve of the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin in Canada if we fail to ensure that every Canadian living with diabetes can afford access to insulin. And of course, as a proud Londoner, it would be a failed opportunity if I didn't mention this anniversary as well. In 1921, Dr. Frederick Banting, Charles Best, James Collip, and their supervisor, James MacLeod, discovered insulin. This discovery revolutionized the treatment of diabetes worldwide and remains among the most celebrated medical discoveries in Canadian history. Yet today, many Canadians living with type 1 or type 2 diabetes are unable to afford the medications, devices, and supplies they need. I can't imagine this is the outcome Banting, Best, and Collip wanted or imagined when they were awarded the American patents for insulin, which they sold to the University of Toronto for $1 each. Located in London, Ontario, is the House of Sir Frederick Banting. Under the stewardship of Diabetes Canada, Banting House National Historic Site of Canada creates public awareness and understanding of the national historic significance of Sir Frederick Banting and preserves the commemorative integrity of Banting House, the birthplace of insulin, for the benefit of the people of Canada. So many Canadians still fight for the dream where we don't profit off each other's illness, that we grow as people and as a society, that we take care of each other. It can be disheartening to see a government continue to be heavily lobbied by large pharmaceutical companies, and even more so, that they seem to listen. That's why New Democrats support the creation of a national framework for diabetes, and we won't stop fighting for a national universal pharmacare plan. Tommy Douglas, the father of Medicare, did not intend to limit it to hospitals and doctors alone. Coverage of drugs and other services like dental care, ear and eye care, long-term care were to follow. That's why I will conclude my speech tonight with a quote from Tommy Douglas. "Courage, my friends, 'tis not too late to build a better world." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to this private member's bill that's been brought forward by the member from Brampton South. And I just want to congratulate her on taking her private member's opportunity to bring forward a bill or a motion to put it to such a meaningful and important cause. I used to sit really close to this member from Brampton South, and I know her passion towards healthcare and making sure that the most vulnerable in our communities, especially as it related to health, are taken care of. And I know on a number of occasions she had talked to me when we would sit next to each other about the need for something to be done nationally as it relates to diabetes. And this was in the last session of Parliament. And now that we're here, and she obviously was very lucky in the lottery to have her spot near to the front of the list, she has an opportunity to do something. So to see this bill being brought forward by the member from Brampton South is extremely rewarding, because I know that she is doing something here that she is extremely passionate about. And indeed, she's been a leader in bringing members from different parties throughout this House together to talk about diabetes and the strategy that the federal government should take. I will say, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about a disease that affects over 3 million Canadians, I must admit that I was kind of surprised to learn that we didn't already have a strategy of some form in place as it relates to making sure that we have coordinated efforts across the country in fighting diabetes. Diabetes, as indicated by a number of people in this House tonight and in the previous hour of debate on this particular bill, is something that does affect so many Canadians, affects the quality of life, but in fact, in many instances, is a preventable disease. In particular, I know that roughly 200,000 Canadians are newly diagnosed with diabetes, and approximately 90% of those are preventable type 2. And so when we think of the growth and aging within the Canadian population, the number of Canadians that are expected to live with diabetes is obviously growing as well. So putting in measures to make sure that we have a national strategy as it relates to educating healthcare professionals on how to prevent and also how to treat diabetes is critical, probably more important than at any time previous as it relates to fighting this particular disease, with, of course, the exception, as mentioned by the previous speaker from the NDP, with the invention of penicillin. Penicillin. And so, knowing that we have this this strategy coming forward, and I'm so glad to see so much support from throughout the House, various different parties. It appears as though this might pass unanimously. Really is telling of how this Parliament can come together and to work together, not just here, but also show the desire to work with our other counterparts at the provincial, municipal, at the various different levels, the territorial level, to make sure that all Canadians right throughout Canada can have a meaningful framework in place to make sure that they are taken care of in the event that they get diabetes, and in fact, in helping to prevent that from being the case. I will say that it is very rewarding, and I'm very proud to be part of a government that has brought forward many initiatives as it relates to healthcare throughout the various different budgets that have been presented over the years since 2015. And I would note that in Budget 2021 specifically, there's $25 million over a 5-year period starting in 2021, specifically for Health Canada for additional investments in research on diabetes, including juvenile diabetes specifically, surveillance and prevention, and to work towards developing a national framework on diabetes. So it really shows that this private member's bill that's being brought forward dovetails nicely with what this government is already on the course of doing in terms of making sure that we continue to advance the research and prevention and education around diabetes. And indeed, Bill C-237 will be developed in consultation with provinces and territories, Indigenous groups and stakeholders to help support improved access to prevention and treatment and better health outcomes for all Canadians. This is, one of the various different elements that's been brought forward. I've just mentioned that one $10 million over 5 years. $25 million over 5 years. But there's also in Budget 2021 a proposal for $10 million over 5 years for the Public Health Agency of Canada for a new Diabetes Challenge Prize. And specifically, this initiative will help surface novel approaches to diabetes prevention and promote the development and testing of new interventions to reduce the risks associated with type 2 diabetes. So it's, obviously, and has been illustrated by both the government approach and members from within this House, the member that's been brought forward this bill, and members from the other parties that have been speaking in favor of it, something that this Parliament really does see as an opportunity to seize on this issue and to advance the objectives of Parliament and those health objectives for the benefit of all Canadians. And so I'm very proud to be supporting this, knowing that we can have such a great impact in the lives of so many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, means something deeply, I know, to all members of this House. But again, I will perhaps conclude with where I started, which is that I'm very encouraged to see this member use her opportunity through this private member's bill to bring forward something that will have a meaningful, large impact on a number of Canadians throughout this country. And indeed, if the national strategy is developed in the right way and is brought forward in a way that really helps prevent people from getting diabetes, the value of her impact will be immeasurable, because down the road, many people may have not ended up getting, in particular, type 2 diabetes because of the prevention measures that were put in place here. This member knows a lot about this topic. As I indicated before, she was very passionate about it and spoke very passionate about it. I know before coming into Parliament, she was in the health profession specifically. And I always like to see examples of people who come into this House having previous knowledge outside of government, outside of the workings of government, that have a specific passion, perhaps from a former profession that they had, and then bring that here and apply that to policy in this House. And what could be more rewarding than your work in a profession and then bringing it to the seat of democracy for our nation and putting it into actual practical use, that knowledge that you have, and turning something into legislation like it appears as though this member will be doing through this bill, given the fact that all parties have indicated that they're going to be supporting it. So I won't use up any more time, Mr. Speaker, but I will say that I'm very much looking forward to adopting this and having the vote on this at the end of this hour of debate, and moving on with this strategy so that we can see the national framework be developed for all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much to all of the speakers tonight, because I think they've brought so much warmth to this discussion. The fact is, diabetes is one of those, as all speakers have said, it's something that is preventable for 90% of these cases. And I think this is a great time that we can all join together and talk about this. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad it is in you in the chair, because I can share with you the types of phrases that are used in my house or my mom and dad's house every day. So every day, anytime I walk into my mom and dad's house, these are the topics I hear. Karen, your father's sugar is high. Ask your dad how many cookies he ate today. Your father's sugar was 15 and he is miserable. All I hear is your father's sugar is high. And usually, Karen, are you watching your sugar? These are really important. I know, I agree. But these are my parents. They love me. I am from a family where many of the elderly relatives have been challenged with diabetes, and that's why I'm so happy to speak on this bill today on C-237, a national framework for the Diabetes Act, focusing on prevention and treatment. And according to Diabetes Canada, there are 11 million Canadians who are living with diabetes or pre-diabetes. And sorry, I'm going to have to take these off and on. You know, something about turning 50, I'm not sure about my eyes anymore. But I can tell you, diabetes will cause some eye problems. But carrying on to this, these are really important things, and we have to understand about the 3 different types of diabetes there are and what we can do as well. So I'm just going to start off with the simple one, which is the least simple one, which is type 1 diabetes. I'm just going to talk a little bit about this and then talk about what many of us have discussed, which is also type 2 diabetes. And type 1 is an autoimmune condition where the immune system mistakenly attacks and destroys the beta cells in the pancreas that produce insulin, and the damage is permanent. These are the types of things that if we're looking at who are these people that are going to have these issues, and we recognize that type 1 diabetes impacts most people before the age of 35, though it can develop older in life as well. But this is one of those things that you are born, or there is something determining that you will end up with type 1 diabetes. This is something, whether it's genetics, whatever it may be, there's not actually a solution to what is causing these issues. And these are things that I think many families are very concerned about, because if you have a child, and this is something as a mom I look at, if you have a child who has diabetes, it is very life-altering. And that is why I think that the research that's being done through our juvenile diabetes associations and all of those groups is really, really important, because the impact of type 1 diabetes, especially on our youth. You know, I'm sure everybody in this house has probably seen a soccer field where they've seen a young person playing soccer or baseball or wherever it may be, where they see a child who has a pump on their side. And you know, the first time I saw that was probably about 15 years ago, when a young girl came to my house to visit with the kids, and she had her own insulin pump. And it's incredible the things that you see. You know, this is a very active child, and for her parents, knowing that she's on that soccer field, at no time, the chances of her passing out or the chances of her having issues, those are things that are really important. And that is why something like this national strategy, so that we can help all families, that's why something like this is really, really important. This form of diabetes, though, we understand is an autoimmune disease. And with this, with the body not being able to put in the insulin, we have to ensure that we have the technology and the advancements to make sure that that person has a whole life. And when I talk about these young children, you know, earlier in my career, I had some people from the junior diabetes, the JDRF, and it was great when they came in, because they were talking about some of these little pieces that they're wearing on their hips that shows how many carbohydrates they've had in their diet, what proteins, all of these things. So that is why I think having framework and funding is so important, because this is a disease that we can do more about. But type 2 diabetes, and it's something that we really talk about most often, impacts about 90%. 90% of the cases of diabetes is with type 2 diabetes. And this has more to do with an insulin resistance causing the not to use the hormone insulin efficiently. And sorry, I take this back. This actually takes me back to first year university biology, when you're talking about what the impacts are, and if the pancreas isn't working, the impact of the kidneys and everything else. And we know that from this, it does have a really negative effect on a person's life, or can have a negative effect on a person's life. We'll talk more about that, because I think when talking about type 2 diabetes, this is something that we can really pinpoint on. What can we do? Because truly, there is a path to limit and to reduce the number of people who are living with diabetes. There is a way of prevention. And that is why I think this is a really important strategy as well. Gestational diabetes, of course, if you're pregnant, these are issues that people have when their insulin-blocking hormones take place. But you see many, many women who are going through their last weeks of pregnancy who have diabetes. And in many cases, it just goes away quickly, and they'll be fine. But there are some cases that we have to be very, very concerned with. You know, diabetes, as I indicated, it has been an important part of my life, and it's because I think of my family members who have lived with it. I remember back in the mid-70s when my grandmother came to live with us. That was because my grandmother had to have her leg amputated due to diabetes. Due to some of the common issues that you have with diabetes, amputations seems to be very common, and especially when we're talking about 45 years ago. It is incredible to see how things have changed in the last 45 years, from the fact that, you know, you're not seeing as many amputations, you're seeing a proper care, and you're seeing this care and maintenance that needs to be done. But you know, with somebody having type 2 diabetes, you have to be worried about heart and stroke, nerve damage, as I indicated about eyes and retinopathy. Sorry, it's one of those days that gets late and I have to put my glasses back on. But you know, there's many factors that we can do to control and to manage these things. And that's why I think with type 2 diabetes, we really need to look, and this is what I think this plan will be very, very useful for, is how can we have a national strategy that really takes some of the best practices, takes the potpourri of best practices from our provinces and territories, where we can work together and ensure that the research that is being done, how we can assist by funding, and how we can assist the provinces and territories, recognizing that we're a partner here, we're not the main game holder, but what can we do to enhance people's lives? And so some of the key factors of managing and controlling, we need to look at nutrition and fitness, meal planning, healthy eating, exercise and activity, and weight management. And if we drill down into this a little bit more specifically, I pulled out a report from 2012 done by the Government of Ontario, focusing on some of the key recommendations. And you know, I think truly diabetes, many of the factors or many of the things that we can move forward are truly common sense things. So for instance, reducing obesity. We know that by being overweight, that this is a very key factor to diabetes. And so what can we do? How can we ensure that somebody is going to be increasing their physical fitness? How do we know about that activity? We know that with insulin, that when you are exercising, that it is in more control, and that over those 2 hours or 3 hours of exercising, that your glucose tolerance actually starts to change with your activities, and we should be aware of those. We know that overall, the physical exercise that you have will give you better health, whether it's for your heart, and doing proper exercise programs. We need to make sure that we're maintaining healthy weights, and that's something that I will be very honest, healthy weight, I'm not sure what I would be. We know, for especially women, and if we talk about this time, I'm looking at the stress, because stress is another factor that can lead to this. We know that right now people are sitting home due to stress, with COVID, and due to stress, doing different routines, that we know that there has been a lot of people that have packed on that, like they call it the COVID-15 or the Frosh 15 if you went to university back in the 90s. But a lot of people have gained a lot of extra weight. And what are some things that we can ensure that they're going to be healthy again? So we know that by maintaining a healthy meal plan and making sure that you're eating all proper goods, that these are other ways of doing so, but by having a healthy, a good diet. And another opportunity is another thing is not to smoke. We know that with diabetes, that smoking is something that can cause great complications. And I heard my colleague from the bloc indicate this also, and I'm very proud, being from the city of being from Elgin, Middlesex, London, we have a proud statue honoring Sir Frederick Banting, who of course in 1923 was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for Medicine, along with John James Richter MacLeod, who also was the co-discoverer of insulin. This is the type of great work that we need to do. And this was over a century ago. This is the type that we need to do. This is what makes us have a better country. I just really hope, I really like the idea of where we're going here. I recognize that leaders from the government or members from the government have talked about all of the funding that they have given and what they're doing for this. I just hope that they actually stay on target, stay focused, and get it done right. Because we know a lot of times that sometimes you may put money into it, but is it being spent properly? Are we focusing on what the provinces and territories need, and how can we do that as well? I just hope that we do get it right, and I do know under this member who did put this forward, I do have great respect for her. I know that she herself was one of the persons putting a motion forward so that we studied this in HESA, and I think that's really important doing that as well. But I would hope that we get this right, because this is something that we can do together. This is something that we should be proud of if we come up with a strategy that works, and I'm wishing everybody the best on this going forward and making sure that it gets to committee and make sure that we can look at it as thorough as possible. So thank you very much.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to take part in the debate on C-237, on the member for Brampton South, on the National Diabetes Framework. And I think it's very important to point out the fact that we're discussing a bill instead of discussing a national strategy, because that discussion has happened before, and the advantages of a bill is that there's a legal framework that can ensure that it's more coercive, more binding. And the bill also mentions that the government has 1 year to establish the strategic framework. And once it has been tabled, then there will be a review every 5 years. So this is part of a legal framework, and that is an excellent thing. And what allows me to say that is that there was a study in committee after second reading, and my a colleague from Montcalm asked the sponsor as to what is the difference between what is happening now under a legal framework and the discussions that had happened before on national strategy. This has been going on since 2005, 2018 with C-360. And why now do we need to establish a framework through legislation? And it is a good thing that there is a legislative framework, because it means that it's not just paying lip service to the concept. And the representative from Diabetes Canada said that Diabetes 360 had been recommended, and also recommended in the budget 2021. And was it going to be followed up? It wasn't financially. We put the question because there were recommendations that were issued by the Health Committee and about a national strategy, and so we wanted to know whether recommendations had been implemented by the government. So with the work of the members that brought us to this legislative framework, we hope that we will have better outcomes, concrete outcomes, in order to fight diabetes. And I'd like to speak to this bill that the member for Brampton South brought forward. And I'm going to talk about Section 2, which is what it affects. It says that the national framework is designed to support improved access. And we have to, as members, the bill allows us to educate ourselves. So there are more than 11 million people who suffer from diabetes. In Quebec alone, there's some almost 900,000 people who live with diabetes, and 250,000 who don't even know that they have it. And every day, 20 Canadians die from complications linked to diabetes, and it is responsible for some 25% of heart surgeries, 40% of kidney failure, and 50% of amputations that are not results of accidents. So for Canadians, the risk of being hard hit by COVID, or rather by diabetes, are much higher because people who live with diabetes often have more difficulty to rather bouncing back from viral infections. We also talk about people who suffer from diabetes. With diabetes type 1, 1 out of 5 teenagers suffers from that. And they also suffer from depression, and that is much higher than the normal. So it affects people in different ways than just the disease itself. And so that it has major impacts. Paragraph B of the bill says, identify the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare and other professionals related to the prevention and treatment of diabetes, including clinical practice guidelines. Now, obviously, the comment of the Bloc Québécois is that to the effect that this bill must not have any impact on the Quebec jurisdiction, but we're not against virtue, and so I'm going to refer to the principle of the bill, which is that everything should be done in collaboration, in cooperation with other governments, but also with the various players in the sector. So we hope that there will be a better sharing of tasks as of now, not only with regard to research and development, but also with people who need support, ill people who need support. Paragraph C of the bill mentions that the bill seeks to promote research and improve data collection on diabetes prevention and treatment. And today, we have just adopted M31, which provides for the creation of a committee which is focused on science and research. So hopefully, this is something that the committee will be able to study. With regard to data collection, that can be done through PHAC. And that is very important that it be done because the representative from Diabetes Canada said that it is very difficult for those who have been diagnosed with diabetes. We don't know how many are type 1 and type 2. And with regard to prevention, it is particularly important because we're talking about over 50% of type 2 diabetes that could be avoided. So the importance of prevention in this context is paramount. Paragraph D of the bill says that the bill should promote information and knowledge sharing in relation to diabetes prevention and treatment. And in prevention, well, for example, labeling, that comes under the federal government. So that is also part of prevention of this disease. and that is definitely under federal jurisdiction. And as I said earlier, we need to coordinate with all the different partners, for example, Indigenous groups, provincial and territorial governments, to ensure that there is no overlapping in terms of services that are offered and in terms of the tasks, and to ensure that no one falls between the cracks. So paragraph E of the bill says that the bill must take into consideration any existing diabetes prevention and treatment frameworks, strategies, and best practices, including those that focus on addressing health inequalities. And that is where it is interesting to talk about about Indigenous peoples, because for many reasons there is a prevalence that is 4 or 5 times higher of type 2 diabetes in Indigenous peoples. There have studies that have been done to try to address this situation, but with a national framework, we can expect that this should be done more effectively, especially in terms of prevention, to ensure that there are education campaigns that are targeted to these communities, and that there is a better screening as well, so that people who suffer from diabetes and don't realize it, for example, in Indigenous communities, should be able to receive the treatment they need and to avoid complications. And with regard to treatment, we need to ensure that the treatments follow the directives, and that these directives are uniform to avoid morbidities and comorbidity. And lastly, paragraph F, to ensure that the Minister of Revenue must do what is necessary to ensure that there are as many people who do have diabetes need to be treated. We know that there can be that the treatment costs up to $1,500 for people who have diabetes, and it would seem that fewer than 30% of Canadians who live with diabetes are able to, rather 30% of Canadians with diabetes are unable to take their treatments because of the cost. And so there are a number of aspects with regard to the relevance of this bill. And it also reminds us that we need to work together as members of Parliament. It's not just what you see in question period. We must remember that we do work together, and we can learn more about our colleagues. For example, the member from Brampton South, I learned that she had training in cardiology and that she worked in the health sector for 18 years, and that is why she cares so much about this file. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, this was a really wonderful partnership among members. And I would like to thank my colleague from Repentigny, who sits on the committee and who also says this in other contexts, but it applies here, that alone we go more quickly, but together we go further. And I hope that we'll be able to go much further with this bill by working together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Got a few minutes left. No. Accordingly, I will invite the Honourable Member for Brampton South for her right of reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes, and we'll go to her now. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak in support of my bill today. I first wanted to start by thanking my colleague from Beaches East York, who generously gave up his slot so we could complete debate on this bill. I also want to thank everyone who supported my private member's bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes in Canada, and all members who contributed to this debate on this bill. I would especially like to thank the organizations that have helped to support this bill, like Diabetes Canada, JDRF, Diabetes Action Canada, the CNIB, and many more organizations. Of course, I would like to thank researchers like Dr. Peter Seniors from the University of Alberta and Dr. Karen Cross from St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto, not just for supporting this bill, but for the hard work they do fighting with diabetes and will someday lead to a cure. Locally, I would like to thank people like Mayor Brown and the Brampton Council, Mayor Crombie of Mississauga, our Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Lawrence Lowe, and the CEO of William Osler Health System, Dr. Naveed Mohammed. They know how important this issue is in our community and across Canada. I know that when we pass this bill and send it to the Senate, it will have just as much support there. Thanks to the support of Senator Marie-Françoise Maggi, Nancy Hartling, and Patricia Bovee, and many other senators. With the National Framework for Diabetes, we can introduce a nationwide effort to prevent, treat, and finally end diabetes. If we pass this framework, it will help millions of Canadians living with prediabetes or diabetes. A national framework for diabetes must identify the training, education, and best practices of healthcare and other professionals who treat diabetes. It must improve data collection and promote information and knowledge sharing in relation to diabetes prevention and treatment. It must take into consideration any existing framework, especially those that focus on addressing health inequalities. And finally, it must fund the promote research that will one day lead to a cure. Last week, I met with Laura from Ottawa West Nepean, a 23-year-old who has been living with diabetes type 1 since she was 7-year-old. She spoke about how there were early signs. Her teachers and parents did not immediately recognize it for what it was. This is why we need to improve education and awareness so that everyone can recognize the early signs and get treated accordingly. I also met with Dr. Kathy Felderhoff from Cape Breton Island, who told me about the challenges of providing care in rural Indigenous and how diabetes interacts with mental health and other social factors of health. It is so important that experts like her and doctors who treat a variety of parents in region across Canada are brought together to help develop this strategy. Indigenous populations also face many factors that contribute to high rates of diabetes, as well as barriers in accessing proper treatment and socioeconomic factors. In my own city of Brampton, 1 in 6 community members has a diabetes or prediabetes. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the challenges faced by people living with diabetes, who are at an increased risk of developing severe symptoms. The economic insecurity, lack of physical activity, and those struggling with their mental health during this pandemic all have a negative impact on those living with diabetes. Treating diabetes costs the healthcare system in Canada is expected to cost almost $40 billion by 2028. This projected cost is concerning, and it is a cost that could be reduced if we pass Bill C-237 into a law. A national framework for diabetes would provide guidelines to address diabetes and invest in prevention, education of the disease, and data collection. With this framework, we can see the valuable input of stakeholders such as Diabetes Canada, JDRF, and programs such as Diabetes 360. This year, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin at the University of Toronto by Sir Frederick Banting and his colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Canada gave insulin to the world. It is time for Canada to once again lead the way in the fight against diabetes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moved that Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes, be now read a third time and do pass. And now, if any member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division, that the motion be adopted on division, or that the motion be carried, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. Okay. Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Et maintenant, à ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and adopted. The question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern with the Liberal government's failure to support the request by South Africa and India to temporarily waive intellectual property rights through the TRIPS waiver. By failing to support the TRIPS waiver, by failing to ensure that all people and all countries can get vaccines to their populations as quickly and as efficiently as possible, the government is putting Canada on the wrong side of history. This is not where Canadians want nor deserve to be, Mr. Speaker. The decision to not support the waiver is ethically bankrupt. It will potentially cause the death of hundreds of thousands, possibly millions more people. It is indefensible, but more importantly, it is also not very smart. We have heard this so many times before, and I cannot reiterate it with enough emphasis. None of us are safe until all of us are safe. Until people around the world are vaccinated, until this virus is contained and eradicated, until variants stop evolving, we will not recover from this pandemic. We may believe that it's over, but if we fail to act globally, this virus will evolve and we will find ourselves in another pandemic. A second pandemic in which vaccinated Canadians are not protected. A second pandemic that could have been prevented. Why is this government willing to watch more people die? Why is this government willing to see our global economy crumble once again? Is this the price that we're being asked to pay to protect big pharmaceutical companies? Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, these companies are making billions of dollars in profit this year. Companies that use massive amounts of public dollars to develop, test, and produce vaccines. Public dollars, our money, are profiting off the pandemic, and they are looking for more, and this government is obliging. Why? Why choose big pharma over lives? Why choose big pharma over our future? This is not what Canadians want from their government. Mr. Speaker, the United States has said that they will support the waiver. Over 100 countries around the world have supported the waiver. 280 European parliamentarians support the waiver. Even members of the minister's own party, Liberal members of Parliament, have called upon the government to support the waiver. And even Pope Francis is urging Canada and all countries to support the waiver. Pope Francis recognizes that selfish politics, such as which is shown by this government, is another variant of the COVID-19 virus. He says, and I quote, "Another variant is when we put the laws of the market or intellectual property over the health of humanity." The TRIPS waiver is not the only step that we need to ensure vaccines are available as fast as possible, as widely as possible, but it is a vital step. It is a tool in the very limited toolbox that humanity has right now to fight this virus. And frankly, we need to use every single tool that we have at our disposal. The situation is urgent, and the repercussions are catastrophic if we fail to act. I'm speaking from the heart. I'm using every means I have to convince this government that it is not too late to do the right thing. Stop dithering, stop deflecting, stop avoiding the issue by saying you're studying it and thinking about options. Stop the ridiculous wait-and-see approach that insults the intelligence of Canadians and fails to recognize the urgency of the pandemic. Do the right thing and support the TRIPS waiver and help the world combat COVID-19 before it claims even more victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie ma...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. Now, this is a question that concerns me as well, and that is why our government has been committed from the very beginning on this issue. And as a country, as a government, we are a fervent defender of fair access to COVID-19 vaccines in the world. We are working with our international partners. As my colleague knows, this is not a decision that can be made by Canada alone. We are working with other nation states in order to ensure that we can eliminate all potential access obstacles, including IP, supply chain barriers, and export restrictions that we are currently seeing in various locations around the world. We are becoming champions of health at the World Trade Organization, and we are working hard to address issues that prevent vaccines from being fairly distributed.
Very clearly, for the record, that the member opposite is absolutely right, that none of us are safe until everyone is safe. But she is wrong to characterize our government's position in the way that she has done. Canada has been working since the very beginning with all of the players around the table at the WTO in order to find a solution to this issue. Canada is not in a position by itself to grant a waiver. We need to find consensus. In fact, the WTO is a consensus-based organization. And so coming out one way or another without having all of the member states in agreement doesn't serve any purpose. What we need to do is look at a text, which is the process that we are engaging in now. I'm sure that the member is following the situation closely and understands that so far the waiver proponents have not proposed anything in writing. And so we are working towards and actually pushing all of the players around the table to come up with texts so that we can negotiate and move this forward. Our government certainly recognizes, just like the member opposite, that the pandemic isn't over anywhere until it's going to be over everywhere. So we are committed to finding solutions. We're committed to finding an agreement that accelerates global vaccine production, but of course that doesn't negatively impact public health here in Canada or anywhere around the world. And we need to discuss IP protection proposals for a waiver that will allow particular COVID-19 vaccines to be available to developing countries, but we also need to work with all members on some of the other barriers to accessing COVID-19 vaccines. And we know what those are. Many of them are related to supply chain constraints. For instance, Canada is actively engaged in the work of the Trade and Health Initiative at the WTO, which aims to strengthen global supply chains and support the delivery of essential medicines and medical supplies, including vaccines, all over the world. Canada has also encouraged the WTO Director General to enhance their efforts to ensure that the WTO is the one that plays a role in finding a global solution to this issue and in accelerating the production and distribution of affordable, safe, and effective COVID-19 vaccines. So I guess I would just end, Mr. Speaker, by saying that Canada remains a strong advocate for equitable access to vaccines. We remain one of the very important players around that table, encouraging us all to find a text that we can agree on and to make sure that vaccines are available right across the world. And I would also point to our leadership as a country. For example, our contributions to the access to COVID-19 tools or ACT Accelerator, and of course our contributions financially to the COVAX facility. To date, we've announced
We'll have to leave it there. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have an extra minute on the end, but we'll go back to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona for her rebuttal, and we'll go to her now. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, experts tell us that 30% more people will die if we don't act. Experts tell us that the cost of the extended pandemic could top $4 trillion if we do not act. This government will have to bear the burden of history remembering what their decision was. To say that they haven't been able to make a decision, that they can't make a decision is irresponsible and it's incorrect. So I'm going to ask the member one more time. Yes or no? Will Canada add their names to the hundreds of countries who have already supported the TRIPS waiver? Will the minister, will the member support the TRIPS waiver? It's really easy. Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the risk of complicating something that the member opposite feels is very easy, I would invite her to consider that we do not decide unilaterally at the WTO, and that we need to agree upon a text as a member of the WTO and as a leader at the WTO in order to move forward. So I'm not sure exactly what text the member opposite is asking Canada to agree to. I would like to see it. I would like to read it as a lawyer, and I would like to understand it before putting the name of our country to it. I think it's important that we move forward. I absolutely agree with the member opposite that we do need to be a constructive player in this discussion, but I would encourage her not to minimize the importance of the debate and the complexity of the matter that is before the government and all governments at the moment. We will absolutely continue to support a robust, multifaceted, global effort to ensure equitable access to vaccines right across the world, but we will do so responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Les Canadiens méritent une bonne.
Canadians deserve a good government, an ethical and transparent government, one who is working to increase the public's confidence in its government institutions, instead of undermining them through constant ethical violations and scandals that have started in Ottawa on the day that the Liberals formed government. The Liberals have continued to focus their efforts on hiding their corruption instead of working to protect the future of Canadians. Throughout the pandemic, while Canadians were counting on their governments to put their needs first, this government shut down Parliament. It did so to better fill the pockets of Liberal elites. That is why the Conservatives will guarantee accountability in Ottawa with a new anti-corruption bill. It will restore the confidence of Canadians in their public institutions. The Conservatives will give Canadians a transparent and ethical government which they deserve.
With these Liberals over the past 6 years, an absence of accountability, an unwillingness to stop the insider dealings. We've seen the government block accountability measures that this House has called on them to take, including when witnesses were ordered to appear at committee and we had ministers instead tell those committees that they instructed the witnesses not to appear and that they instead believe in ministerial accountability, when in fact this House gave a provision in its order to the government that either they produce the witnesses, the staff witnesses, or that the Prime Minister could appear to exercise ministerial accountability if in fact they were genuine in their assertion that that was the reason that staff could not appear at committee. We've seen in the last several months since the pandemic began, anytime tough questions are asked, committees devolve into filibusters that the Liberals put on. And it happens not just at the Ethics Committee, but at the Finance Committee and National Defence Committee, Procedure and House Affairs, to name a few. And so when this House issues an order for witnesses to appear at committee, and we have a government who instructs those staff to defy an order of this place, it speaks to a trickle-down lack of accountability, a lack of ethics that we've seen with this government. And that's why we have in this Prime Minister someone who has been twice found guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act, found himself under investigation, a time additional to that, and multiple ministers found guilty of breaking ethics laws of this place. Canadians deserve better, and my question for the parliamentary secretary is, Why does this government believe that the rules don't apply to them?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not the case. And, you know, my friend and I have had the opportunity to have this discussion on several occasions. And sometimes I guess one has to agree to disagree. You see, ever since the 2015 federal election, the Conservative Party has been on a personal attack of the Prime Minister, even before the 2015 election. And nothing has changed. And for the Government of Canada, in particular our Prime Minister, I think that he has done an admirable job in resisting the attacks, the personal attacks, and continues to remain focused on Canadians and the pandemic. This government, day in and day out, 7 days a week, has been there to support Canadians during this pandemic. We have seen that in the establishments of programs, from nothing to programs that have helped directly 9 million plus Canadians. The member talks while we prorogue the session. I asked the member, when was the last time the House actually sat during the summertime? Let me provide the answer. More than 30 years ago. For the first time, the House of Commons, the opposition members were provided the opportunity to ask thousands of questions over the summer. For them, you will see many of the questions were all about issues of ethics. The accusations were just flowing. Every rock had to be unturned. Their priority, you know, as the member himself says, you know, well, putting pockets or money in the pockets of Liberals. Let me remind my friend, yes, billions of dollars were spent. And many pockets of Conservative businesses received that money. Conservatives, I suspect even some Blocs and even some New Democratic people that own businesses received money. But to try to make it look as if the government is corrupt, seriously? There's no credibility to it, Mr. Speaker. None whatsoever. And the Conservative Party a number of months ago lost their focus. Ever since their new leader has taken the reins of power within the Conservative Party, and whoever that leadership team is, they're more focused on playing a disruptive force inside the legislative chamber than they are in serving the best interests of Canadians. And we see that in the amplification when the Conservative Opposition Party chooses to amplify the issue of corruption when corruption's just not there. And a good example of that is the recent announcement that came from the Ethics Commissioner saying that the Prime Minister was not in conflict in regards to we. Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives, as an opposition party, they can do whatever it is that they like. But I will tell Canadians that every member of the Liberal caucus, with the leadership of the Prime Minister, will continue to be focused on Canadians in every region of this country. We are committed to build back better, and that budget that we've just presented is an excellent illustration of that, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the way in which this government is accountable and transparent.
Yeah, we'll have to leave it there. I think the Honourable Parliament Secretary was just coming to the end of his thoughts there anyway. Well, let's go to the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we'll stop talking about Liberals that break elections laws and break ethics laws when the Liberals stop breaking the law. And we're not needing to turn over any rocks. We just need to read reports like the Morneau Report 2, or like reports from the Commissioner of Canada Elections, or like the Trudeau Report 2, or the Trudeau Report 1. Or reports, let's harken back to clam scam. Let's harken back to any of the number of issues that have happened with ministers and parliamentary secretaries of this government. The opposition can walk and chew gum at the same time. This government can only do one thing, and that's filibuster, prorogue, and try and hide from their scandals. So we're able to support Canadians during a pandemic. That's why Parliament sat during the summer, but the government still prorogued. Canadians deserve accountable, ethical governance. They're not getting it from this Prime Minister, but it's never too late to do the right thing, to turn over a new leaf. So, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, is he ready to do the right thing and to turn over a new leaf for Canadians today?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give a very personal example. You know, in the last federal election, and I've been a candidate now for, 10 elections or more. And for the very first time, I actually made a mistake in which it was highlighted. What I did is I posted or boosted a post from Facebook. And I wasn't the only candidate. There were a number of candidates that did it. But I have to take responsibility because technically you're not supposed to advertise on election day. And when I boosted it, I never thought that it was actually advertising, and I should have known better, especially having been a candidate for 10 elections. And I am very sorry that I made that innocent mistake. We were car waving, and then I stood up and I did a post, and I shouldn't have done that. Now, I've paid the penalty. I'm very sorry that it happened. And I wish, and I can guarantee it won't happen into the future. But if you listen to the tweet or the other member, I'm not that bad of a person. I'm really not. It was not intentional. And I'm hoping the member would understand.
We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question today is about the Uyghur genocide. But before I get to the specifics of that, I would like to acknowledge the importance of this week as it pertains to concerns about the situation in China. This week has been designated as a week of prayer for the Church in China and the peoples of China by Cardinal Bo, who is a Catholic cardinal in Burma and serves as the president of the Federation of Asian Bishops' Conferences. Following his call for this week to be a week of prayer for the situation of Christians and other communities in China, churches and others from around the world have taken up this call. Christians from various backgrounds and denominations are using this week as an opportunity to speak, advocate, and pray about the escalating persecution of China's Christian community, as well as the human rights abuses and other challenges facing all of the communities living in the People's Republic of China. Now, sadly, criticism of China's human rights record is often portrayed as somehow being anti-China. But this call to prayer for China, taken up by so many from around the world, demonstrates goodwill towards China and good wishes for its people, and the hope that China's leaders will one day be a force for the advancement of justice and human freedom. I am pleased to join my voice to that of Cardinal Bo, Pope Francis, and many others here in Canada and around the world who are marking this important week to express my concern about the persecution of Christians in China, and in particular as well to note the cases of Bishop Vincent Gao Chijin, Bishop James Su Zimin, Bishop Augustine Kai Tai, Father Lu Genjun, Pastor Wang Ji, and Pastor John Cao. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the horrific persecution of all faith communities in China, and tonight I'm following up on a question asked about the genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. As best I can understand, the government's position on this is that further investigation is required in order to determine whether these crimes constitute genocide, and that the government of China should allow a fact-finding mission on the ground. I would put it to the government that there has never been in human history a case where a government in the act of committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide has willingly permitted international monitoring or investigation while those crimes were going on. In the case of the Rohingya genocide, this government was willing eventually to recognize the reality of that genocide, even without an on-the-ground fact-finding mission being permitted. Their recognition in that case was made as the result of testimony of survivors and satellite footage. And that's the kind of evidence that we also have in this case. In fact, I would say that the evidence in the case of the Uyghur genocide is, if anything, clearer and more conclusive than the evidence that existed in the case of the Rohingya genocide. Now, of course, the Chinese state is more powerful than the Burmese state, but this government should not choose to invent new, higher evidentiary thresholds simply because they are afraid to hold powerful states to account. If we are to take at face value the government's claim to not have yet rendered a decision based on the evidence, then we also have to recognize that a majority of the government's caucus has disagreed with the Prime Minister and his cabinet in their conclusion that there is not sufficient evidence here. But in any event, the government should explain the nature of the investigation they are pursuing with respect to the Uyghur genocide and when they expect this investigation to be concluded. In the meantime, one concrete thing the government can do short of recognizing this genocide is to fix Canada's failing supply chain legislation. Canadians from across the political spectrum want to see meaningful reforms to prevent slave labor from feeding our supply chains. Emancipation is sadly still a distant dream in certain parts of the world, including in Xinjiang, and we need to do our part to bring that dream closer. Despite announcing a new policy in this area, no imports have been blocked or apprehended. This new policy, therefore, is clearly not working. We need to pass legislation modeled on the U.S.'s bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which introduces a presumption that slave labor is involved in products imported from places where high levels of slave labor are existing. But again, back to the main question, Mr. Speaker, can the government explain the nature of the investigation that they are pursuing with respect to the Uyghur genocide and when they expect that investigation to be concluded? When will the government finally render a decision on whether or not they believe that events in Xinjiang or East Turkestan constitute genocide and trigger Canada's obligations under the Genocide Convention?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his question and his comments, also for bringing up the week of prayer that Cardinal Bo has instituted with respect to China. I think that is a very important thing for Canadians to be aware of. I also would have noted to the House that in March we had in Canada, across Canada, a day of prayer for Hong Kong. And parliamentarians were invited to that. And I believe I was alone in that prayer evening. And I was really touched by Canadians across this country raising their prayers for the people of Hong Kong. And other issues were raised as well with respect to human rights in China. These are important human rights cases. And I want to acknowledge the work of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights on this issue and others, and the testimonials that have been received from civil society that have been considered by parliamentarians. I also acknowledge, as the member did, the recent motion carried by the honourable members of this House. The government welcomes parliamentarians working together and debating this critical issue. We all agree that the actions by Chinese authorities in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region cannot be ignored. They must be attended to. There is evidence of a sustained and systemic campaign of repression in Xinjiang by the Chinese government. We have testimonials from survivors. We have leaked government documents, incredible reports of mass arbitrary detention, repressive surveillance, forced labor, forced sterilization, sexual violence, torture, and other mistreatment affecting Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. And this isn't an exhaustive list of the violations which continue to come to light. As we have repeatedly said, we remain deeply disturbed by troubling reports of these human rights violations in Xinjiang. Canada also takes allegations of genocide and crimes against humanity very seriously. We take them seriously enough to do due diligence and work with international partners and to work to ensure that we call things as they are in ways that will be helpful and in ways which will engage our partners and not stand alone. The Chinese government continues to deny any possibility of human rights violations against Uyghur people. It rejects any accountability for wrongdoing. Actively, it seeks to discredit victims and those who choose to speak out, and we address that regularly. It's the utmost priority for this government to safeguard and protect the rules-based international order, which includes the protection and promotion of human rights around the world. Canada has repeatedly called for an investigation so that impartial experts can observe and report on the situation firsthand. We have the responsibility to work with others in the international community. We don't stand alone. We are stronger and better when we work with the international community. But whether a first-hand visit by experts is possible or not, as the member argues, we must ensure that such allegations are investigated by independent experts who can review available information, including first-hand accounts whenever possible. We have been clear in our view that human rights violations are occurring against Uyghur More rigorous and comprehensive investigation and evaluation should occur in cooperation with allies, and we continue in that vein. I want to underscore what the Government of Canada has already done. January 12th, comprehensive approach to the human rights situation in Xinjiang, including measures against forced labor. March 22nd, in coordination with the UK and the US, solidarity with the UN, new sanctions against four officials and one entity for participation in human rights violations in Xinjiang. Raised concerns regularly alongside our partners at the UN, including at the UN Human Rights Council, at the UN General Assembly. May 12th, Canada co-sponsored a virtual event at the UN in New York alongside 15 countries to raise awareness about the human rights situation in Xinjiang. That seems to have escaped the minds of the opposition, that Canada continues to provide leadership in this. We'll continue to do it. We'll continue to work with others to defend fundamental human rights and freedoms and to call upon China to uphold its international obligations. And we'll do it well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is disappointing that I didn't hear in the midst of what the Parliament Secretary said a response to my question about what the nature of this investigation is that the government is pursuing and when they expect it to be concluded. I would appreciate hearing from the Parliament Secretary if the government is pushing for an investigation, is undertaking an investigation with respect to the use of the term genocide and their obligations under the Genocide Convention. When can we expect the government to be able to come back to Parliament and say, we've done the investigation, and here are our conclusions? And I will just note as well, the Prime Secretary spoke about multilaterally, not going it alone. Absolutely. We have consecutive U.S. administrations, as well as various parliaments that have recognized this as a genocide. In addition to the Canadian Parliament, now the Dutch Parliament, the British Parliament, and the Lithuanian Parliament, and others are taking steps as well. We have numerous human rights experts, such as his own former Liberal colleague, the human rights hero Irwin Cotler. Many legal briefs have been submitted. Independent experts have spoken. Many of our allies and partners have spoken as well. The Prime Secretary's government may not yet be satisfied with the conclusions. So I just ask again, when will their investigation of this matter be concluded? When can we expect them to report back that whatever evidentiary threshold they've set has
And we'll go back to the Honourable Parliament Secretary. Oh, I think the Honourable Parliament Secretary just activate the microphone there on his book. There we go. Good.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The member is correct in saying that there are parliaments, and close to half a dozen of them, including this one, that have recognized this genocide. However, he's asking what the government response is. He's not asking what the parliamentary response is. And I believe the member does know the difference between a government and a parliament. And he knows the difference in the responsibilities of a government and the rights and authorities of a parliament. They are different, Mr. Speaker. They are different in kind. They are different in quality. They are different in the bar that is necessary for action. And that is absolutely clear. In the member statements himself, he is recognizing this. It is fundamentally different. Our government takes allegations of genocide and crimes against humanity very seriously. They take the wisdom of this parliament very seriously. They take the wisdom of other parliaments very seriously, as well as the evidence from survivors, human rights experts, including Mr. Cotler and others. We take it very seriously, and then we act responsibly as a government, as the people of Canada would expect a government to act. That is something, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of. We'll continue to do it. We'll continue to uphold our international obligations and stand for human rights. Thank you.
Alors, conformément à la pursuant to Standing Order 81.4, the adjournment motion is now deemed to be adopted, and the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of Finance in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Tonight's debate is a general one on all votes under Department of Finance. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, the Bloc Québécois, and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Law adopted.
The order adopted on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, allows parties to use each 15-minute slot for speeches or for questions and answers by one or more of their members. In the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allotted may speak one after the other, though the time for speeches should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair would appreciate if the first member speaking in each slot would indicate how the time will be used, particularly if it is to be shared. The order also specifies that when time is used for questions and answers, the time for the minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken for the question. In addition, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be entertained.
Whole comments should be addressed to the chair, as they are customarily in the chamber. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. We will now begin tonight's session. The House, in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, consideration in Committee of the Whole, all votes under Department of Finance in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. We'll debate the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister to this Committee of the Whole. I'll get right into it. Just by saying this, I will not be giving a speech. I'll be asking questions of the Minister. The Minister has just tabled the biggest spending budget in Canadian history, and many have questioned the sustainability of the massive financial burden that future generations will be burdened with. So, Minister, when will Canada's budget return to balance?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by quoting someone I respect very much, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada, who was appointed by the member's own Prime Minister, Mr. Stephen Poloz. He pointed out in testimony to the Finance Committee last week that a credible fiscal plan in which the level of government debt relative to national income stops rising and debt service costs are manageable meets the technical standard of sustainability. I draw your attention to the table on page 328 of the budget, which shows that these criteria are met.
And we'll go back to the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
When will Canada's budget return to balance?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me point to another very credible assessor of Canada's finances, and that is S&P, the ratings agency, which recently reaffirmed our AAA rating.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, she didn't answer my question twice. So, does the government have any plan to return to balance at any time in the future?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member from Abbotsford knows very well, our budget presents a credible and sustainable plan, with the debt to GDP ratio falling to 49.2% in fiscal year 25-26 and the deficit falling to 1.1% in that year.
Member.
But no plan to return to balance, so I'll assume there is no future in Canada under a Liberal government that will lead us to a balanced budget. My next question is this. In her recent budget, the minister claimed that this was a growth budget. I want to ask her, what specific structural investments beyond regulated daycare has the minister made to enhance productivity within our economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome that question because it allows me to underscore for Canadians that this budget is a significant and serious investment in long-term growth for Canada. It is an investment in social infrastructure, and for sure, childcare and early learning is an important part of that. It also invests in the green transition. It invests in housing. It invests in transit. It invests in small and medium-sized businesses and innovation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Well, with respect, this is not a growth budget. In fact, numerous experts, including the minister's friend Robert Aslan, David Dodge, the parliamentary budget officer, have all suggested this budget does nothing to position Canada for long-term growth. Does the minister agree with them?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the member opposite if he agrees in his own Prime Minister's chosen Governor of the Bank of Canada. He spoke in his testimony to the Finance Committee about the value of policies that increase investment, either directly, such as in infrastructure, such as in social infrastructure like childcare, and such as in investments to vastly increase investments in carbon capture, for example, which is investment on the green line. Does the member agree?
With respect, Mr. Speaker, it's the minister who's here to answer questions.
Okay. We'll go back. I see the honourable member for Edmonton West on a point of order.
Colleague from Abbotsford, but I find I have to do this each of the Committee of the Wholes. I wish to remind the Speaker and colleagues across the way that the time for answer has to be the same as the time of the question. I've recorded 5 questions and 5 answers. All 5 answers have been considerably over the time given for the question. I would ask that you yourself enforce this and that the members across the way recognize that and respect that. Thank you.
On the same point of order, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Although it is true, I believe that the rule is that it has to be roughly the same amount of time, Mr. Speaker. It's not. It doesn't have to be exactly the same amount of time. So when a question is asked that is a second long, it might require 3 or 4 seconds to answer it.
I thank honourable members for taking and being attentive to the exchanges in the Committee of the Whole this evening. On the same point of order. The Committee of the Whole has up to 4 hours, so there is a time limit. But just to go to this point, the honourable member for Edmonton West is not incorrect. Neither is the honourable member for Kingston and the Island in this case. The chair will be attentive to try to make the time equitable. Of course, they have to take into we as chair occupants have to take into consideration the vagaries of making sure that exchange works in debate, and from time to time there will be slight differences, but we'll do our best to make sure that we adhere to that approach, and we thank the honourable members and minister for their participation in this as well. Now let's go back to the honourable member for Abbotsford, and we'll get going again.
Yes, just to recap, Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister when we'd return to balanced budget. She had no answer. I asked her about productivity investments in this budget. She couldn't answer that question. So I'm going to ask her about the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Her government made the decision to join and make an investment in this China-led bank, the AIIB. How much of Canadian taxpayers' money has the government invested in that bank so far?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry. I am afraid I cannot allow the unsubstantiated assertions with which the member opposite began his question to stand. The fact is, this budget invests substantially in increasing Canada's long-term growth potential. It does that through significant investments in labour force participation, with early learning and childcare, with the Canada Workers' Benefit. It does it through direct investments in physical infrastructure like transit and housing.
Member.
Well, the experts disagree with her, but I'm going to ask her this question again. How much more money does the minister plan to spend on the Asian Investment Bank, and how much has she spent so far?
Well, Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I cannot allow that unfounded assertion to stand. And let me just say, I consider Stephen Poloz to be an outstanding expert. And I also have a lot of time for the people at Standard & Poor who reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating and put the outlook as stable.
Well, member.
I asked a very simple question. How much has this Liberal government spent on the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank? And how much does it intend to spend in the future?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do welcome that question. And that's because, particularly as a former foreign minister, I absolutely believe that human rights considerations need to factor into all of Canada's decisions around the world. And let me say that in particular, when it comes to China, I believe that for our government, and I would say for all members of this House, the arbitrary detention of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor can never be far from our minds.
The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't ask a question about the two Michaels. I didn't ask a question about human rights. But since she raised the issue, this bank, this China-led Asian Infrastructure Bank, does not apply a rigorous environmental, human rights, or gender-based lens to its investments. Is the minister aware of that?
Yeah. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I actually believe the member did ask a question about Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, and that is because I do not think our country can take any decision about our relationship with China without considering the arbitrary detention of those two brave Canadians.
Honourable member.
Could the minister please at least answer the simple question, how much has this Liberal government contributed to that bank so far?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do welcome this focus because, as I said, in all of our relations with China, we need to take these arbitrary detentions into account. And in fact, at a meeting of the G7 finance ministers, I raised that issue, and I'm pleased to say there was strong support around the table.
The honourable member.
How much has the government paid into the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank?
Minister.
And Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think it is important for us to look at all of our relationships with China through the prism of human rights and always taking...
The honourable member.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, this is disgraceful. A simple question. We're talking about the estimates, we're talking about budget, and she cannot tell us how much money this government has paid into the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Come on, Minister, please answer the question.
I just remind the honourable member just to direct his speech to the chair, and we'll stay on that track. The honourable minister.
Yeah, thank you for making that point, Mr. Speaker. I do think if people want to speak about graceful or disgraceful behaviour, we have to be careful to follow the rules. Now, I think that it is absolutely correct and legitimate when it comes to talking about our entire relationship with China to take into account issues of human rights and, in particular, the arbitrary detention of these two brave Canadians, and I certainly do.
The honourable member.
Well, the estimates show that she has, or her government has already contributed $50 million of taxpayers' money to this bank. She's planning on contributing another $49 million. Now, did the minister and her government make the return of the two Michaels a condition for investing taxpayers' dollars in this China-led bank?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think that we need to look very carefully when we think about all aspects of our relationship with China and put as a priority the detention of these two brave Canadians, and we need to ensure we have the support of our allies in doing that.
I will take that as a no. Is the minister aware that this China-led bank is the biggest multilateral funder of dirty coal projects in Southeast Asia?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me say how delighted I am to learn that the member opposite is concerned about the environment. And let me say, I hope that he and his party will support the price on carbon our government has introduced.
Member.
Did the government conduct a gender-based analysis of this China-led investment, especially in light of the horrific treatment of Uyghur women in Western China?
Honourable Minister.
I think it's very appropriate to raise the issue of the Uyghurs, which was discussed just ahead of this meeting of the Committee of the Whole. And as I said at the beginning of this conversation, I absolutely believe that the appalling treatment of the Uyghurs, the situation in Hong Kong, and first and foremost, the detention of 2 brave Canadians needs to be.
The honourable member.
I will take that as a no, that the government did not conduct a gender-based analysis of this China-led investment. I'm just flabbergasted that a government that has put a singular focus on intersectionality would not find it puzzling that this taxpayer investment in a China-led bank didn't have a gender-based lens applied to it. How can that be, Minister?
Honourable Minister.
Let me welcome the enthusiasm of the member opposite for a gender-based lens and for intersectionality. And let me offer to the member opposite and all members of his party a briefing on our government's approach to gender-based analysis in the budget process.
Member.
How many Canadians have been employed on projects funded by the AIIB so far?
The Honourable Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, and it would be interesting to hear the view of the member opposite, I'm very glad to hear his enthusiasm for a gender-based analysis, and that's something that maybe we should all be talking about a little more.
Member.
That wasn't my question. I asked how many Canadians have been employed on projects that have been funded by the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Surely she would know. She is the Finance Minister of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed the Finance Minister, and I'm aware of that. And let me simply say that when it comes to our relationship with China, I actually agree with some of the intent of the questions the member has been asking, and I do think we need to take into account particularly the appalling treatment of the Uyghurs.
The honourable member.
She agrees with the intent of the question, but won't answer the question. So another one, how many Canadian businesses have benefited from the investment that this Liberal government has made into the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to hear finally a question about Canadian businesses, because it gives me a chance to remind all Canadians that more than 870,000 Canadian businesses have benefited from a program of our government, the CEBA loans.
Honourable member.
That wasn't the question, Mr. Speaker, so I'll ask another one. Has the government done a value for money analysis on its investment, so-called investment in the AIIB?
Down to the last minute and a half, the honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say what is value for money. Value for money is the government's investments in supporting Canadian businesses and in supporting Canadian workers. Our wage subsidy program alone has supported more than 5.3 million jobs.
The honourable member.
Does the government have any analysis of how its investment in the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank promotes Canada's national interest, including our commitment to a clean environment, human rights, and gender equality?
Mr. Speaker, again, let me just say how delighted I am to hear the Conservatives supporting gender rights and a clean environment. I really hope we will see them supporting this budget, which is a feminist budget and makes unprecedented investments in a green transition.
And this will probably be the last question. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll just make one statement, and that is this has been the most disappointing session of Parliament I've ever been involved in. I've asked the Minister numerous questions. She hasn't answered one. No transparency, no specificity. The least she could have done is said, listen, I don't know the answer to these questions, but I'll get back to you. She didn't even have the courtesy of doing that. I am profoundly disappointed, Mr. Speaker. I know the minister is better than that. I have great respect for her, but for her to fail to answer any of the questions I've put to her, including the fate of the 2 Michaels and the conditions that have been imposed on the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank investments by this Liberal government, I find that to be appalling.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I too have great respect for the member opposite. I was his critic when he was trade minister. And let me tell you what I'm disappointed by. I am disappointed by this faux concern with clean investment, this faux concern with gender-based budget analysis, and I'm really disappointed by an unwillingness to tell Canadians the truth about our budget, which is that it makes unprecedented and essential investments in Canada's long-term growth.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame. Depuis le début de la crise de la COVID.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been doing whatever we can to help Canadians and to protect their livelihoods. And in order to position Canada for a solid, resilient, and sustainable recovery. Now, some regions of Canada are starting to reopen. But we need to remember that we have not finished the struggle against the virus. We are determined to win this fight and provide Canadians the support they need, stronger than ever.
This year's budget, which I tabled on April 19th, and which Bill C-30 would enact, meets the three fundamental challenges facing Canadians right now. First, we must defeat COVID. That means buying vaccines and supporting provincial and territorial healthcare systems. It means enforcing quarantine rules. And it means providing Canadians and Canadian businesses with the help they need to get through lockdowns and to fully recover when COVID is defeated. COVID will be defeated. Vaccines are available to Canadians in ever-growing quantities, and they're working. More than 60% of adult Canadians have received their first dose of the vaccine. Canadians are doing their part and getting vaccinated. Thank you, Team Canada. Together, we can do this. Second, we must punch our way out of this COVID recession. That means making sure hard-hit businesses can rebound, start growing, and start hiring again. It also means helping the people who have been hardest hit by this recession. Women, young people, racialized Canadians, low-wage workers, and small businesses. And we are doing just that. When fully enacted, this budget will create nearly 500,000 new training and work opportunities for Canadians. Our third major challenge is to create long-term economic growth and to build a more resilient Canada, a country that is better, more fair, more prosperous, and more innovative. That's why we intend to invest ambitiously in the green transition and the new jobs that come with it, in digital transformation and innovation, and in the infrastructure like housing, transit, and trade corridors that we need as a dynamic, growing country. La COVID-19 a exercé la pression extrême.
COVID-19 has placed extreme pressure on our health systems. That is why, with Bill C-30, we are proposing to provide $4 billion through the Canadian Health Transfers in order to help provinces and territories reduce immediate pressures that are currently placed on their health systems. Additional healthcare funds will help to pay for the numerous procedures which have been delayed because of COVID-19. That will contribute to the resilience of our health systems. That's what Canadians deserve and need.
A full recovery from COVID requires a new long-term investment in social infrastructure. That means providing early learning and childcare, student grants, and income top-ups so the middle class can flourish and so that more Canadians can join the middle class. We know that without childcare, parents, usually mothers, can't work outside the home. That is more painfully clear now than ever. So we intend to invest $30 billion over 5 years, reaching $9.2 billion annually, to provide high-quality, affordable, and accessible early learning and childcare across Canada. Our goal is an average cost of $10 a day across the country within 5 years. En prenant cet engagement, je remercie les féministes.
While making that commitment, I'd like to underscore my thanks to the feminists of Quebec who opened a way for the rest of Canada. I'm very grateful for this.
Minimize economic scarring and to power a robust recovery, we must bridge Canadian businesses through to the end of this crisis. The wage subsidy, rent subsidy, and lockdown support had been set to expire next month. This budget extends these measures through to September 25th, 2021. Afin d'aider les gens qui ne peuvent pas.
In order to help people who cannot yet work, we will maintain more flexible access to EI for another year, until fall 2022. And in order to support Canadians who are not covered by EI, the Canada Economic Recovery Benefit will be extended by 12 additional weeks. We also are planning to extend the Canada Caregiver Recovery Benefit. We will extend it by 4 weeks to a maximum of 42 weeks at $500 a week. And the sickness benefits period under EI will go from 15 to 26 weeks. That is concrete and measurable assistance for people who need it. Madam Speaker.
Build a resilient recovery, it is critically important that we help low-wage workers. They work harder than anyone else for lower pay. They work on the front lines, and COVID has revealed to us all that the work they do is truly essential. So we intend to expand the Canada Workers Benefit, extending income top-ups to about 1 million more workers and lifting nearly 100,000 Canadians out of poverty. We also propose to introduce a $15 an hour federal minimum wage. Young Canadians must be at the heart of our recovery, not just to help them bounce back from the COVID recession, but because their future success is critical to our success as a country. So we intend to make college and university more accessible and affordable. We will create job openings in skilled trades and high tech, and we will double the Canada Student Grant for 2 more years, while extending the waiver of interest on federal student and apprentice loans to March 2023. This will mean lower costs for the approximately 1.5 million Canadians who are working to repay their student loans. Our budget will also make an important change so that nobody earning $40,000 per year or less will need to make payments on their student loans. And the cap on monthly student loan payments will be reduced from 20% of household income to 10%.
We all know that over the last 14 months, there is no group that has been harder hit by the health situation than seniors. And the truth is that even before the pandemic, many seniors were counting on monthly benefits in order to be able to make ends meet. So we are proposing a one-time payment of $500 in August 2021 for people who are receiving old age security, who are 75 or over in June 2022. Moreover, this budget would increase old age security benefits would increase them by 10% for people 75 or over starting in July 2022. That would increase the benefits received by around 3.3 million seniors. And this increase would come at a time when many seniors are living longer and using up their savings.
Have been hit very hard during COVID. We must create the conditions for them to recover and start growing again. So this budget offers the Canada Recovery Hiring Program to support business hiring. We will also invest up to $4 billion to help up to 160,000 small and medium-sized businesses buy and adopt the technologies they need. Madam Chair, in closing, allow me, through you, to directly address the opposition. Budget C30, the BIA, is the first major step in delivering jobs, growth, and recovery. Vaccines are here, and Canadians want to get back to work. It's time for all of us to get back to work in this House as well. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've got a 5-minute time slot with the Minister. Yeah, excellent. I'll take up the first half and leave the balance for her to answer. I'd like to begin by saying thank you to the Minister. Budget 2021 is a transformational document that's going to allow us to continue the fight against COVID-19, to help us punch out of this pandemic recession, and importantly, to ensure that everyone gets to benefit from the growth that we expect to see on the back end of this pandemic. The pandemic, quite obviously, Madam Speaker, has not impacted everyone the same. If I can be blunt, there's a lot of people who look like I do that have fared better than many Canadians. Indigenous Canadians, Black Canadians, and women have suffered disproportionately when it comes to the financial impact that COVID-19 has had on their life and careers. The Minister spent a portion of her speech focused on the importance of Canada's first early learning and childcare strategy, and that'll be the focus of my comments and question. From my perspective, there is both a moral and an economic imperative that justifies a game-changing investment in excess of $30 billion in this childcare and early childhood education strategy. It's clear to me that women more often than men choose to stay home at the beginning of their career to provide care for young children. The economic equation that a lot of families consider is understandably justifies their decision to have one spouse stay home in a two-parent household. When you look at the cost of care, I've got friends who are spending $4,000 a month for just 2 kids in childcare in some Canadian cities. It may not be that expensive at home, but when a lot of people in my community are looking at whether they can afford the cost of care, they're choosing not to work even though they may want to. From my perspective, the opportunity to provide care will give more families the choice to work should they want to. It will help more women fill gaps that exist in the labor market, which will boost productivity. But importantly, there are solutions to business problems and scientific developments that may be locked in the mind of someone who is choosing to stay home because they cannot afford the cost of care, and we are all losing out. So my question to the Minister is, does she see the economic case that will allow this investment to pay for itself? And does she believe that having a gender-balanced cabinet and a task force on women in the economy made up of women from Canada that actually helped influence the arrival at this important and game-changing decision?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has 2 minutes to respond.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and let me thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his excellent and very well-informed question. And I think it will surprise no one in this House that I agree with him very strongly. Let me say, for more than 50 years, since the Royal Commission on the Status of Women urgently urged the Canadian government, that was more than 50 years ago last December, to set about building a universal system of early learning and childcare. Early learning and childcare has been a feminist cause across Canada. What I believe is different today is that there is a wide appreciation in our country and indeed around the world that early learning and childcare is also an essential growth-driving economic strategy. In fact, today, we are lucky to have the Deputy Minister of Finance, Michael Sabia, with us. And Deputy Minister Sabia and his team have calculated that once we build a universal system of early learning and childcare across Canada, that will drive economic growth more powerfully than any policy Canada has implemented since NAFTA, and will increase growth by more than 1.2%. Et je veux finir en saluer encore une fois.
And I'd like to finish by thanking once again Quebec feminists who showed the rest of Canada what we are able to do and what we must do.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would ask you not to stop the minister while she's answering. And now I have questions about Section 8 of the 4th Division of the bill, which discusses retail payments with a monitoring framework for retail payments. With the changes in the banking sector, fintech businesses, including the web giants, now occupy territory that was traditionally occupied by banking organizations. We need to protect consumers and the banking sector. So my first series of questions is about unauthorized activities and liability. This bill aims to protect clients against unauthorized usage or an error in electronic funds transfer. However, in this bill, this concept is found vaguely under management of operational risks in part 17.1 of the bill. What is included in that management framework? Thank you.
I
want to thank the honourable member for that question and for his work. He is an expert, an economist, and he always studies the most complex issues in the budgets and of our work. So, as always, he has asked a technical question, and the answer is, in short, that we will work with all the provinces and territories on this important issue. And I also want to tell my colleague opposite that I greatly appreciate this detailed and important question, and that my team will be very pleased to provide a briefing for the member on this subject with more details, which I can offer in an answer here in the House. However, I will begin. The Bank of Canada will be responsible for ensuring compliance of payment service providers and will maintain a list of these service providers. The proposed bill will require these providers to have an operational framework in order to identify and reduce these risks. The requirements will be based on best international practices. These requirements will be developed in greater details in the regulations and could include the following: reliability objectives, specific policies on physical or technological information security in order to manage cyber risks, and continuity planning for activities. I have much more to say, but perhaps I will allow once again for the member opposite, the member for Joliette, to speak, and then I will continue if he wishes on this subject. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her response. And yes, I will continue to ask questions about this bill. Still, in relation to the answer given, Clause 101
1A grants a regulatory power to the Governor and Council concerning risk management and incident response frameworks. Are we to understand that minimal requirements will be set out in future regulations, as the Minister seems to have already said? And if so, why? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. I wish to say that the requirements will be drafted in greater detail in the regulations. I would like to also say, and I know this will be important for the member of the bloc, that the government has led broad consultations with the provinces and territories during the development of the legislation, and the proposed bill recognizes that the federal government and the provincial and territorial governments have complementary objectives and roles with regard to the management of operational risks and protection. Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I once again thank the Minister for that answer. Final question of this block. In its current form, and it's still the same subject, in its current form, the bill suggests that the minimal protection for consumers could vary depending on the provider. How much latitude will payment service providers have in this respect? And should this protection not be set out in the law instead of in the regulations? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Once again, I wish to thank the member for the question. I wish to stress that consultations with the provinces and territories, as always, will be very important in developing the details, such as the details that the member is asking about in his questions. The discussions with the provinces concerned the payment service providers. Public servants will continue to work closely with the provinces and territories to deal with issues related to market operation, issues such as disclosure responsibilities and dispute resolution, and will look as well at options for the subjects that are of interest to my colleague concerning consumer protection. All these discussions will take into consideration provincial and territorial jurisdiction. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am now at my second block of questions. This concerns the asymmetrical protection of clients and consumers. We know that if there is an unauthorized use of electronic fund transfer, such as a credit card, debit card, prepaid payment card, or even an online or virtual payment, a bank customer can be absolved of their responsibility through subsection 627.331 of the Banking Act, except up to a maximum of $50, and Section 5 of the Canadian Code of Practice for Consumer Debit Card Services, other than the issue of the obligation that is set out in the bill being considered. This obligation is more detailed in other legislation, including the Banking Act. There are other types of protections, like the grace period for a minimum payment on a credit card balance, just to name one. We have to also add the obligation for the bank to behave responsibly. These standards are set out for banking clients in the Banking Act, but not in Bill C-30. Although the level of protection given to the final user is not yet determined, can the minister already confirm that this user, who is dealing with a fintech and not a bank, will not be held responsible for the unauthorized use of an electronic fund transfer? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. I want to thank the member, Madam Speaker, for this important question. The member opposite has highlighted exactly what the goal of our work and consultations should be, and that is with regard to consumers, we must always ensure that consumers will be protected if they use a traditional bank or if they use another mechanism. That is why we must really be attentive to all details in the regulations, and that is why we will ensure consultations to provide details. My team will be very pleased to listen to specific suggestions from the member opposite. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that answer. As we've said, in its current form, the retail payments activities subjects final users to less protection than those given to clients of a bank. This asymmetrical legal protection creates an imbalance between the customer or the client of a fintech and a bank. Is it possible to reduce this asymmetry through regulatory power, as suggested by the Minister? And can the Minister guarantee to us that she will ensure that this asymmetrical protection disappears through regulations? The Honourable Minister. I can assure the member that for our government, and I think that for all members here in the House, consumer protection is the most important issue. We understand that, yes, we must create a space for new technologies within Canada. However, we must always ensure that consumers will be protected. That is our goal. I think it is the shared goal of all members in this House. And I would be very pleased to be able to continue this discussion with the member opposite and to listen and understand his ideas as to how we might ensure that consumers, all consumers, even the 21st century, will be protected. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So finally, I want to thank the member for the answer provided to the... So I would like to have the Minister's comments with regard to the general issue of privacy protection, consumer consent to access to their bank account if required, and consent to the initiation of a payment order, as well as the possibility of subjecting cryptocurrency to this legislation. And that will be the end of my questions, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Perhaps that's the last question, but it is a very complicated one indeed, with many subjects touched upon. I will begin with the end, and that was cryptocurrency. I think this is a very important issue that needs to be resolved. We should begin to have a conversation with our partners and international allies. Within the G7, for example, there have been meetings of finance ministers and governors of central banks. We have already started having this kind of discussion, and I agree with the member that we must do so. Thank you very much. Oh, may I continue? Okay. I think that we need to do two things simultaneously. That is, we need to ensure that Canada and the Canadian economy will be prepared to embrace new technologies. We know there are technologists, researchers, scientists who are excellent, and we must have regulations that allow for innovation and the use of new technologies. At the same time, however, and above all when it comes to the financial services sector, we must ensure that we encourage new technologies while at the same time protecting consumers, protecting consumer rights, and protecting privacy and the data of consumers. This is difficult, to be quite frank, but I am confident that it will be possible to do so, and I wish to say that I think we need to do this in close collaboration with our international allies, the European Union, for example, and that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. The honourable member doesn't have his mic on, I believe, or we're having a technical issue at this end. Nope, it's not working. Maybe the honourable member can try unplugging his microphone and replugging it in. Sometimes it doesn't click in properly.
Is it working now, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, yes, thank you. It is. You also provide technical services to members.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to also share my time, that is to ask questions and get answers from the Minister, and I thank the Minister for making herself available this evening.
Every previous crisis that Canada has lived through has been strict laws against profiteering and a sense that we are all in this together. Not this time, Madam Speaker, and not with this government. Canada's billionaires have increased their wealth by an astounding $80 billion during this pandemic. Now, other countries have experienced this and have put into place measures such as a wealth tax. And a wealth tax is supported by over 80% of Canadians, as the Minister well knows. So my first question is very simple. Why does this government refuse to put into place a wealth tax as we go through this pandemic?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and let me also congratulate you on the tax support you've just offered. Let me say to the member opposite that I really believe strongly that we are all in it together, and I share his conviction that everyone needs to pay their fair share. And we have introduced measures in this budget to ensure that that is the case. That is why we have introduced a luxury tax. That is why we have introduced a digital services tax. That is why we have introduced a tax on vacant property owned by non-resident, non-Canadian owners. And, Madam Speaker, it's why we have introduced the most aggressive measures to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance that have ever been introduced by a Canadian government, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, the luxury tax, the Liberals' so-called luxury tax, is an utter smokescreen. As the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has offered, it's 1 cent on the dollar of what a wealth tax would bring in. And here is the contrast. At the same time as there is a refusal to bring in the wealth tax, we are seeing that hundreds of thousands of Canadians who currently depend on the Canada Response benefit are seeing that benefit slashed in just a few weeks. In the middle of the third wave, those benefits will be slashed from $500 to $300 a week. And the question, of course, is how do they put food on the table? How do they keep a roof over their head? And particularly as we see record homelessness, why would the government slash the benefit? Now, the NDP is proposing tomorrow an amendment that would ensure that that benefit is maintained at $500. Will the Finance Minister support that NDP amendment?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as the member opposite knows, our government strongly agrees with him that the first priority during the fight against COVID has been to support Canadians and Canadian workers. I am so pleased that 5.9 million Canadians have been supported through the CERB. 1.95 million Canadians have been supported through the CRB. 5.3 million Canadians Their jobs have been supported through the wage subsidy, including 621,000 jobs in the member's province of BC. But, Madam Speaker, as the member opposite also knows very well, his province of BC and other provinces across the country are making great strides in the fight against COVID. They are opening up the country. They have put forward clear and strong plans, and our programs have to adapt accordingly.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, Madam Speaker, as we well know, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has also evaluated that a modest pandemic profits tax would bring in about $8 billion. This is the kind of thing we did in the Second World War when we were all in this together. Now, we know that this would make a difference. The minister has refused to answer my question about the CRB benefit being slashed. Here are two other measures that the government can support from the NDP. First off, in the budget, the government has acknowledged the chronic and desperate poverty that so many Canadian seniors live under, and has proposed to raise the OAS by 10%, but only for Canadians over the age of 75. Canadians from 65 to 75, who are the bulk of Canadian seniors, don't have access to that. Canadian seniors organizations have reacted. They are asking the government to change that situation. And the NDP again has proposed an amendment tomorrow that would ensure that the OAS increase goes to all Canadian seniors. As well, this government has refused to extend a moratorium on student debt payments. So the question is very simple. The government is refusing to make sure that pandemic profits tax, a wealth tax is in place, so we have the wherewithal to make these important adjustments. Will the government support ensuring that all seniors have access to the OAS increase, and will they put in place a moratorium on student debt payments?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question, Madam Speaker. And let me say, I am very pleased that in the budget, we were able to keep our campaign commitment to raise the OAS for seniors 75 and older by 10%. We appreciate, as I think do all members of this House, that as a person gets older, their needs are greater, their savings may be running out, their ability to work diminishes. And so I am very pleased that for Canadians 75 and older, we're able to offer this additional support. The member points out something else, though, which is so important to me, to our government, and I believe all Canadians, which is that in addition to supporting seniors in our budget, we need to invest in young Canadians. This pandemic has hit our youth so hard, and they have sacrificed for us. They have sacrificed to preserve the lives and health of their parents and grandparents. And that's why I am so pleased that this budget makes an unprecedented $5.7 billion investment in young Canadians. That is an investment which will double the Canada Student Grant for 2 additional years. It extends the moratorium on federal interest, and it means that 450,000 low-income student borrowers will have access to more generous repayment assistance, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, Madam Speaker, let the record show that the Finance Minister is not inclined to provide any supports to those seniors that are between the age of 65 and 75, and will continue the discrimination that was in the budget. And as well, the Finance Minister is refusing to put in place a moratorium on student debt payments, which so many student organizations across the country have called for. These are not answers that I think Canadians will support at all. Now, the minister said earlier that the government was taking action against tax havens. And the very simple fact is, as the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer pointed out in 2019, that Canada loses over $25 billion every year in tax revenues that flee to overseas tax havens. There has not been a successful prosecution by this government. Any Canadian or any Canadian company tied to the Bahamas Papers, the Paradise Papers, the Panama Papers, these are thousands of Canadians who are using these loopholes to avoid paying taxes. Now, CRA employees went to the Finance Committee last summer and said that they do not have the tools to take action against this tax evasion. And they have asked for legislation that the government has not provided. So my simple question is, where is the legislation that even CRA employees are calling for so that we can finally start to take action against overseas tax havens?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I actually agree with the member opposite that it is essential for us to take action against tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance schemes. The member opposite began his round of questions by asserting something I disagree with, which is he said we're really not in this together. Here I part ways with him, because I think we really are in it together. But to be in it together, it is essential for us all to pay our fair share and for Canadians to know everyone is paying their fair share. And that is why I am so proud of the extensive measures in this budget to close loopholes, to make popular tax avoidance schemes no longer permitted, to provide significant additional resources to the CRA to go after illegal tax evasion, and unprecedented measures to shine a light on beneficial ownership schemes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I'll continue on the theme of free ride to the ultra-rich. This federal government, within 4 days of the pandemic hitting, and as the finance minister well knows, offered an unprecedented $750 billion in liquidity supports to the banking industry within just a few days. Now, the profits so far, and we'll see further profits announced this week, have been over $50 billion from Canada's big banks. So why were there no requirements in the banking industry at all and Canada's big banks in order to access these massive amounts of liquidity supports? And in the last few weeks, we have seen Canada's big banks sharply increase their fees, mainly on lower income Canadians. Why hasn't the government used the tools that it has to crack down on those gouging practices and these fees that are hitting Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've said, I actually agree with the member opposite about a lot. He has a very sincere and many years' worth of commitment to supporting working people in Canada, and I strongly share that commitment. That is why one of the budget measures that is most important to me personally is the Canada Workers' Benefit. But I part ways with the member opposite when it comes to what seems to me embedded in his question, which is a lack of concern about the stability of the financial sector in a once-in-a-generation economic crisis. When COVID first hit Canada and the world, we were plunged into the greatest depression since the Great Depression. The government and the Bank of Canada and OSFI acted with urgency to maintain the stability of our financial sector. That was the right thing to do, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're far more concerned about the stability of regular Canadian families, seniors, students, people that have been hard hit by this pandemic. And as we see the government cutting back on supports, they will be the most impacted. Let's look at people with disabilities. Now, the banks got $750 billion in liquidity supports within 4 days. People with disabilities get a 3-year consultation with absolutely nothing in the budget. Now, Madam Speaker, this is a contrast that I think all Canadians can see. And I will ask another question as well. I wrote to the Finance Minister on January 5th to ask her to release the amounts that large corporations have used from the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy when they laid off workers and paid dividends or paid big executive bonuses. How much was misused in this way? And when are the companies going to pay that misused money back?
The Honourable Minister has 1 minute to respond.
Okay, well, there are a lot of questions in there. Let me kind of go through quickly. I'm going to start by saying I know the member opposite sincerely cares about workers, seniors, and students. So do I. And I know that a collapse of the financial sector would hurt each one of those groups. And that's why in a once-in-a-generation crisis, the government, the Bank of Canada, and OSFI acted as they ought to do and as they needed to do. Let me point out, when it comes to disabilities, the budget includes important measures to provide additional support to students with serious but temporary disabilities. I am really, really glad that that is there. And when it comes to the wage subsidy, Madam Speaker, the most important thing for us to bear in mind is it has supported 5.3 million jobs across the country.
The member has 39 seconds left.
Well, I think the question is very, very clear to wrap up, Madam Speaker. We're seeing that the ultra-rich are getting a free ride with this government, and yet Canadians are suffering incredibly. And, of course, the fact that people with disabilities are getting no supports except a 3-year consultation, while Canada's big banks got an unprecedented $750 billion in liquidity supports within days of the pandemic hitting. That contrast, I think, is clear to all Canadians to see. Why does the government put banks and billionaires before regular Canadians?
The Honourable Minister has, if she can provide a brief answer because the time has run out.
Okay, well, then briefly I'll just say it is simply not correct to overlook the very significant support that Canadian students with disabilities are getting in this budget. That is going to transform lives, and I am glad that it will.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance.
Colleagues, I'm pleased to contribute to this debate on how our government is working hard to improve the quality of life of all Canadians. Comme vous savez, une partie...
As you know, part of my mandate is to work together with the federal government in order to better incorporate the quality of life measures into decision-making and the establishment of budgets by the government. This important work began before COVID-19 hit us, and since this time it has elicited a great deal of reflection on what matters for Canadians. The pandemic has affected many dimensions of the quality life of Canadians, ranging from health repercussions and job losses to mental health and social isolation. It has also highlighted the long-standing inequalities that Canadians must continue to deal with: gender imbalance in responsibilities with regard to caregiving, systemic racism, and the gaps in Canada's social safety net. It is now clearer than ever that traditional economic indicators, such as the gross domestic product, cannot continue to be the only way to measure Canadians' overall welfare. Recognizing the importance of factors that go beyond the GDP does not mean putting less focus on investments in a strong economy or prudent budgetary management. In fact, such investments are indispensable to achieving and maintaining greater quality of life.
Canada's GDP through productivity growth, labour market participation, and investment is crucial for raising Canada's national standard of living now and into the future. However, our government strongly believes that the quality of life of all Canadians should be a key component of policy making and budget decisions. And, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, Canadians agree. A study commissioned by the government last summer found, while 1 in 2 Canadians feel that stronger growth in Canada's GDP is important to their day-to-day lives, nearly 3/4 of respondents felt that it is important to move past solely considering traditional economic measurements like levels of economic growth, and also consider other factors like health, safety, and the environment when we make decisions. The recent budget that our government tabled on April 19 reflects this belief. It is as much about finishing the fight against COVID and jump-starting our economy as it is about investing in measures that will increase the quality of life for Canadians. Initiatives such as childcare, mental health support, protecting the environment, affordable housing, and public infrastructure. And through the development of a quality of life framework introduced as part of our recent budget, our government is putting Canadians' quality of life at the center of our policy and investment decisions. Le budget 2021.
Budget 2021 uses our evidence-based quality of life framework that deals with factors that matter the most to Canadians: economic prosperity, health, environment, social cohesion, and good governance. This work has allowed us to go beyond depending solely on GDP growth to measure progress. Economic growth and prosperity remain for us of paramount importance because that's what supports Canada's quality of life. But we need a broader overall comprehension of what progress is. A comprehension that enables us to reflect globally and to take into account of the breakdown of results among all of Canadians and the sustainability of these results in the long term. Our work has been guided by conversations with experts and partners, other countries who have undertaken this reflection already, and comments from Canadians themselves. This has resulted in a truly Canadian approach. By using an array of broadened indicators, for example, by measuring factors such as mental health, environmental impacts, employment, social trust, and post-secondary education, our government will be able to better measure and assess the impacts of the main measures on Canadians' quality of life. This includes examining the breakdown of results and opportunities among people and places, and to find out whether today's prosperity might undermine our quality of life tomorrow. This integrated approach can be used as a major point of reference, like a North Star, guiding the crafting of policy and budgets of our government, laying out priorities based on what matters the most for Canadian standards of living, and supporting our way of monitoring progress in order to build back better after the pandemic.
Our government has already started using the framework to consider how each proposal for our recent budget could affect these various dimensions and indicators in order to help us achieve the right mix of measures to ensure a strong, inclusive, and sustainable recovery. Take, for example, our government's historic commitment to establish a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. The pandemic has emphasized that it is not just a social issue, but an urgent economic one as well. It is a cornerstone of our jobs and growth plan and will provide jobs for workers, the majority of whom are women, while enabling parents to reach their full economic potential and creating a generation of engaged and well-prepared young learners. As the members of this House would agree, while this measure will advance GDP growth, measuring its impact in terms of GDP growth alone would surely understate the benefits of this investment. And as someone who literally had to start my daycare in my basement because I had no other options as an entrepreneur and small business owner, I can tell you how transformative this will be for so many people with families. Nous sommes également.
We have also looked at systemic racism, which can have devastating consequences on Canadians' well-being. New support measures should have positive impacts in an array of important sectors for the quality of life, including discrimination and unfair treatment, self-reported mental health, upskilling and its impact on job opportunities, and a sense of belonging to one's community. These are just a few examples of how this framework helped us make decisions in this budget, and I'm proud to say that you could take any measure out of our recent budget and examine the impacts that are anticipated on the quality of life in Annex 4. These are indicators that the government will use to measure the success of these initiatives and the way in which they support the quality of life of Canadians.
The government understands that key to the success of this framework is enhancing the data we collect and improving our measurement of program outcomes in order to be able to better incorporate quality of life measurements into decision-making and budgeting in the future. Evidence-based decision-making is foundational to good governance and to Canadians' trust in their institutions. Now, to help us to get there, our recent budget announced proposed investments of $13.8 million over 5 years and $2.2 million ongoing to enable Statistics Canada to improve quality of life measurements and address key data gaps, while bringing together key economic, social, and environmental data sets into a user-friendly format that will better support decision-making and budgeting.
Furthermore, the budget has funding of $285 million over 5 years and over $40 million per year ongoing in order to collect better disaggregated data that will allow the government, researchers, and others to better understand Canadians' experiences and environmental change. Madam Speaker, I am very proud of the work that we have done to date in developing and implementing the quality of life framework. And the indicators of this framework will continue to be upgraded so that it is relevant in a landscape that is constantly evolving. I think that the detailed analysis presented in Budget 2021 and the anticipated advantages and impacts are eloquent.
Diversity and the quality of life of Canadians are at the center of decision-making, and it's fundamental to creating a thriving and successful country that reflects Canadian values and achieves potential. Because of whenever Canadian has the opportunity to succeed and benefit, the well-being and quality of life of all Canadians will flourish. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister, if it is our collective hope as parliamentarians to not only see GDP growth, but to actually enhance the quality of life for the Canadians who live in our communities, in my view, it's essential that we become more effective at measuring the things that matter. To me, it's important that we understand there is value in a forest before we cut it down. That the time we spend at home is every bit as valuable as the time we spend at work, and that the people in our lives are every bit as important, and certainly more so than the money in our bank account. I want to, on the issue of quality of life indicators, acknowledge the leadership of a group in my own province, Nova Scotia, Engage Nova Scotia, and the head of that organization, Danny Graham in particular, for his groundbreaking work on establishing quality of life indicators. But just to illustrate the importance of this point, when people call my constituency office, Madam Speaker, they're not calling about Canada's GDP growth the month prior. They're calling about whether they have access to mental health services. They're calling about whether they can manage to put food on the table for their families. Though they might be watching the monthly job statistics in the abstract, they're very concerned whether they and their kids have an opportunity to find a job in the community where they grew up. We, in this recent federal budget, have actually taken a major step to implement indicators where we can actually track the impact that the measures we're going to have on the quality of our constituents' lives, and not only on the macroeconomic indicators we traditionally rely on, like unemployment rate or GDP. And certainly those traditional economic indicators are extremely important. So my question to the Minister is, can she highlight some of the investments in Budget 2021 that have actually been made as a result of these indicators? And what are the next steps to implement a quality of life framework to ensure that going forward, governments make decisions based on how they will improve the quality of life for Canadians rather than simply GDP?
The Honourable Minister has 2.5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our Parliamentary Secretary for his question, and especially his engagement with this file and his hard work. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that he and I have spoken often about the quality of life framework and the need to move beyond GDP to fully measure economic growth. En tant que Canadiens, nous savons que nous traversons ensemble.
As Canadians, we know that we are going through an incredibly difficult period together. This pandemic has clearly shown that the quality of our lives is not directly correlated with the amount of money we have in our bank accounts at the end of the month or the GDP of the country. Instead, our capacity to prosper is directly linked to have health and safety, having good housing, a good job, being able to access outdoor activities, drinking water, education, entertainment, social welfare, and all sorts of other things. We are also aware that the government that the pandemic has severely challenged all of these elements.
Canada's first ever quality of life framework, and it's located in Annex 4. And the framework was developed after consultations with experts and stakeholders. As my honourable colleague mentioned, Engage Nova Scotia was one of them, the OECD, international engagement, and with input from Canadians. Ce cadre est évolutif, car nous savons et continuons.
This framework is evolving. We will continue to consult with our Indigenous partners, provinces and territories, as well as other important stakeholders. And the framework will evolve as we continue to obtain more data, thanks to recent investments in Budget 2021 in Statistics Canada.
As we continue to consult with Indigenous partners, provinces and territories, and other important stakeholders. And we'll be using a broad suite of indicators, and our government will be able to better measure and evaluate the impacts of key initiatives on Canadians' quality of life. This is a Made in Canada approach that highlights Canada as a global leader. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be splitting my time with the member for Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. Madam Chair, nearly 700,000 students will receive the Canada Student Loan this year, and the program administers about $24 billion worth of student loans. This year, the program is in fact projected to grow about 32%. To administer this massive program, the Liberal government signed an 8-year contract with a private software company called Finastra, which gets money for each loan user. Can the minister provide the total fee paid by her government to Finastra for operating the student loan program last year and the projected fee for this year?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually delighted that the member opposite is drawing attention to student loans, because support for students is one of our government's priorities. $5.7 billion is committed to Canadian students in this budget. That includes doubling the Canada Student Grant for 2 more years. It includes extending the moratorium on federal interest and ensuring that 450,000 low-income student borrowers will have access to more generous repayment assistance. I trust the member opposite supports that.
I am familiar with the time, so I will cut the minister off. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Chair, the minister unfortunately did not answer my question of how much the private company that administers the student loan was paid. And again, this is $24 billion of student loans that they manage. But we do know that in 2017 and 2018, Finastra was paid over $77 million to run the student loan program. In fact, the taxpayer paid the company over $410 million over a 5-year period to administer the program. We also know that Finastra most recently had nearly $2 billion in revenues, and its customers include 90 of the top 100 banks globally. So in sum, Finastra is very successful and is making a lot of money. But my question is, why did Finastra receive the wage subsidy from the Canadian taxpayer, and how much did they receive?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, I struggle to understand the sincere intent behind the member's question. Is she implying that somehow we should not be making student loans available to young Canadians? If that is her implication, I could not more strongly disagree. Student loans are essential to our young people. They are an essential investment in our future. And I am so proud that this budget strengthens the student loan program, and that thanks to this budget, young Canadians earning less than $40,000 do not have to start repaying their student loans.
Our member for Kildonan St. Paul's.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure why the minister would be proud of providing a billionaire company with the wage subsidy when they're making a lot of money. That's my question. But ultimately, I would like to know as well, Madam Chair, the CEO, Robert Smith of Vista Equity Partners, which owns Finanstra, it's the parent company, recently paid $139 million in tax fines to the American government, which is amongst the largest tax fraud scandals in American history. So that is, the Canadian taxpayer has subsidized one of his companies. Was the minister aware of this?
Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, I would like to probe a little bit the intent behind the member's questions. She's been asking about the wage subsidy, and I'd like to say to her that that is a program which has supported 5.3 million Canadian jobs. In her native province of Manitoba, it has supported 175,000 jobs alone. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, our priority is Canadian students, Canadian workers, and we are going to do whatever it takes to support them.
Our member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Chair, the minister keeps quoting that stat, but quite honestly, it sounds like some of these companies could have saved these jobs on their own and had billions of dollars to spare. But honestly, Madam Chair, the finance minister actually wrote a book about guys like Mr. Smith, where she argued the super rich became rich because they were at the right place at the right time. And maybe she's right. I mean, a billionaire American tax cheat got richer off students and Canadian taxpayers during the pandemic as a result of this Liberal government's poorly designed wage subsidy program in this regard. And now Canadians with federal student loans will know that every time they make a payment, an American tax cheat will get richer. And I guess that's okay by the Minister of Finance's standards. I'm not sure, but it sounds like it is. And ultimately, we know Finastra is worth billions, and yet they received the wage subsidy. And we know that 32 companies that went bankrupt before the pandemic was declared took millions from the wage subsidy, some of whom no longer had any employees at all. And some of the best performing Canadian hedge funds also received the wage subsidy, despite making hundreds of millions of dollars of profits last year. So will the Finance Minister commit to ensuring no more profitable billionaire companies receive the taxpayer-funded wage subsidy?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, what I will commit to is a measure which is in Bill C-30, which is important, and I hope that the member opposite will support. And this measure means that this applies for publicly listed corporations that receive the wage subsidy for any qualifying period after June 5th. And these corporations would be required to pay the amount by which the remuneration of their top executives in 2021 exceeds their remuneration in 2019, up to the amount of wage subsidy received for active employees for this period. I do think that's an important measure, and I look forward to support from the other side of the House for that measure.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Chair, Conservatives and Canadians supported pandemic relief efforts and programs because they were sold to us as supports for Canadian families and Canadian businesses that were deeply hurt at the risk of closing due to the government shutdowns. They were not designed, or at least from our perspective, what we were told, for profitable billionaire companies. And at the same time, the federal deficit is the largest in Canadian history, over $354 billion. And now we are slowly beginning to learn and uncover the mountains of financial mismanagement by this Liberal government. And Canadians really will be the ones on the hook to pay for it, whether through high taxes or reduced public services or both. And try as they may to explain away the sort of Liberal government's disrespect or disregard, or I'm not sure quite what it is, for Canadian taxpayers and fiscal responsibility generally. Canadians are growing tired of this Liberal government's mismanagement and uncertainty. And I'll conclude, Madam Chair, by saying Conservatives successfully led us through the last economic recession, and we can do it again. And it is time for a responsible Conservative government that will secure Canada's future.
The Honourable Minister, a brief answer. There's 30 seconds left, but
we'll allow. Answer to a collection of flaccid talking points. Bit tough, Madam Speaker, but let me simply point out that it took a full decade before labor force participation in Canada recovered to its previous levels after the 2008-2009 recession. We're not going to repeat that mistake. We're going to support Canadians, we're going to support Canadian workers, and Canada, Madam Speaker, is going to come roaring back.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Minister acknowledged that Canada's housing affordability crisis is fundamentally tied to increasing supply, and yet the budget breezed past this critical issue. Housing hopelessness is top of mind for Canadians. Why is the government failing to act?
The honourable minister.
I would say to the member opposite that I absolutely see housing as a key economic issue for our country. It's an issue for the federal government. It's an issue for provinces. It's an issue for municipalities. In fact, the member is a BC MP, and I had a great conversation with Kennedy Stewart, the Mayor of Vancouver, just last week about this. We have done a lot of work, and we need to keep on working on this essential issue.
Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Nobody can deny in Canada that the cost of housing has increased substantially since the pandemic began. What would the minister advise to a young family trying to enter the market today?
The honourable minister has 10 seconds to respond.
I'd say to that young family, the government is here to support you. We're working hard with provinces, municipalities to build more homes for young Canadian families. And for a young family, early learning and childcare is going to help you a lot.
Member.
We know Canada's economic recovery from COVID-19 must include infrastructure investment. Groups like the Canadian Home Builders Association have long been calling for the government to open their eyes and recognize housing as a critical component of Canadian infrastructure. However, the PBO has found that the Liberals cannot account, and the Auditor General cannot account for their infrastructure spending. Is the reason there is no action on supply because the Liberals screwed up on infrastructure?
The honourable minister.
I have a lot of respect for the member opposite, but I have to say there is a factual error in his question. There is a significant emphasis on housing in our government's policies for years and in the budget. $70 billion in the National Housing Strategy. The Rapid Housing Initiative, that was $1 billion. The budget adds $1.5 billion additional dollars. $300 million in the
member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minister should speak with those on the ground. This morning, I spoke with Burnaby's mayor, the chair of the Metro Vancouver Housing Committee. His city has 9 shovel-ready sites, 6 for the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and 3 for the Rapid Housing Initiative, none of which receive funding for construction, despite Burnaby being the 3rd most unaffordable place to live in our country. Why did this government ignore this low-hanging fruit? Are the programs simply this ineffective, or do they simply have no plan to secure Canada's housing future?
The honourable minister.
Well, let me encourage the member opposite to vote for the budget, because there's another $1.5 billion in the budget for the Rapid Housing Initiative. I agree it's a great program, and that's why we believe in expanding it. And just last week, I spoke to the mayors of Vancouver, Halifax, Toronto, and Montreal, all specifically on housing. They told me they love the Rapid Housing Initiative, so let's get the budget bill passed and get them more money for this great program.
The honourable member.
How many units has the National Housing Strategy built?
The honourable minister.
The National Housing Strategy is an unprecedentedly fast program which has moved more people out of homelessness into housing.
How many units has the National Housing Strategy built?
Minister.
I'm going to quote something that Kennedy Stewart said to me, which I found very moving. He said he felt that thanks to the Rapid Housing Initiative, homeless people, formerly homeless people in Vancouver, now have a place to.
The mayor of Burnaby stated if the intent of the government is to slow supply, then they should rely on the national housing strategy. Again, how many units has the national housing strategy built? It's a simple question.
The Honourable Minister.
As I said a moment ago, Madam Speaker, the National Housing Strategy will build up to 125,000 affordable units. But I want to talk about another program that is particularly relevant as we are recovering from the pandemic. That is the $300 million.
The Honourable Member.
Budget 2021 showcases how this government continues to turn a blind eye to money laundering. Why is this government failing to act and deliver on money laundering?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm just going to quickly finish on the $300 million in the Rental Construction Housing Initiative. This will convert empty office space that has appeared in our downtowns into affordable housing. A great program, a reason to support the budget.
The Honourable Minister. Member, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll ask the Minister a straight answer. How many units has the National Housing Strategy built since it was implemented?
The Honourable Minister.
We're hopscotching each other, but I owe the member an answer on money laundering. And let me just say, this budget takes unprecedentedly strong action against tax evasion and aggressive tax.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When will the Minister commit to introducing legislation amending the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act to implement the much-needed recommendations from reputable academics and commissions from across Canada, particularly in my province?
The Honourable Minister.
So on money laundering, let me point to one of the measures I think which is most important in the budget, and that is the measure on beneficial ownership, bringing transparency to this area. Many activists in the area of transparency have been directly in touch with me to say how.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. When will the new registry be tabled in Parliament?
The Honourable Minister.
The new registry needs, as a first step, for us to all vote for the budget. So let's do that.
Honourable Member has 10 seconds to ask a question, really.
Despite several years of assurances by the federal government that they are committed to the creation of an urban Indigenous housing strategy, the budget excluded it. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
The budget makes unprecedented investments in reconciliation with the Indigenous people in Canada, $18 billion over 5 years.
I just want to remind the member that it's not polite to interrupt and jump in while the minister or somebody else has the floor. I know that was dealt with as well during question period today. So I just want to, with another member, and I would just want to remind the member not to jump in when somebody else has the floor. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Are you going to take the point of order?
Is there a point of order? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I think that might have been just a delay. Thank you.
I appreciate it. The honourable member trying to put that through. I would prefer an apology instead, but it wasn't a delay when the honourable minister had the floor. So the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and for the opportunity to stand today to participate in this Committee of the Whole debate, and most importantly, for the opportunity to highlight our government's proposed investments that will help us deliver to build back better, fair, and more prosperous a future by investing in Canada's green transition and more green jobs. Today, Madam Speaker, I will speak for probably 8 to 9 minutes, and then I have some questions for the minister from the minister responsible for middle class prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance. As outlined in Budget 2021, job growth means green growth. It is about leaving behind a healthy planet with clean water and clean air for our children and their children. It is about addressing the current climate crisis, and it's about securing jobs today and creating the careers of the future. Our recent budget sets out a plan to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 levels by 36% to 2030, and puts us on a path to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It proposes funding to achieve our 25% land and marine conservation targets by 2025. Since the release of Budget 2021, the Prime Minister has announced that Canada will increase its emissions reduction target by 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. By making targeted investments in transformational technologies, we can assure that Canada benefits from the next wave of global investment and growth. Investing now in areas such as clean fuels and carbon capture will foster well-paying middle-class jobs now and for many years to come. Canada can and will foster jobs and sustainable growth by building on what we already do so well. The resource and manufacturing sectors that are Canada's traditional economic pillars: energy, mining, agriculture, forestry, steel, aluminum, automobiles, and aerospace, will be the foundation for our plans to continue towards a more sustainable and green economy. That is why we propose a historic investment of $5 billion over 7 years in the Net Zero Accelerator, on top of the $3 billion we already committed in December for this program. This funding will help even more companies invest to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions while growing their businesses, and will help build and secure Canada's clean industrial advantage by decarbonizing large emitters, transforming key sectors, and accelerating the adoption of clean technology across the economy that are needed to meet our goal of net zero by 2050. This investment will help cut our pollution, spur clean technology innovations, attract major investments, create middle-class jobs, and foster the development of key supply chains to ensure Canadian industries and workers can use their low-carbon advantage to compete and win. Madam Chair, tackling climate change and achieving net zero emissions also requires Canadians and Canadian industries to reduce the release of harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere in every way possible. Carbon capture, use and storage, also known as CCUS, is an important tool for reducing emissions in sectors that emit the most. This tool uses cutting-edge technologies to capture carbon dioxide emissions from fuel combustion and industrial processes, or directly from the air. The captured carbon can then be stored deep underground or used to create new innovative products. CCUS is the only technology currently available that can produce negative emissions. Budget 2021 proposes to introduce an investment tax credit for capital invested in these projects, with the goal of reducing CO2 emissions by at least 15 megatons annually. We also know that investments are needed to support research and development activities that will lead to technological breakthroughs, reduce costs, and ensure that Canada remains at the forefront of the global market for oil. That is why Budget 2021 proposes to provide $319 million in funding to Natural Resources Canada to support research and development activities in carbon capture, use, and storage technologies to improve their commercial viability. Together, these proposed actions related to the CCUS will help Canada achieve our carbon reductions emissions goals and position Canada as a leader in the provision of cleaner energy and innovative new technologies around the world. Madam Chair, Canadians are also well aware that climate action starts at home, and home energy retrofits can have a big impact on emissions reductions. Whether people replace drafty windows, improve insulation to keep their houses warm in the winter and cool in the summer, or install heat pumps, retrofits will help Canadians make their homes more energy efficient and can also help to better protect their homes from climate risks. These retrofits also make our homes more comfortable, reduce our energy bills, and create good middle-class jobs, especially for skilled workers and tradespeople. They can also help spur clean growth by developing an industry for energy-efficient retrofits, including the development of a Canadian supply chain for high-efficiency home renovation products. The 2020 Fall Economic Statement put forward a program to provide Canadians with 1 million free energy audits and up to 700,000 grants valued at up to $5,000 each to complete energy-efficient retrofits to home improvements. To further help homeowners, Budget 2021 proposes to provide $4.4 billion to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to help homeowners complete home retrofits through interest-free loans worth up to $40,000. Loans would be available to homeowners and landlords who undertake retrofits identified through an authorized EnerGuide energy assessment. In combination with the grants announced in the Fall Economic Statement, this would help eligible participants afford deeper, more costly retrofits that have the biggest impact in reducing a home's environmental footprint and energy bills. The program will also include a dedicated stream of funding to support low-income homeowners and rental properties serving low-income renters, including cooperatives and not-for-profit owned housing. The program would be available this summer and is estimated that more than 200,000 households would benefit from this opportunity. And finally, Madam Chair, before I conclude, I would like to touch on zero-emission technology. As more countries commit to achieving net zero emissions by 2050, the demand for zero emissions technology will only grow. With a highly educated and motivated workforce, Canada is well positioned to use this as an opportunity to create sustainable jobs for Canadians and continue towards a more sustainable economy. Strengthening our manufacturing sector and creating good jobs, well-paying jobs, is key to growing a resilient, competitive middle class. That is why Budget 2021, Madam Chair, proposes a 50% reduction in the general corporate and small business income tax rates for businesses that manufacture zero-emissions technologies. Madam Chair, in conclusion, our government knows that we are at a pivotal moment. Just as the inventions of the steam engine and personal computer triggered transformative economic shifts, today the global economy is quickly turning green, and this is only the beginning of the sustainable future that our planet needs. It is essential for the prosperity of both current and future generations of Canadians, for Canada to be at the forefront of this great transformation. Our government knows the importance of making sustainable decisions, and we will do whatever it takes to provide a greener future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will now turn to my questions for the Minister. Madam Chair, in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis remains a significant concern for all Canadians from coast to coast. Last year, we announced the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act with a goal of net zero emissions by the year 2050. We know that investors are putting their money into just about anything that has the word green attached to it, Madam Speaker, and this will help to achieve that net zero emission. We must ensure that it is not a barrier to investment and that it's a strategic plan for competitiveness. Now, while some members of this House, Madam Speaker, are continuing to even have a debate whether or not climate change is real and whether or not we should take official positions on it, our government has a real plan to address climate change. And I would like to ask the Minister to explain why it is important to adopt a climate lens and how it will impact the lives of Canadians in our fight to end rapid climate change, and specifically if she could reference the $1.4 billion project proposed in the budget to respond to the climate-related disasters.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by thanking my honourable colleague for not only his question, but especially his hard work in this domain. Madam Speaker, climate change is real. Our government has brought forward a serious plan that cuts pollution while creating jobs, middle-class growth, and economic opportunity for everyone. As my colleague said, COVID-19 has shown us how Canadians have what it takes to come together, to mobilize and to take action in the face of this crisis. The climate crisis is just as great a challenge. Budget 2021 builds upon the historic investments that we have made since 2015, more than $100 billion to build a cleaner, healthier economy with more good jobs for Canadians. We have proposed $5 billion over 5 years for the Net Zero Accelerator to support and secure Canada's clean industrial advantage by investing in decarbonizing large emitters, transforming the economy and key sectors, and accelerating the adoption of clean technology across the economy. These funds will spur Canada's shift to innovate net zero technologies and attract the large-scale investments needed to meet our goal of net zero by 2050. And it will also help Canadian firms grow and create the jobs of our low-carbon future.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Isles.
How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 3 minutes, okay. Madam Speaker, I just want to turn briefly to the COVID-19 pandemic and the continued work that this government has been doing over the last year. But more importantly, recognizing the work of the frontline workers who have literally put their lives at risk every day to protect Canadians and fight towards ending this public health crisis. Last year, our government acted quickly to meet the needs of Canadians at a time when they needed it the most by rolling out programs in record speed, Madam Chair. Since December, the government has continued to ramp up our vaccine rollout so that more Canadians have access to vaccines that should they choose they want to get one. And obviously, we encourage all Canadians to do their part in fighting COVID-19. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to Canada's COVID-19 immunization plan and how Budget 2021 will ensure that all Canadians have access to vaccines.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank again my colleague, the member for Kingston, the Islands, for having raised this important question. You know, Madam Speaker, it was a historic year for Canadians, and we have already administered the first dose to approximately 60% of Canadian adults. We continue to be among the 3 top G20 countries in terms of the number of doses administered. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, all those who want a vaccine will be able to get one by June 30th. The pandemic is the worst health crisis in the world that we have faced in our generation. And as my colleague said, we have seen the resiliency of Canadians who have continued to make sacrifices for the greater goods of our community. We are determined to support all Canadians throughout the recovery. That is why. Final question, the honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the topic of, back to the topic of our economy and its growth, and in particular fostering greener spaces and ensuring cleaner air for both current and future generations of Canadians. Last year, we announced a healthy environment and a healthy economy, our plan to combat the climate crisis and to help us get there. To fulfill that goal of net zero carbon by the year 2050, we must continue to build a more sustainable approach that expands investments in clean energy technologies and accelerate growth to the forest-based bioeconomy. Can the Minister explain briefly how Budget 2021 aims to promote green and sustainable economic growth in Canada while working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and how these steps will lead to a greener future and new job opportunities for all Canadians?
Avec 25 secondes,
With 25 seconds, the Honourable Minister.
I want to answer that question and say that our government knows the importance of green economic growth, and we have a serious plan that addresses climate change and supports our environment while promoting the growth of our economy. Budget 2021 proposes an investment of $5 billion towards a green bond framework to provide investors with information on opportunities to finance Canada's work to fight climate change and protect the environment through green bonds. I'm sure I could continue to share more, but Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will share my time with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, and I will use my portion of the time to ask a series of questions. So new small businesses were at the pre-revenue stage prior to the pandemic have been systematically excluded from the government's main the government's programs, and this has been widely acknowledged, including by officials. So do these estimates fix that problem facing new businesses that were established right at the beginning of the pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. And I have had exchanges with the member opposite about this issue. When we created the emergency relief programs, our immediate objective was to support the businesses who were up and running, who had no choice but to try to keep going when the pandemic hit. We absolutely understand the particular situation faced either by businesses that have been created since the pandemic or businesses that were on the verge of launching when the pandemic started. I will finish in the next. I realize my time has run up, but...
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Right. I only need a yes or no here. Do the estimates contain any provision for relief of new small businesses? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
The Bill C-30 and the budget contains a huge amount of support for all Canadian small businesses. Let me start with the digital adoption program, which is going to be a huge productivity boost. And let me also talk about the tax incentive.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
So, but is there anything for businesses that have been excluded from the relief program so far? That's what I'd like to know. If the minister can answer that question, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, the question was, are there measures to support new businesses? And in fact, in the budget, there are so many measures to support all small businesses across the country. I spoke about the digital adoption scheme. Let me talk about an essential tax measure that will encourage businesses to invest in themselves, and I'll finish discussion of that.
The Honourable Member.
So a small business that does not meet the criteria of the wage subsidy or rent subsidy, is there anything that will allow these businesses to survive and pay their immediate bills?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, let me just finish talking about this tax measure because I think it is one of the most productivity enhancing measures in the budget. For the next 3 years, businesses will be able to count as a tax expense up to $1.5 million of investment in themselves in each of those 3 years. All Canadian businesses can do that.
Honourable Member.
Right. So businesses that spent all of their savings building either building a plant or a restaurant or a store with a grand opening date of March, they still do not receive eligibility for the rent subsidy, the wage subsidy, and will they be eligible for the new higher subsidy as well?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just say, I think it absolutely makes sense that businesses that were already up and running, who had no choice but to continue, those have been the priority of our government support measures, and I think that is absolutely right. I absolutely agree with the member opposite that we need to have continued support for all Canadian businesses into the recovery, and this budget makes unprecedented investments in small businesses that will do exactly that.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
All right, the estimates include $81.5 million for MyTax to administer a small business internship program. That's included in these estimates. How was MyTax chosen?
The Honourable Minister.
MyTax, Madam Chair, is a very reputable, long-standing Canadian government program that has done tremendous work in supporting innovation in the Canadian economy.
Honourable Member.
I certainly don't disagree, but that wasn't my question. I asked how they were chosen. Maybe specifically, was there an open bid process, or by what criteria were specific criteria was MyTax chosen?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, some measures in the budget, like the continued support of MyTax, are continuations and further investments in existing highly successful programs. I think that is the right approach to take, particularly in this urgent moment when we all need to devote our attention to the recovery. And that's the approach we've been taking here, to take a program that is already working and to double down on it.
The honourable member.
She could just answer the question. If there was an open bid process, this was announced as a new program, so this was not a continuation of an existing government program.
The honourable minister.
As I said, Madam Chair, this is a tried and tested, well-known Canadian program, and it is absolutely right in this budget, when we need to invest in innovation, to use systems that work.
Honourable member.
All right, still not an answer. Most lenders require, so a new question. Typically, a lender will require a business that owns property to have a separate company hold the land, particularly if there's a mortgage involved. The lender will insist on that. This creates a problem and makes it impossible for these businesses to qualify for the rent subsidy. Has that problem, which has been well identified, has that been addressed or changed as part of these estimates or the BIA?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the rent subsidy is one of the big success stories of our government's efforts to support Canadian businesses throughout the pandemic. And let me remind the member of how many businesses have been supported through that program. 182,000 businesses across the country have benefited from the rent subsidy.
Honourable member for a last question.
Good thing the opposition was there to get them to make the changes that were necessary to actually create a successful program, but she still didn't answer the question. Have they fixed the problem under which a business cannot access the rent subsidy if they have their business separated into an operating and a holding company, which is required in any commercial financing?
Honourable Minister, 5 seconds.
I have a lot of respect for the member opposite, especially late at night, but he's got to get his line straight. Either he's going to claim credit for the rent subsidy and say it's great, or he's got to criticize it. But he can't have it both ways, Madam Chair.
Exactly. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be asking questions. Did the Minister of Finance personally improved for a year?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Chair. Did the Minister of Finance personally approve for 1 year the extension of the 26 weeks of sick leave, the honourable minister? One of the elements of the budget is that EI for sick leave, which is now at 15 weeks, will be extended to 26 weeks. The honourable member, will the minister will she vote against the Inédit sans façon bill this afternoon? The honourable minister. I voted with all my colleagues. Thank you. The honourable member. She voted against the bill. Can the minister tell us what is the average treatment for people with colon or breast cancer? The honourable minister. Let's speak personally for a moment. My mother had breast cancer, and during the pandemic, my father had cancer. They're fine now. So I've had experience with cancer, and that is why that I supported the extension of EI for sick leave from 15 to 26 weeks. The honourable minister. I express my sympathies And so it takes up to over 30 weeks to treat such cancer. So why does she not extend it to 52 weeks? The Honourable Minister. I believe, Madam Chair, that it is an excellent thing that our government has made the decision to extend EI for sick leave from 15 to 26 weeks. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, did the Minister personally approve the rise of EI for seniors from 65 to 70?
Et c'est que les conservateurs doivent choisir la voie. D'un côté, ils posent les questions concernant la dette et concernant la dette. D'autre côté, ils posent des questions concernant le manque des programmes.
Honorable député.
Madame la Présidente, est-ce que la ministre a approuvé personnellement l'abandon des personnes âgées de 65 à 75 ans?
Honorable ministre.
Madame la Présidente, je suis fière que notre gouvernement a tenu notre promesse et a augmenté la sécurité de vieillesse pour les gens de 75 ans et plus, comme on a promis pendant la campagne électorale.
Député.
La Présidente, pour quand les gens de 65 à 75 ans sont-ils exclus des programmes d'aide du gouvernement fédéral dans le dernier budget?
L'honorable ministre.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes. Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, yeah?
La translation en anglais.
English interpretation. Do we have interpretation problems?
Oui. Donc, ça veut dire que ça...
So does that mean that, yes, you can hear? Thank you. The Honourable Member. Why did the Minister personally approve the abandonment of people from age 65 to 75 in the budget? The Honourable Minister. The interpretation problems are perhaps because it is difficult for the interpreters to understand it, and thank you very much for their work. No one has been left behind from our project. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member. Does the person believe that people who are retired, who are under 75, have fewer expenses? The Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister. I believe and I know that people who are 75 and older are older than the others, and that is logical that they may have more needs. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, it's like saying that that's just like saying it's clear during the day. Can the Minister say what inflation is in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Yes, it is just like saying it's clear during the day, and that is why our program is clear. Inaudible for the interpreter.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. If the member has questions concerning inflation and interest rates, I would like to reassure him that we have a prudent program to manage the country's debt. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, I just would like to point out that the Minister is taking twice as long to answer as I am asking a question. The Honourable Minister. I have a great deal of respect for the stewardship of the Bank of Canada, and the Bank of Canada has made a major announcement last week. I won't comment. The Honourable Member. Can the Minister tell us what is the inflation rate currently in Canada? The Honourable Minister. I would just like to add to the previous question, and that is that the Conservatives perhaps think that it's a good thing to ask about the Governor of Bank of Canada. That's not our position, the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member. Does she know that our inflation rate is 3.4% and the Bank of Canada target was 2%? So does she agree that inflation is expensive for Canadians, the Honourable Minister? If the member has questions or concerns around inflation and debt, I think that it is important that he should explain that our government has a prudent management strategy of the debt. The member. Why is the Minister personally approving the increase in the cost of living for all Canadians by ignoring inflation and making Canadians' lives more difficult? The Honourable Minister. The important thing to explain here to Canadians is that the government, during 2020, the government's long-term spending went up 29%, and now we're going to increase the proportion, the honourable member. The minister personally approved the decision of the Prime Minister to not increase health transfers. Why? The honourable minister. If the member thinks that it is important to support health systems in Canada and the provinces, he must support our Bill C-30, which includes $4 billion in spending on healthcare systems for Canadians, honourable member. Is it true that health costs are going to explode in coming years because of the increase in seniors in Quebec? The minister. Once again, if the member thinks that it is important to support the health systems, there is also $2 billion in the budget to support vaccination campaigns in the provinces. Once again, he should support the budget. The honourable member. Why did the minister put conditions on these increase in health transfers, and did she also agree to not compensate dairy producers after CUSMA? The honourable minister, 10 seconds. There is a great deal of support in the budget for agricultural producers across the company, and that's what we did across the country, rather. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vimy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to be able to speak to the Committee of the Whole about the actions of the government. I will be speaking for approximately 8 minutes and will be following with a couple of questions, hopefully, to the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance. Budget 2021 is a historic document. It is the first budget tabled by a female Minister of Finance. It is also a document that sets an ambitious path for this country for the years to come, while healing the economic wounds of the past year. We cannot go back and alter the destruction the pandemic has wrought on our lives and on our economies, but we can do our best to ensure a better future by laying down the foundations for a resilient and inclusive recovery. Madam Speaker, I would like to outline the measures that Budget 2021 would enact to create jobs and particularly help low-wage workers. The burden that COVID-19 has placed on low-wage workers cannot be overstated, and the past year has shown how much everyone relies on the important work that many of these workers do. It is a sad reality that the worst economic impacts of the pandemic have been suffered by those who could least afford it. Low-wage workers have been up to 6 times more likely to suffer layoffs than higher-income Canadians. Many of these workers are young people, new Canadians, visible minorities, and women. And many Canadians are struggling to get by while supporting families through part-time, temporary, and low-wage jobs. To support low-wage workers in the federally regulated private sector, Budget 2021 proposes to introduce legislation that will establish a federal minimum wage of $15 per hour, rising with inflation. This will directly benefit more than 26,000 workers. And to support low-wage workers who have been most negatively affected by the pandemic and make our workforce stronger, Budget 2021 proposes to expand the Canada's Workers Benefit to support about 1 million additional Canadians in low-wage jobs, helping them return to work and increasing benefits for Canada's most vulnerable populations. This important measure would raise the income level at which the benefit starts being reduced for single individuals without children and for families. Comme nous le savons tous, Madame la Présidente,
We all know that the Canada Jobs Program was one of the ways that businesses could survive during this crisis so that they could continue to pay wages to their employees, whereas their income was plummeting. This program was targeted help to more than 5.3 million Canadians to keep their jobs. It is to expire in June 2021, but to allow Canadians to weather the rest of the crisis, this support must be extended to give workers and their employers a certain type of certainty and stability over the next months, The 2021 budget will extend the wage relief subsidy until September 25th, 2021. The extension of this support means that millions of jobs will be maintained. The budget also proposes a new program called the Hiring Program for Canada's Economic Recovery. This will provide another type of support to businesses affected by the pandemic to help them hire more workers as the economy gets back on its feet. Furthermore, the government will step in to allow the labor force to grow by helping employers to train and upskill workers, to assist Canadians in acquiring skills that will allow them to receive good jobs. The 2021 budget will make an investment of $960 million over 3 years intended for a new program for sectoral workers. This will allow people to access adapted training for certain businesses, especially for small and medium-sized businesses and their employees. This will allow up to 90,000 Canadians to follow this training that they need in order to get good jobs in the sectors in which employers are looking for qualified workers. This measure will also allow the sectors to diversify by ensuring that 40% of the workers who benefit from this support will come from underrepresented groups, for example, women, disabled people, and Indigenous people.
Of Canadians lack the literacy, numeracy, and digital skills that are increasingly necessary to succeed in jobs in the knowledge economy. Budget 2021 proposes to invest $298 million over 3 years in a new Skills for Success program that would help Canadians improve their skills. This program would enable approximately 90,000 Canadians to improve their literacy and essential skills to better prepare for, get and keep a job, and adapt and succeed at work. Madam Speaker, when the economy reopens, many people will return to their previous jobs. But for some, changes in the economy will mean that they will need to find new jobs. To address this need and help Canadians find new jobs as quickly and as easily as possible, workers need to be able to rapidly adapt and upgrade their transferable skills for newer industries. Budget 2021 proposes to provide $250 million over 3 years for an initiative to scale up proven industry-led, third-party delivered approaches to upskill and redeploy workers to meet the needs of growing industries. This initiative will help approximately 15,500 Canadians connect with new work opportunities. And finally, I'd like to add a thought about personal support workers. These individuals perform jobs that are mentally and physically exhausting, but they often do not enjoy the same job protections, compensation, and benefits as many of their peers in the healthcare sector. To follow through on a commitment made in the Fall Economic Statement 2020, Budget 2021 proposes to provide funding of $27.6 million over 3 years for My 65 Plus, a group tax-free savings account offered by the Service Employees International Union Healthcare. The funding for this portable savings tool will support incentives for worker participation. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, the government's economic recovery plan must meet the challenges that are very unique imposed by this recession and the pandemic and include all Canadians. To ensure a full and fair recovery, Canada needs all workers to return to the labor force and be able to earn a decent living so as to stimulate economic growth and increase the standard of living and the quality of life for all. Now I'm going to put my first question.
Madam Speaker, even before the pandemic, the cost of housing was increasing and was a serious concern for a number of young Canadians who seek to buy their first house, including many in my riding of Vimy in 2017. The federal government answered and met these concerns by establishing the first national housing strategy in Canada in order to improve accessibility, availability, and the quality of housing in Canada. This is a first crucial step, and voters in my riding have continued to express their concerns with regards to the increase of the cost of housing and are still counting on our government. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the housing crisis, especially for those who are the most vulnerable. This includes, unfortunately, women who live in dangerous conditions. Madam Speaker, MPs will remember that this House recently organized a take-note debate in order to note worrying trends in violence against women. Given the threat of COVID-19, a number of people were incapable of accessing shelters, which exacerbates problems against which homeless people, for example, are faced. Budget 2021 will continue to tackle the housing crisis by investing in new projects and extant projects also. Can the Minister explain how the funding of housing projects is important for Canadians and why it is so essential for the federal government to take into account marginalised communities in its plans? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to commend my colleague for that question. It's an eminently important one. The high cost of housing affects nearly all Canadians. It is exactly the reason for which we have taken measures on many fronts in order to alleviate the pressure exerted on modest and low-revenue Canadians. That's why Budget 2021 will invest $2.5 billion and will reassign $1.3 billion in extant funding to accelerate the construction, the repair, or the support of 35,000 affordable housing units. This will also help families and young Canadians, homeless Canadians, as well as women and children who need a safe place far from violence. Out of this, $1.5 billion will be assigned to the initiative to create rapid housing in order to create units over the next 12 months. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that at least 25% of these funds will be assigned and reserved for housing units for women. This investment will add more than 4,500 affordable housing units on top of the 4,700 units that we created within the $1 billion investment in the Fall Economic Statement. And my honourable colleague has also noted the importance of helping women who are fleeing violence. I would like to note that Budget 2021 proposes $315 million over 9 years, starting in 2021-2022, through the Canada Housing Allowance in order to improve direct assistance to women and children who are fleeing violence to help them to pay their rent. These measures are added to our national action plan that seeks to end gender-based violence and aids the $200 billion investment over 2 years in Budget 2021, starting in 2021-2022, in support of associations that fight against gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, the very first national housing strategy in Canada pilots our approach as a government because everyone should have a safe and affordable place to call their own home. And we will continue this important work that we have just started. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Madam Speaker, the elderly are among some of the most vulnerable members of our population in Canada, and the pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated some of the issues that currently exist with respect to long-term care facilities. To complement the work by the Health Standards Organization and Canadian Standards Association to establish national standards for long-term care, Budget 2021 proposes a series of investments to support long-term care in all provinces and territories. It considers the importance of culturally appropriate palliative care, and steps to support seniors so that they can live independently for as long as possible, recognizing the importance and benefits of seniors living in the comfort of their own homes and allowing them to continue to be close to their communities. Can the minister speak about some of the efforts that will be made through this budget to keep seniors safe in Canada and ensure that they are receiving the highest quality of care?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And again, thank you to my honourable colleague from Vimy. You know, COVID-19 has highlighted many of the concerns facing our elderly population, and our government is committed to enhancing our current long-term care system and establishing national standards that meet and exceed the needs. That's why we have allocated $3 billion to support provinces and territories in ensuring that they are meeting long-term care standards and that the necessary changes are being made. And to continue to support seniors during COVID, we propose an increase in old age security for seniors aged 75 and up, and will provide a one-time payment of $500 to these seniors to help them pay their bills. And we also understand the importance of living at home for many of our seniors and propose an investment of $90 million towards the launch of our Age Well at Home initiative to provide seniors with the support needed to ensure that they can live in the comfort of their own homes for as long as possible. Madam Speaker, I would end by saying that we have also proposed an investment of $41.3 million to improve our data infrastructure and collection on supportive care, primary care, and pharmaceuticals so that we can gather the data needed to continue to monitor the challenges and support future investments. Madam Speaker, we know that seniors are amongst the most
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton West, and I'll be spending my time questioning the minister. So the minister has described Budget 2021 as a growth budget. So I want to begin with the oil and gas sector, which is quite important for my riding. This is a sector across the country that has lost hundreds of thousands of jobs, billions of dollars of foreign investment. And so what is the funding and measures of growth for this sector in these estimates?
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question, and I really agree with the member opposite that the energy sector is a vital part of the Canadian economy. Let me remind all members of this House of the very effective Orphan Wells program, which our government put in place with strong support from the provinces. In terms of this budget, Madam Speaker, one measure that I think is really worth highlighting is the tax incentive on carbon capture, utilization, and storage. I see, Madam Speaker, you're rising, but I'll be happy to talk about it some more in further questions.
Member.
Let's expand it then to the natural resources sector, because I didn't see a lot in this budget for that. That's 17% of our GDP. What is the measures and funding to spur growth in that sector?
Honourable Minister.
I do just want to say a couple more things about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, because this is so important for our energy sector. It is important for the planet. This new tax incentive, for which we are launching a 90-day consultation, is going to really help Canada and the Canadian energy sector make the green transition, make the leap into a clean and green economy. It's an important measure. I'm glad it's there.
Honourable Member.
I didn't hear any funding then for any growth in natural resources sector, which is 17% of our GDP. Let's turn then to agriculture, which is 8% of our GDP. Can the minister talk about the funding and growth supports for agriculture?
The Honourable Minister.
Actually, Madam Speaker, I was talking about natural resources, and let me just talk about one other aspect of natural resources where I see tremendous potential for Canada, and that is in heavy earths and the critical minerals and metals for electric batteries. There is a huge opportunity here for Canadian leadership, and this budget makes big investments in electric cars, in batteries, in that whole value chain.
Well, member.
Yes, so I would just point out to the minister that electric batteries are not the agriculture sector of Canada, which is my question. So let's turn then to something that interests me as the chair of Status of Women, where we've been studying unpaid work and obviously looking at the childcare issue. And I see there is a pledge of $30 billion over 5 years, but it's contingent on the provinces matching that funding. And so my question for the minister is, what happens if the provinces can't pay their half? Does that just become another broken election year promise, or what is the plan?
The Honourable Minister.
I have to say to the member opposite, I have a real interest in agriculture too, and this budget makes tremendous investments in agriculture. Let me talk about the Clean Fuel Standard, which is going to be transformative for Canadian canola producers. I spoke recently with Kyle Yavorski of Viterra, and he told me about the canola crushing investment they are working on, which will be tremendous for our canola producers. Our investments in the green transformation for farmers, likewise, will be very, very important for the sector. And let me just mention wild salmon, another natural resource.
Honourable member.
That was a great answer for the childcare question, Let's move along then to one of the files that I have has to do with the election. And I noticed that there was a Section 91 change. This was something that came before the courts. You remember that the previous session, the government brought forward legislation to make it an offense to say false things about a candidate or public member, and the courts ruled that a violation of freedom of speech. So instead of respecting the court's decision, now it's been put into a budget bill. So I didn't see a line item specifically that had to do with that. So was it just that it was put into an omnibus bill with a phrase that says it applies for an election in the next 6 months, which I assume means the government intends to call an election in the next 6 months, or is there money there in the estimates that I missed?
The Honourable Minister.
There's just so much good stuff in the budget, Madam Speaker, and I do want to touch on all the issues that the member opposite is raising. So she talked about early learning and childcare, and I am delighted she raised that issue. This is one of the key investments this budget proposes. This will drive long-term growth for the Canadian economy and provide a huge amount of relief to Canadian families. The member asked about the role of provinces and territories, and of course, this needs to be a shared effort. We are already working with provinces and territories on this, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, I believe there's going to be real enthusiasm because everyone understands this is what Canada needs for jobs and growth.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very concerned about the amount of debt that the government has racked up. $460 billion before budget 2021 that brought in another $101 billion. And if you look at the debt of $30,000 that's added to every Canadian, I did the math. That's $250 a month, every month for the next 10 years, assuming not even interest. And so that's for everyone, men, their wives, their children, every Canadian. And so I don't see a plan to eliminate the debt. Could the minister comment on what that plan is?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the plan is jobs and economic growth. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, about some other people who did their math and came up with a AAA grade for Canada. That is the economists at S&P. Their job is to determine the creditworthiness of borrowers, of countries, and when they looked at our budget, they saw that the numbers, including the growth supportive measures, add up. They reaffirmed Canada's AAA rating. That is the highest rating possible. And let me remind people that Canada continues to have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be using my time for questions. The Minister, what was the discount rate used in the assessment of the financial support for Air Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you for the question. This gives me an opportunity to thank my Deputy Minister, Michael Sabia, who played a key role in our work with Air Canada.
The honourable member, yes.
Madam Chair, she doesn't have an answer. So how does the government determine the merits of spending taxpayers' dollars without knowing what the planned return is?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, our agreement with Air Canada is a tough and excellent agreement which guarantees a great deal for Canadians. The Government of Canada...
What income do you have to be at in Canada to be considered one of the 1%?
The honourable minister.
I just need to say a few more things about the Air Canada deal. Our government took an equity stake, so we have an upside, and there are strict limits on executive compensation.
Honourable member.
As the minister will not answer, I'll tell her it's about $300,000. Now, the government amended the Income Tax Act to allow Canadians earning up to $308,000 to get the tax-free child benefit top-up. How many Liberal ministers would be eligible for that tax-free gift under the changes they made?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit top-up, which has been lamentably delayed by the filibustering tactics of the Conservatives, is going to provide crucial support to Canadian families as we get through these last weeks and months of COVID.
The honourable member.
And I'll answer for the minister, all 37. How many of these top percentile income earners received this tax-free Liberal bonus for the child benefit under their changes to bring it up to $308,000 earned?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, let me just point out again that it is the members on the opposite side of the House, in particular the Conservatives, who have delayed this essential support from coming to Canadian families. Thank you.
Member.
For her, 265,000 wealthy Canadians got the extra money. Now, who in the House said this just Monday? The Canada Child Benefit puts more money in pockets of Canadians by not sending checks to millionaire families.
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit is a program which has lifted millions of Canadian children out of poverty. It is such an effective program. It is being used as a model in the United States.
The honourable member.
I'll answer for the finance minister. It was the prime minister said that. How much was paid out in taxpayers' dollars to the top 1% tax-free by this government?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, let me just underscore how important the Canada Child Benefit has been before COVID as a program to lift Canadian children out of poverty, and this top-up in the fall economic statement is essential for Canadian families. Thank goodness it's fine.
Member.
Answer for the minister again, $88 million. Now, the federal government only offered the City of Edmonton $17 million for supportive housing. Does the minister think $88 million for the top 1% is more important than housing for the homeless in Edmonton?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I hazard to guess that I speak more with the municipal leadership of Edmonton than the members on the opposite side of the House. And I am very proud of the innovative programs Edmonton has put in place to tackle homelessness.
Honourable member.
I can speak for the City of Edmonton that they would rather see some of that $88 million that this government paid to the top 1% earners than the paltry $17 million that this government decided was a priority. I'd like to ask the minister if she knows how much Elon Musk is worth.
The honourable minister.
I would really challenge whether the municipal government of Edmonton feels the member opposite speaks for the elected representatives at the municipal level of the City of Edmonton.
Well, member.
Assure the Canadians and people of Edmonton that the minister does not speak for them, nor does she hold them in high regard if she's offering more money to the wealthy 1% rather than Edmonton homeless. To answer the question, Elon Musk is worth about $175 billion. Now, taxpayers under this government has given Elon Musk $100 million in subsidies to the wealthy to buy Tesla cars. Does the minister believe that is a bigger important than perhaps housing the homeless in Edmonton?
The honourable minister.
I would like to just salute Edmonton for its innovative and I would say Canadian leading programs on people experiencing homelessness. And I am
pleased, although somewhat surprised, to see the newfound concern for homelessness on the Conservative benches. I would encourage the Conservatives to vote for the budget, which includes $1.5 billion for the Rapid Housing Initiative.
Honourable member.
I'm surprised that the government, which is constantly talking about sending checks to millionaires, places a higher priority on sending checks to millionaires and billionaires than helping the City of Edmonton house their homeless. Now, the ultra-exclusive Royal Ottawa Golf Club received $1 million in the wage subsidy program into the 2020 year with a surplus 19 times more what they reported in 2019. Did the minister justify this taxpayer's handout?
The Honourable Minister. Oui, pardon, oui. L'honorable député Thérèse.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you. For several minutes now, there has no longer been any interpretation.
See if it's working now. Ça ne fonctionne toujours pas?
It's still not working?
L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
I'll speak in English. Is it working now?
Je vous entends en anglais.
Okay.
I can only hear you in English.
On va essayer. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Can you start? Is interpretation now working? No? Still not? Still not working? No? Okay. On va attendre quelques minutes.
We'll wait a few minutes. They're just examining the situation.
Can we try now? Is it working now? Can you hear me now?
Oui.
Okay. The Honourable Member, okay, where were we? The Minister, I think. Yes. The Honourable Minister.
Okay, merci aux traducteurs qui sont aussi...
Thank you to our interpreters who are also tired.
No, vas-y. Let me just say, I welcome the rather surprising conversion of the Conservatives to really caring about homelessness. Why don't you guys put your votes where your questions are, support the budget.
I remind the Honourable Minister that I don't vote in this instance. The Honourable Member.
I'll forgive the Finance Minister for answering the wrong question because of the delay. I was asking about the Minister justifying a handout to an exclusive golf club. Now, the Treasury Board President wasn't able to confirm that the $100 billion wage subsidy program went through the required and regular Treasury Board scrutiny. Is this the reason why billions were paid out to wealthy hedge fund managers and super profitable multinationals so they could pay out executive bonuses and dividends on the taxpayer dime?
The Honourable Minister.
Rapid Housing Initiative, $1.5 billion. Vote for it in the budget. This is a great way. I would urge all members to vote for it in the budget. A great way to end homelessness. Okay, on the wage subsidy.
The Honourable Member.
Good Lord, this is embarrassing. $100 billion did not go through Treasury Board program or process for approval, and now we see the government paying out wealthy hedge fund managers. And the minister makes a joke about it. Other G7 countries had wage subsidy provisions to protect taxpayers. Why did the government not put in wage subsidy protection through the wage subsidy through the required tax or the Treasury Board approval process to protect taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister, 10 seconds.
Wage subsidy supported 5.3 million jobs across the country, 674,000 in Alberta alone.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to be here today. As you all know, COVID-19 has come at a terrible cost for all Canadians. The pandemic has caused the worst and the most sudden global recession since the Great Depression. Here at home, more than 3 million Canadians have lost their job, and another 2.5 million have found themselves with reduced hours, which represents about 30% of the pre-pandemic labor force. Still here in Canada, the real GDP has declined 13% compared to the 2020 first quarter. Because of the pandemic, the decline in economic activity in Canada was 3 times greater than that of the 2008-2009 recession, but over a much smaller period. Our government has made a commitment to do everything it can in its power to protect the health of Canadians and to protect the Canadian economy during this extremely serious crisis. And so far, we have met our commitment.
The Economic Response Plan has proven absolutely fundamental in bringing Canadians and businesses through these COVID-19 shockwaves and stabilizing the economy. We deliver job protection through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, liquidity support to businesses through programs like the Canada Emergency Business Account, and income support to individuals through the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and other recovery benefits. Canada undertook what has been among the largest and fastest implemented fiscal responses in the G7 at over 23% of GDP with budget 2021 investments included. But while these fiscal costs have been high, we must bear in mind that these decisions were necessary in ensuring the safety and health of all Canadians. Analysis by the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, confirms that in the absence of these direct support measures, Canada's debt to GDP ratio would not have been much different than it is today. The takeaway from this is clear, Madam Speaker. It means that a failure to support Canadians and businesses would not only have left Canadians alone when they needed our help the most, but it would have resulted in almost as large a debt burden, greater human misery, greater long-term economic scarring. So the actions we have taken were effective and appropriate. Our support has helped keep food on the tables of millions of families. It has staved off a flood of bankruptcies, kept the businesses we depend on going, and preserved our capacity to make a strong recovery. As the IMF has confirmed, our economic response plan was a cost-effective investment to avert what would have been a catastrophic economic collapse. As a result, the Canadian economy is positioned for a strong recovery and is already showing signs of this strength, with Canada's GDP rising by 10% annualized in the fourth quarter of 2020. And economists have significantly revised their forecasts for recovery upwards since the fall economic statement. Following a record decline of real GDP in 2020, it is expected to grow by 5.8% in 2021 and by an additional 4% in 2022. The projected level of real GDP by the end of 2022 is almost 2% higher than projected in the fall economic statement.
Moreover, the real GDP should reach its pre-pandemic level during the 2021 fiscal year, or about 6 months earlier than expected. As you know, we initially forecast a deficit of $381.6 billion for 2021. However, because of the vigorous economic recovery stimulated by the resilience and remarkable ingenuity of Canadians across the country, we have spent less than expected. We estimate that the deficit will reach $354.2 billion for the 2021 fiscal year, which is a fair amount lower than our initial forecasts. And the investments in jobs and in growth found in Budget 2021 will help set the deficit on a downward path. As we can read in the budget, the ratio of debt to GDP will have dropped to 49.2% by 2025-26 rather, and the deficit to 1.1% of GDP.
Positive results because of the investments we have made towards recovery of our economy, which will enable us to repay our COVID debt. That's why Budget 2021 proposed game-changing investments in housing, in early learning and childcare, students and small businesses, and innovation in public transit, broadband, and in the transition to a cleaner and greener economy. These investments will permanently bolster Canada's capacity for economic growth. We know that Canada is a country with tremendous human and natural resources to drive growth, and this budget will fuel that. These are investments in our future that they will pay great dividends. The current low interest rate environment means that we can make growth enhancing investments that will continue to raise our GDP growth and strengthen our ability to pay down the COVID debt in the future. These investments are not only an investment in our economy, they are also an investment in the lives and futures of Canadians across the country. We will continue to focus on the Canadians who have been most affected, to make sure that our recovery includes specific measures to continue to support them as needed. We will create jobs by investing in the infrastructure that supports our communities and the social and economic well-being in Canadians. We will support clean growth and a more prosperous future for Canadians by investing in world-leading research and innovation. Nous donnerons aux travailleurs qualifiés.
We'll give qualified workers to the chance to have links to businesses. We'll also give new business. We'll invest in new technologies and invest in hiring norm workers so that these businesses can go ahead and stimulate the economic recovery of Canada. We have to move forward with Canada, basing ourselves on the idea that this fight against the fight against COVID cannot simply be a question of the victory against the virus. We'll need to heal our economic wounds arising from the COVID recession. We are preparing the ground for a victory over this pandemic and a more prosperous future for us all. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'd like to now ask a question to the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Franco-Ontarian. Our minority language communities and our two official languages are critically important to me. It's clear to me that our government is committed to the celebration and promotion of both official languages and acknowledges the important role that both languages play in the lives, traditions, and cultures of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We know that French education plays an integral role in shaping and fostering a bilingual country. It's important that it be accessible to all Canadians. Recent events have demonstrated the need for our government to take a leadership role. That's certainly the case in my region. Madam Speaker, the minority language communities from Moncton to Victoria, including in my hometown, have seen their children participate in programs like French Immersion and the Explore program. They can attest to the many benefits these programs offer, even beyond post-secondary and into the workforce. These programs not only make our communities more diverse, but work to preserve our linguistic history. The government also recognizes the value of post-secondary minority language education and the importance of protecting the French language and supporting official language minority communities across the country. Can the Minister please explain why it is important for these steps to be taken to promote both of Canada's official languages and some of the steps outlined in the budget to do so? Madam Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Sudbury, for this important question. As you know, government has made a commitment to protect both official languages and the role that they play for all Canadians across the country. We have a total of $8.7 million to update the Official Languages Act and preserve the linguistic duality of our country. As my colleague said, bilingual education is the key to this. And our investment of $180.4 million to improve French immersion and French as a second language programs in our schools and post-secondary institutions will guarantee that students receive high-quality French language training. As for Francophones in minority communities, it's important that they receive their training, their education in their mother tongue. That's why we've invested more than $181 million to do so across the country. The budget also plans for an investment of $81 million to support community centers in official language minority communities. These measures are essential to promote linguistic duality across the country, to support minority language communities and to diversify our culture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Sudbury. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear that these investments are historic. I'd like to thank the Minister and her team for the time they're taking to emphasize these points.
To tourism, to the Minister. Tourism industry is important in Northern Ontario and certainly across Canada. And it's been one of the sectors that's been most greatly impacted by the pandemic. Many local tourism businesses have shut down and stopped providing services from coast to coast to coast to do their part in keeping Canadians safe. In 2019, tourism accounted for 1.8 million direct and indirect jobs throughout our country. The government recognizes that the impacts of the pandemic will continue to be felt by these businesses throughout the recovery process. In response, the government has created a plan to best support the tourism industry through initiatives like the Tourism Relief Fund and other investments to promote Canada on an international stage once international travel is permitted, allowing us to once again open our borders to international visitors on a larger scale so that they can experience the many things our great country has to offer. Can the Minister briefly explain why the Tourism Relief Fund and other measures taken, such as those supporting safe air travels, are crucial for tourism businesses and local economies? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, thank you to my colleague for his very important question. Our government knows that the tourism industry has been one of the most impacted sectors of our economy, and we are committed to supporting its recovery. And that's why we have extended the Canada Emergency Wage and Rent subsidies to continue to support employees in the tourism sector. And the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has already helped more than 5.3 million Canadians to keep their jobs, and the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and lockdown support has supported more than 154,000 organizations. But Budget 2021 also proposes to invest $500 million towards the Tourism Relief Fund to support local tourism businesses in their recovery process and position them for future growth. And Madam Speaker, my colleague from Northern Ontario pushed that really hard with FedNor, making sure that it had the appropriate investments to support tourism in Northern Ontario. And we will allocate also $400 million through Canadian Heritage and Regional Development Agencies to support major and local festivals and other events to attract tourists to our beautiful country. Now, we know the importance of tourism in our economy, and we plan to dedicate $100 million to Destination Canada to support marketing campaigns to encourage both Canadians and international visitors to travel our great country. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Une dernière question.
One last question from the honourable member for Sudbury. Madam Speaker, I don't have another question, but I'd like to thank the ministers who are there before you. I couldn't be there in person, but I'd like to thank them for the work with FedNor. Economic development is very important for our region.
We had been advocating for a while now to have FedNor as an independent agency, and I know in Budget 2021 it came to fruition, and that's because of teamwork and certainly the advocacy that has been done. And I really want to, and I know this will go a long way in Northern Ontario to have, these projects brought in by Northern Ontarians and discussed in Northern Ontario and to make them become reality. And then we have boots on the ground, and then we have the ears on the ground and decision makers on the ground. We realize the importance of that. So I'm just thrilled by this investment, and I want to thank the ministers for that. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de...
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Here I am. Good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I will be asking questions for my time. Questions to the Minister for Finance. First of all, in this budget, where there are over $150 billion, there was one single request from the province of Quebec before the budget was tabled. That of increasing the Canada Health transfer to reach 35% of expenditures, because what we have been talking about for a number of months now has been the pandemic crisis, which has first and foremost been a health and socio-economic crisis. And so the only request Quebec made received a no as an answer. And now the government is dispersing monies to long-term care homes. There has been grave mismanagement in these centres, and Quebec hasn't asked for this. So, through this budget, why did the government not say yes to our request? That is, increasing the Canada Health transfer. The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank the member for her question. I do agree. We have a severe economic crisis before us, but at the same time, this crisis is also a health crisis, and that is the reason for which the government has been and will continue to be here to support provinces and territories when it comes to health and healthcare. In Bill C-30, we hope that we will be able to provide $4 billion extra for healthcare. This in order to help provinces and territories to face immediate pressures on their healthcare system, notably to stop delays in access to care during this continuing pandemic. We know that this is urgent, and that is the reason for which I hope that the House will unanimously support Bill C-30. Also, in Bill C-30, there is $1 billion for the vaccines. And I hope that once again, every single MP will agree with me that provinces and territories need this money. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, a quick comment to start off with. I believe that Quebec and provinces, first and foremost, need predictability in its funding to fully support their jurisdiction in healthcare. We don't need a paternalistic usurper that comes to butt its nose in their jurisdictions. When it comes to OAS in Canada, and the government will probably commend itself for it, starting at the age of 65, because it went from 67 to 65, all Canadians can get OAS at the age of 65, whether they worked or not. This is a social program, it's a universal program, and everyone can rely on this pension starting at the age of 65. However, in this budget, the government is telling us that it's meeting a commitment that would lead to a 10% increase in OAS at the age of 75. But now there has been a breach created in this OAS system. People who receive OAS starting at the age of 65 are now being told you will have to wait 10 more years now before you can benefit from an increase. This increase would be legitimate at the age of 65. Seniors' needs are the same at the age of 65 than they are at the age of 75. And so, why has the government discriminated in this 10-year discrepancy between vulnerable seniors who are either 65 or 75? The Honourable Minister. Thank you once again for the question, Madam Speaker. Our government appreciates what seniors bring to our communities, and we have undertaken measures to fight against poverty, including poverty amongst seniors, and I am very proud to reassure everyone that our policies have led to positive results. 25% less seniors live in poverty than when we came to power in 2015. This is a direct result of the great work carried out by our government. For example, we've re-established the OAS eligibility age to 65. And we have increased the support for the most vulnerable celibate seniors. C30 also proposes to increase OAS benefits by 10% for those who are 75 years old or older. This will help a greater number of people so that they may leave poverty behind. Thank you. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Poverty, vulnerability strikes everyone at any age, and that's why we need a social program that grants OAS to all people to help many women and many people whose only source of income is OAS. Now, I understand that this is discrimination. This will set a precedent. With regards to employment insurance, we can remember all the measures that were implemented to support 9 million workers who overnight lost their jobs. We had to implement emergency measures. The former governor of the Bank of Canada was mentioned, and he himself said that the EI system was simply not doing what it was set to do. The president of the Treasury Board also admitted last spring that the government reformed the system far too late. This very government in the last parliament committed to reforming EI. In this budget, temporary measures are being extended until September 2021. And then the government will add a eligibility criterion, but just for 1 year. It's good because it's an interesting criteria, but like many witnesses have said before our Finance Committee, there are many blind spots. The pandemic is far from over, let us not forget. Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Finance reassure us that they will be open to strengthening the system? We're in a 1-year temporary stopgap, but will current shortcomings be rectified to protect workers who are struggling with the pandemic? Seasonal workers, tourism workers, they don't need support tomorrow, they need support now. But some people will be left by the wayside. And so, can the Minister and the government support improvements to what is currently in Bill C30? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question. It will be interesting for me as well to hear what the Speaker would like to do with all these programs. And that's just a joke, I assure you. With regards to our EI program, in general, I do agree with the Bloc MP. I believe that all Canadians agree with us. The pandemic has shown us that there are Canadians who are not covered by our programs. We have a support system for workers that was created for our economy, for our generation. The economy, since then, has changed, and therefore our system has to evolve. Consequentially, I would like to thank all members of this House for the support they have given to the government so that we may create or rapidly create a whole range of new programs to support Canadians in a crisis. This is a good thing that we did all together, and I am pleased that Bill C-30 will extend these emergency measures until the end of September and will make EI more easier to access for another year. There is still, however, work to do, and we have to do so together. If there's another question, I would like to talk about the workers' benefit. That will also be important to note. Thank you. The Honourable Member. Yes, I have another question, but first of all, a comment. It's very concerning what we've heard from the Minister of Labour and Social Development, saying that it will take 7 years to reform the system because the IT system simply cannot handle it. I said that in another life, sometimes we have to make technically available what is politically desirable. And what we want is to reform the EI system that leaves many seasonal workers by the wayside, many women and youth by the wayside, and we have to improve the system. If we want it to be temporary, fine, but at least let's improve things. My last question, I imagine, has to do with special benefits for sickness. The current Prime Minister met Émilie Saint-Fasson at the beginning of the Parliament. The Prime Minister committed to recognise her request stemming from her situation. In the not too distant past, the Liberal Party was in the opposition. They supported a motion, a bill that asked for exactly the same thing, exactly what we're requesting today, increasing special benefits to 50 weeks, and this in an equitable way. And so my question is, why has the government stopped halfway? Why will more than 60% of workers be left by the wayside? Why has the government not unanimously responded to the request to having 50 weeks of sickness benefits? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Bloc MP for her important question. I do agree with her. Increasing sickness benefits in EI that will go from 15 to 25 weeks is one of the measures, one of the most important measures of our budget. It's a very significant change enacted by C-30. C-30 will indeed change the lives of many Canadians. Having 15 weeks for sickness benefits isn't enough. 26 rather than 25 is much more. I would like to add, if I have a bit more time, very rapidly in that case. We've spoken about those who are less fortunate, and we've talked about employment insurance. I would like to highlight the importance of the Canadian Workers' Benefit. This is a benefit that will help workers that work but that are still under the poverty line. This measure will allow 100,000 Canadians to leave poverty behind. These are working Canadians, let us not forget.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure for me to participate in this Committee of the Whole debate and speak this evening on Budget 2021. I will be focusing most of my remarks on how our budget has a number of measures to help small businesses, and in turn, how this is good for our recovery and economic growth moving forward. Among many things in Budget 2021, there is a plan to make investments in Canada's businesses so they can hire and train workers who will, as a result, then have more money to spend, spurring our recovery and growing an economy with more opportunities for everyone. Madam Speaker, let's start at the beginning. An essential part of Canada's fight against COVID-19 has been the unprecedented federal support for Canadians and Canadian businesses. This support has helped millions of families in the depth of this crisis. 1 in 4 Canadians was receiving federal COVID income support. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, currently set to expire in June 2021, has helped more than 5.3 million Canadians keep their jobs and provided more than $79 billion in support to the Canadian economy. In order to continue to support Canadians through the rest of this crisis and to give workers and employers certainty and stability over the coming months, Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act that is currently before this House, proposes to extend the wage subsidy until September 25th, 2021. It also proposes to gradually decrease the subsidy rate beginning July 4th, 2021, in order to ensure an orderly phase out of the program as vaccinations are received and as the economy reopens. Extending this support will mean that millions of jobs will continue to be protected. This wage subsidy has been an absolute lifeline for so many businesses in my riding of Davenport. For many of the artistic and cultural organizations, such as the House of Anansi, an iconic Canadian publishing house, to businesses such as Teixeira Accounting Firm, one of the many small businesses that serve the local community. Madam Speaker, another key support for our small businesses has been the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and the lockdown top-up support that has helped more than 180,000 organizations pay their rent, mortgage interest, and other expenses. The rent subsidy provides eligible organizations with direct and easy-to-access rental support. An important aspect of this support is that it is accessible directly to tenants and landlords. This program is also scheduled to end in June 2021. But in order to help Canadians weather the remainder of this crisis until the recovery, they need continued support. As in the case of the wage subsidy, Budget 2021 proposes to extend the subsidy for the rent and the lockdown support until September 25th, 2021. It also proposes to gradually reduce the rate of the subsidy for the rent to ensure the program's orderly phase out as vaccination continues to be rolled out and the economy reopens. Again, these emergency supports have been tremendous lifelines to many businesses in my riding of Davenport, from hair salons to small theaters to many of the restaurants across my ridings, among many other types of organizations and businesses. There is no way they could have survived without these supports, and I know they're so grateful for this ongoing support, although I will say they are so excited at the prospect of opening up sometime soon. Madam Speaker, let's move on to speak to supports contained in Bill C-30 that will assist small businesses succeed moving forward. So some of the new programs we're proposing. In order to provide further support to our small businesses, Bill C-30 proposes the new Canada Recovery Hiring Program for eligible employers that continue to experience qualifying declines in revenues relative to before the pandemic and who need help with restarting. This proposed program would provide an alternate support for businesses affected by the pandemic to help them hire more workers as the economy reopens. The proposed program is designed so that the rates for both the wage subsidy and the hiring program will slowly decrease over time, creating a strong incentive for employers to begin hiring as soon as possible to maximize their benefit. For businesses that have been hardest hit by the pandemic, hiring the workers they need to grow is a cost they may worry about taking on. The government wants these businesses to be able to recover and grow by hiring more people so that workers are at the forefront of our recovery. The proposed Canada Recovering Hiring Benefit will offset a portion of the extra costs employers take on as they reopen, either by increasing wages or hours worked or hiring more staff. This support would only be available for active employees and would be offered from June 6th to November 20th, 2021. The aim is to make it as easy as possible for businesses to hire new workers as the economy reopens. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that Canadian businesses must adopt new technologies and go digital to meet the needs of their customers and remain competitive. The pandemic has precipitated the digital transformation of the economy, as businesses, workers, and consumers increasingly do business online. To spur recovery, jobs, and growth, the federal government is launching Canada's Digital Adoption Program, which will create thousands of jobs for young Canadians, in addition to helping up to 160,000 small and medium-sized businesses to adopt new digital technologies. This program will offer two components of support to businesses. Eligible shopping street businesses will receive micro-grants to help offset the costs of the digital switchover and gain digital trainer support from a network of 28,000 well-trained young Canadians. Some companies will need more comprehensive support to adopt these new technologies. A second component will therefore be offered to businesses located outside the shopping streets, such as small food manufacturing and processing businesses. Support provided to these companies will focus on expert technology planning consultants and the financial options required to implement these technologies. These measures will match more businesses with customers seeking what they have to offer and ensure their continued success. One of the inspirations for this new program is the Digital Main Street, a program providing grants and services to Ontario businesses to help them digitize. Our federal government helped fund an expansion of this program in June of last year, which helped countless businesses in my riding adapt to the pandemic by going online. The chair of the Little Portugal on Business on Dundas BIA came before Finance Committee last week, and in the chair's opening remarks to the committee, she let us know that their BIA has been at the forefront of adoption of the Digital Main Street program, and it's helped in large part. And it was helped in large part by having a Portuguese speaker on their digital service squad. They've indicated the importance of making our new digital adoption program accessible to Main Street businesses, some of whom may be slow to adopt new technologies, including because of language barriers, but they have stressed how vital this program is in helping businesses recover from the pandemic and adapt for the future, improving their chances of long-term sustainable success. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak in my final minutes of my remarks this evening on Budget 2021 about investments in immigration. As we know, Canada is a destination of global talent. With our declining birth rate and increasing retirement rates, Canada's future economic success depends on good immigration policy moving forward and a modern, efficient immigration system to meet the needs of incoming applicants and new Canadians. As part of Budget 2021, the government is proposing $428 million to develop and e-deliver an enterprise-wide digital platform that will replace the current legacy case management system. What this means is that Canada's immigration system will see an improved application process and support for applicants. We understand that this type of investment is needed to ensure immigration levels in Canada remains well supported. When Stephen Polo's former governor of the Bank of Canada testified recently before Finance Committee, he made a very important point. He said immigration is Canada's most important economic growth engine, just as it was in the 1950s and 1960s. So anything we can do to make that process more efficient will be a good investment in Canada's future growth. It's important we recognize that the money we put into our immigration system is an investment, not a cost. It will pay huge dividends in economic growth for the future. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2021 invests in a more prosperous future for us all as we move past and come out of this pandemic. We are meeting this challenge head on, and we are laser focused on growth and economy. Maintenant, je termine.
I will wrap up my speech in French. A sustainable recovery plan must address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the years and decades to come. It must be driven by a growth strategy that builds on the unique competitive advantages of the Canadian economy and ensures that Canada is well positioned to meet the demands of the next century. Thank you.
And now I think I've got a couple of questions for the Associate Minister of Finance. So let me just change to English. There we go. So my first question is actually on mental health. Mr. Speaker, for over a year, Canadians have been forced to adapt their lives to a new normal to keep their communities safe. Many students have switched to attending classes online, and everyone misses having in-person interactions with their loved ones, peers, and colleagues. Last year, 40% of all Canadians and 60% of Canadians with pre-existing mental health conditions reported that their mental health worsened. Many of my constituents have shared how these changes in finance-related stress have caused them to feel severe burnout and fatigue due to the stress of this global pandemic. We realize that this has taken a great toll on the mental health of Canadians, and that's why the government launched the Wellness Together Canada portal last April. This portal supports the mental health of Canadians by providing live support, treatment, and reliable information on mental health and well-being. Can the Associate Minister of Finance and the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity speak to measures that will be implemented through Budget 2021 that will support Canadians who are struggling with their mental health?
Minister of Middle Class Prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member of Davenport for her question. COVID has certainly exposed the mental health struggles that Canadians had faced even before the pandemic. And the impacts of COVID are in our interactions with our friends, family, and coworkers has taken a toll on the mental health of many Canadians. And that is why our government has a plan to support mental health and well-being of Canadians. And this past year has been particularly difficult for certain groups, including Indigenous peoples, Black and racialized Canadians, frontline workers, healthcare workers, youth, and seniors. And we know that the pandemic has affected these groups in different ways. And that's why we plan to invest $100 million towards supporting projects for innovative mental health interventions for these groups. And Budget 2021 also proposes an investment of $45 million towards the development of national mental health service standards, which will ensure that Canadians receive the high-quality services that they need and deserve. In combination with this initiative, our government aims to invest $62 million towards the Wellness Together Canada portal to provide Canadians with the tools and resources that are essential in supporting their mental health. Nous comprenons que la COVID-19
We understand that COVID-19 has caused genuine mental health concerns for Canadians, including traumatism. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need our support, and we take their concerns very seriously. Thank you.
Remaining questions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Davenport, many businesses have been hit hard by the pandemic, and small businesses have been faced with even more significant declines in revenue over the past year. They've continued to demonstrate extreme resilience in their adaptation to changing public health guidelines. Locally, I know there's a number of my local businesses that have adapted by offering curbside pickup and launched an online store, such as Three Fates, the Tuck Shop, and the Dufferin Grove Farmers Market, and many residents continue to get the necessities they need through these online businesses. I know that the ministers have spent a lot of time building programs that will help small and medium-sized businesses ongoing. And can the Associate Minister, Finance Minister, please speak about the importance that small businesses played in our community and how our budget aims to continue to support them through the recovery process?
Honourable Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to my honourable colleague from Davenport for not only her important question, but also during her speaking opportunity, she did raise many of those investments that we did in Budget 2021. Let's talk about more of them. We propose also to improve the Canada Small Business Financing Program by providing $560 million, which will support approximately 2,900 additional small businesses. And it also outlines the new Canada Recovery Hiring Program to provide subsidies to eligible employers to support them in hiring new staff during the recovery process. Additionally, the Budget 2021 proposes an investment of up to $80 million towards the Community Futures Network of Canada and regional development agencies to support an extended application deadline for the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund and Indigenous Business Initiative. Mr. Speaker, we have seen firsthand over the past year the impact of technology for small businesses, and that's why we have allocated $2.6 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Edmonton Centre and asking questions to the minister. What will happen first, putting a rover on the moon or First Nations getting clean drinking water?
The honourable minister.
Well, I am pleased to inform the member opposite that this budget invests $18 billion in supporting Indigenous people in Canada and reconciliation.
Honourable member.
So rover first or clean drinking water?
The honourable minister.
I don't think that clean drinking water is a joking matter. I am pleased that we're investing $18 billion to support Indigenous people in Canada.
The honourable member.
We'll try a different line. By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempted from the hotel quarantine program?
The honourable minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I thought, and there have been times when the questions from Conservatives had suggested that they believe we need strong border measures. I hope they still think that way. I certainly do, and so does our government.
The honourable member.
WestJet has stated that they seek restart measures from the federal government, not liquidity. By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempt from quarantine?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, and I am delighted that the Deputy Minister is here because he is working very hard with WestJet, perhaps not even as we speak, but every day. When it comes to travel, we listen to the advice of our public health authorities, and our priority is keeping Canadians safe.
The honourable member.
By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempted from at-home quarantine?
The honourable minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the Conservatives do need to pick a lane. Do they believe in strong border measures to protect the health and safety of Canadians? Or do they believe in something else? They should be clear.
The honourable member.
As the government now owns 7% of Air Canada, has the minister asked for advice on how she should conduct herself in the review of aviation files?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very, very clear and careful about all of the Government of Canada's holdings. The Air Canada deal provides important upside to Canadians. That was important to our government, and rightly so.
Honourable member.
By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempted from the hotel quarantine program?
The honourable minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives believe that Canada needs weaker border measures now, when we are still fighting a tough third wave, they should just come out and say so.
Honourable member.
By what date will the minister speak out on allegations that her cabinet colleague knew about harassment allegations against General Vance but did nothing?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just be very, very clear. Every woman in Canada, very much including the brave women who serve our country in uniform, has the right to work free of harassment and fear.
Member.
I figured. Thousands of Western Canadian aviation workers want to know, by what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempt from quarantine?
The honourable minister.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I really think the Conservatives owe Canadians a straight answer. Do they believe that now is the time to relax the border measures, which I believe are keeping Canadians safe?
Member.
By what date will the minister speak out on the Liberal Party greenlighting the member from Kitchener-Hespeler as a candidate with knowledge of substantiated harassment allegations?
The honourable minister.
Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Every woman, every person in Canada deserves to be free of sexual harassment. Our government takes all allegations very seriously.
Member.
By what date will the minister speak out on allegations that her cabinet colleague knew about harassment allegations against General Vance but did nothing?
The honourable minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I have been very clear, and our government has been very clear on the Canadian Armed Forces. All Canadian women, particularly perhaps Canadian women in uniform, deserve a workplace free of harassment.
The honourable member.
How does it feel to serve in a cabinet where you know that a colleague knew about harassment allegations, but did nothing.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to serve in this cabinet, and it is a tremendous privilege to be supporting Canadians in this once-in-a-generation national crisis. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member.
Be proud to serve with the current Minister of Defence.
The Honourable Minister.
I am proud to serve in a government which is working hard to support our amazing country in a very challenging time. And when it comes to the Minister of Defence, I work closely with him as Foreign Minister, and it was a privilege to work with him.
Remember.
What amount of Canadian air travel revenue and jobs have shifted to American border airports like Buffalo due to the hotel quarantine program?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives owe it to Canadians to be clear and direct and to pick a lane. If they are seriously suggesting that our border measures should be weakened today, they need to come right out and say so.
Member.
Will the minister support any request from the Alberta provincial government to reinstate the Alberta border pilot program?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am always happy to talk to my colleagues in provinces and territories across the country, very much including Alberta. I had a great conversation with the Alberta Finance Minister just on Friday evening.
Member.
By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempted from the hotel quarantine program?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing a lot of questions from the member opposite about weakening and softening our border measures, which are there to protect Canadians. If that's what the Conservatives seriously stand for, they should come right out and say it to Canadians.
Member.
By what date will fully vaccinated travelers be exempted from the hotel quarantine program?
The Honourable Minister.
And again, is it today policy of the federal Conservatives to call for weakening of our border measures? I think that might be news to some Conservative premiers.
Now go to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be asking questions of the Finance Minister. Canada is ranked 17th in innovation. What number will Canada be ranked at the end of this fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making strong investments in innovation in this budget, and perhaps the member opposite would like to say whose ranking he is referring to.
Honourable Member.
What target will you set for a ranking for innovation in the next fiscal year?
Just ask the Honourable Member to direct questions to the Chair. The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it would probably be good to cite a source, but let me assure all members of this House and all Canadians that we absolutely believe innovation is an important engine in growth, and that's why we're investing in it.
What are the new job growth numbers expected with the additional investment into the Supercluster Fund?
The Honourable Minister.
Let me give you some job growth numbers, Mr. Speaker. Our budget will create 500,000 work experience and work placement opportunities, and our budget means that there will be 1 million new jobs created in Canada by the end of the year.
The Honourable Member.
How many jobs are going to be created by the additional investment of the Supercluster Fund, specifically to that fund?
The Honourable Minister.
The member seems to be interested in numbers this evening, so I'm going to talk about a few that I think are really important to Canadians. First, jobs. As of April, 2.5 million of the 3 million jobs lost at the peak of the pandemic, 8 in 10.
The Honourable Member.
No specific answer. Can the minister provide specific on the number of jobs that will be recovered in the oil and gas sector in this next fiscal?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm going to provide some other important numbers to Canadians. Let's talk now about GDP. In the fourth quarter, GDP grew by nearly 10%. In the first quarter, 6.5%, higher than the U.S.
The Honourable Member.
That didn't answer the question. Oil and gas sector, what can we expect for recoveries? Albertans want to know.
The Honourable Minister.
I do want to say a couple of things about the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, which is I am very, very pleased to see the strong embrace by the energy sector, particularly in Alberta, of net zero by 2050 targets. Our CCUS tax incentive is going to help them get there.
The honourable member.
So let's try another sector. How much of the $100 billion that is towards infrastructure is targeted towards value added in the ag sector?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating Canadian farmers. Commodities are doing very, very well right now, and Canadian farmers whose productivity and hard work is contributing very much to Canada's strong economic performance right now.
The honourable member.
I asked a very specific question. What part of the infrastructure funding will be towards value added in the ag sector?
The honourable minister.
There is so much support for agriculture in this budget, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to know where to start. As I mentioned, the clean fuel standard is going to be great for canola producers across the country. The incentives for green agriculture will be transformative. Great support for wine producers.
The honourable member.
What is the expected export growth rate from the natural resource sectors in next fiscal?
Honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, exports and strong commodity prices are an important part of Canada's economic strength right now. And let me just remind people, GDP grew by 10% in Q4, 6.5% in Q1.
The honourable member.
What is the expected growth rate from the natural resource sector in exports? It's a critical component for this economy.
Honourable minister.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, and let me just take an opportunity to talk about a text conversation I've been having this evening with Mark Little, the CEO of Suncor. They have just updated their strategy to get to net zero by 2050, and that includes reducing emissions by 10 megatons by 2030.
Member. Still no answer. What percentage of the $100 billion investment in infrastructure spending is targeted towards specifically to productivity and trade growth?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our budget is strongly focused on productivity and economic growth. That is something which members of the Finance Committee heard from Stephen Pelosi in his testimony to the Finance Committee last week.
Is there a target not important in this area?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, targets are definitely important. And let me talk about probably the target that is the most important to Canadians. That is 1 million jobs promised in the throne speech. This budget will create them by the end of the year.
The honourable member.
I think Canadians want to know where the 1 million jobs are, so that would be a target. Can the minister tell me how many of those jobs will be in the natural resource sector?
The honourable minister.
What I'm going to do is talk about some of the things our government has done to support Canadians. So how about this number, Mr. Speaker? 876,000 businesses across the country have been supported by a CEBA loan.
The honourable member.
What relief programs are newly incorporated businesses eligible for?
Honourable minister.
Here's another number that might interest the member opposite. 182,000, sorry, there's just so many, businesses across the country benefited from the rent subsidy and emergency lockdowns.
The honourable member.
What specific programs are newly incorporated businesses eligible for?
The honourable minister.
So, one of the most important elements in the budget, Mr. Speaker, is investments in small businesses. There is the digital adoption program that is going to help drive a surge in productivity, and the tax credit for up to 1.5 million.
The honourable member.
So I take it that is none. So can the minister tell me what specific measures are taken to lower input costs and taxes to SMEs?
Minister.
That is actually precisely the opposite of what I said. And when it comes to small and medium-sized businesses, this budget makes a historic, unprecedented investment. One of the most important elements is the tax expensing of $1.5 million for 3 years.
The honourable member.
What date can I tell my grandchildren this government will finally give them a date that they'll balance a budget?
The honourable minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite is concerned about his grandchildren, and I'm sure he is, all of us care very much about our children and grandchildren, what I hope he will tell them is that this government is investing in the future. It is investing in jobs and growth. It is investing precisely in those grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go to the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to pick up on the last point that the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada just said in regards to our grandchildren. I am very proud of my grandchildren, and I do think of the future and the direction that we are going. And one of the things that I feel that we can all feel very good about is, in fact, that over this pandemic and even pre-pandemic, that they've had a government that has been very much concerned about the future of Canada so that our grandchildren will be in a better environment. And I could go back all the way to the first budget where we saw all forms of support for Canada's middle class, to the challenging times of the pandemic where we continued to support Canadians in a very real way. And I would suggest to you by doing this, we have supported through the middle class a healthier economy, an economy that continues to build and perform quite well in comparison to other jurisdictions because of the investments that we have made. I feel very good about the future of Canada because we've had very strong stewardship of our economy through both of our ministers in finance and the strong leadership from our current Prime Minister in a caucus that works day in and day out to ensure that we get things right, and where we know that we need to improve, that we strive to make those improvements. Now, having said that, I want to really provide my comments by saying that I think I get 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to use the full 10 minutes and then leave 4 or 5 minutes for questions and answers from the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance. Let me start off by saying, in Manitoba, if you read the Free Press today, there's good reason to have hope. And let me read something specifically that comes out of the Free Press. First dose given to 60% of adult Manitobans. Manitoba is less than 2 weeks away from vaccinating 70% of its eligible population against the novel coronavirus in a final push to bend the COVID-19 curve of Canada's hotspot. It has been difficult, Mr. Speaker, over the last little while as this third wave has had a significant impact in the province that I love and care so dearly about. I know that people are genuinely concerned. But one of the things that I, upon my reflections, think about is that the province and the people have come together. We have seen our healthcare workers in particular, but so many others, recognize the need to serve. And they stepped up once again to the plate. Our ICUs are packed. We are having to have people go out of province. We understand how important it is that the population continue to play that supportive role. And we see that through physical distancing, respecting the needs for the restrictions that are being put into place. And when I reflect on it, I go all the way back to day one, when the Prime Minister over a year ago said that we needed to focus our attention on the pandemic and fighting and battling this pandemic. And he told Canadians back then that we will be there for Canadians, for real people and our businesses. And I think that if you review the things that have taken place, that there is many indications as to how we have been able to get to the point we are today. And I don't have any problems whatsoever in terms of looking beyond our borders and feeling good in terms of where Canada is today. And I attribute our success to date because of that Team Canada approach. The federal government didn't do it on its own. There was very much a coming of together of different levels of government. We saw provincial governments, municipal governments. We saw nonprofit organizations. We saw private businesses all come together, recognizing that we needed to work together in order to be able to overcome this world pandemic and the damage that it was causing. And from the very beginning, we saw a government that understood in a very real way that we had to be there. Being there meant coming from nowhere, a program that we know as CERB that served over 9 million Canadians. Our population is 37.5 million people. Think about what it would have taken and the fine work our civil servants and all those involved in making that program a reality. That put disposable income in the pockets of Canadians when Canadians needed it. When they were concerned about how they were going to pay their mortgages. When they were concerned about how they were going to pay the bills. The bills don't stop coming in even if you're having you don't have the ability to be able to generate the income because of the pandemic. Imagine the number of businesses that would not be here today if the government did not, in working as a team with others, develop programs that have made and been pillars of the federal government through through the pandemic. I'm thinking of the emergency business account, the emergency commercial rent program, the lockdown support. I love the wage subsidy program. You know, that program has saved tens of thousands of jobs. It kept people working during the pandemic. Not only was it good for individual Canadians, but it was also good for businesses. The business recovery benefit, the recovery sickness benefit, the recovery caregiver benefit. These were the pillars that were there to ensure that the federal government would have the backs of Canadians. That was so very important because by doing that, we're in a far greater position to be able to build back better. And that's really when you take a look at the budget implementation bill and the budget that we heard from the Minister of Finance. An incredible progressive budget that supports Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it in a very real and tangible way. Look what it's doing for childcare and the potential of getting more people engaged and the contribution that engagement is going to have to Canada's future growth. Recognizing the value of long-term care and standards. We have learned a great deal from the pandemic, and we can take advantage of what we have learned and build upon it. And that's what this budget is doing. Mr. Speaker, Canada has hope today because we have a government that recognizes the value of working as a team with other levels of government, with Canadians. We have reason to see a government that recognizes the value of bringing forward a budget that's going to make a difference. And I guess that would lead to my first question, Mr. Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance. when he thinks and reflects on budget implementation bill and how it is a continuation of allowing us to build back better so that we will have a stronger and healthier future for the next generation and today's generation. If he could provide his thoughts as to why this budget implementation bill is so critically important at this time in order to continue to be there in that real, tangible way for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his remarks, and I'd ask him to bear with me as we're now at about 25 to 1 in the morning on the East Coast, and it's been an engaging debate every step of the way. In response to the member's question, when I think first about the impact of this budget, I can't ignore that we continue to be in a public health emergency. COVID-19 has thrust a lockdown on my home province of Nova Scotia most recently, and people need support. It makes me think back to the early days of the initial shutdown that we had nearly a year and a half ago, and the phone calls that were coming in. To constituency offices like mine right across Canada, people who were worried about putting food on the table, businesses who were worried about keeping their lights on and their doors open, and workers who wanted to be kept on payroll so they knew a check would be coming in. They'd also have access to their benefits. We stepped up in a way that I was very proud of. Programs like CERB helping more than 9 million Canadian workers, the wage subsidy keeping over 5 million on the payroll, and the emergency business account helping businesses keep the lights on. Many of these benefits are extended in the Budget Implementation Act that's recently been tabled, and we know that we need to continue supporting folks until this emergency is over. And thankfully, due to the expedited vaccine rollout, it looks like that may come sooner rather than later. I think it's essential, though, as we punch out of this pandemic recession through investments that will help businesses grow, help them innovate, help with extraordinary job placements, help with hiring incentives. It's essential that the growth that the private sector forecasts are suggesting will rise doesn't benefit the wealthy few, but extends to everyone. As we seek to build back better, that says to me we need to address the sorry, Mr. Speaker, are you trying to get my attention?
Sorry, just a mistake. The Honourable Member, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please continue. Just a little glitch at our end. Please carry on.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was just trying to make the point that as we experience growth on the back end of this pandemic, it's essential that we try to build growth in a way that works for everyone. We know that this pandemic has hit women and young people harder than others. We know that this pandemic has disproportionately impacted Black Canadians, Indigenous Canadians, and folks from different walks of life. As we seek to go forward, investments like the new national child care and early childhood education strategy will ensure more women can take part in the workforce. Historic investments in excess of $5.7 billion to support young Canadians and reduce barriers of access to education. So we will not only create cost savings in the short term for them, but set them up for long-term success. And I'll conclude on this point, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member bookended his remarks with the idea of intergenerational fairness. The previous speakers had an exchange on the same issue in the context of making the kinds of investments now that, yes, may be expensive, but will set us up for long-term success. We can't have a conversation about intergenerational fairness without discussing the real impact that climate change is having on people today and the disproportionate impact that young people should expect to live with if we continue on the path we're on. I'm extraordinarily proud of some of the investments we've made over the past number of years, the recent commitment to legislate targets in Canadian law, and the investments included in this budget that are going to spur innovation in clean technology, that are going to provide tax incentives for people who manufacture zero emissions technology, that are going to inspire us to adopt clean electricity more rapidly. Mr. Speaker, we have investments here to help deep home energy retrofits that will put people to work, reduce reduce our emissions, and actually reduce the cost of electricity. When it comes to intergenerational fairness, Mr. Speaker, I think you know as well as I do that we need to take action today to mitigate the worst consequences of climate change so my daughter's generation has a world where she can live and work as she sees fit.
Now, at this point, we would only have about 2 minutes remaining in the time provided. However, in that there were some technical delays in the course of this evening's debate, we're going to extend that by about 5 minutes. So we're going to total allow 7 minutes. I think the next two speakers may decide to split that time, but let's go to the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni and see what his direction is. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, can you clarify how much time we're going to have, please?
About 3.5 minutes each. If you go take the full 7 minutes, if you split it, or 7 minutes for one member.
We'll be splitting the time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, first, I want to ask the minister, we know that the tourism sector is struggling. It's going to be the last sector to recover. The hospitality industry is the hardest hit sector. They need actually the government to commit to extending the wage subsidy and the rent assistance program into next spring. They're not going to see international travel this summer, very unlikely, and very little on the domestic travel end. Will the minister guarantee that she's going to extend those programs into next spring?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me start by congratulating the honourable member and all the people of BC for the plan for reopening that has been announced and for the successful efforts of BC in pushing back the third wave of the coronavirus. When it comes to tourism, we are very aware that this sector is particularly challenged. That's why the budget includes $1 billion of additional support for tourism. That includes $400 million to support major and local festivals, $100 million to Destination Canada, and $500 million to the Tourism Relief Fund.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, they need a commitment to an extension. A constituent of mine, Christina Brack, she is a shiatsu therapist. She was collecting the Canada Emergency Recovery Benefit, and she was part of the clawback that the government informed her that they wanted their money back. She had to go and remortgage her house, and the government said that she would be able to get her money back. In fact, the website states some self-employed individuals whose self-net income was less than $5,000 may already voluntarily repaid the CERB. The CRA and Service Canada will return any repaid amounts to these individuals. Additional details will come in the following weeks. This was February 9th, Mr. Speaker. That was 4 months ago, and she remortgaged her house to pay that back, and she stayed at home, took care of her kids, closed her business, did her part in terms of taking on COVID-19. When will the minister fix it and repay Christina and others like her?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say, I am really pleased that our government has been able to support 8.9 million Canadians through the CERB, another 1.95 million Canadians through the CRB. The member spoke about this constituent as being a parent with children. If those children are under 6, the good news is, thanks to the fall economic statement finally being passed by this House, that member should be getting $1,200 per child under 6 to provide some further support, because we know families need it.
One more short question. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, independent travel advisors are concerned. They know that the Canada Recovery Benefit is going to be cut at the end of September. They're not going to see money for months. 85% of the people working in this sector are women. They need help into next spring. Will the minister extend that program for the hardest hit sectors like them and festivals and events, people working in that sector? And when will she pay back people like Christine? She never answered that question.
Honourable Minister.
Okay, lots of questions in there. Let me go quickly. On the independent travel advisors, let me remind the member opposite, there's $1 billion in the budget specifically for tourism. The hiring credit will be very helpful for the tourism sector and all seasonal businesses. It is designed to provide them particular support. And let me also point out the way we've structured the voucher refund program takes into account the needs of travel advisors as expressed to us.
I will now go to the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The PNE, a 110-year-old institution in Van East, employs more than 4,000 part-time and seasonal workers at its peak, and their local economic impact is over $200 million each year. Unlike other large fairs, they're unable to receive the wage subsidy. I've already brought this up to the minister's attention last year, but nothing has been done to date. Will the minister fix this so that the PNE can access the wage subsidy? And as well, will the federal government give the PNE a similar special grant to the one that was given to Granville Island, $16.7 million, so that they can survive the pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Well, let me just remind the member of the specific support which is being directed to the tourism sector. That's $1 billion, $400 million for major and local festivals, a $500 million tourism relief fund. And let me also urge the member to be in touch with the RDA. BC has now its own RDA, and in some special circumstances, the RDAs are the best place to go for support.
Member for Vancouver East.
I'll follow up directly with the minister about the wage subsidy for the PNE then. On to another issue. Nearly 20,000 people have died from the overdose crisis between January 2016 and September 2020. And in BC alone, over 17,000 people died from an overdose in 2020, the deadliest year yet. To save lives, many advocates, including Mom Stop the Harm and Dr. Bonnie Henry, have called for the federal government to declare the opioid crisis as a national health emergency and to decriminalize personal drug possession. Will the government do that?
Honourable Minister.
The government definitely supports a harm reduction approach to the opioid crisis. I would like to really salute the important work being done in BC on this issue. The budget invests $116 million to support community substance use and addiction treatment, and that's on top of $66 million in the fall economic statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member.
I wish the minister would actually answer the question. I asked a specific question about whether or not the government would decriminalize personal use so that we can save lives.
The Honourable Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely agrees with the member opposite that opioid related deaths are a real tragedy in Canada. That's why we are investing significantly to support work in this space and to save lives. And we absolutely believe in a harm reduction approach, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Well, then decriminalize already. The City of Vancouver has submitted an application to the federal government in support of having Vancouver's Chinatown designated as a UNESCO heritage site. Will the federal government support the city's effort and help revitalize Chinatown?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to get a question about Vancouver's Chinatown. As part of my post-budget virtual tour, I had conversations with some of the great entrepreneurs in Vancouver's Chinatown, and they told me about an innovative program they have to be sure that Chinatown businesses in Vancouver are aware of all the business support programs. I have part of Toronto's Chinatown in my riding, and I am working hard at the constituency level to try to use some of the innovative techniques pioneered in Vancouver's Chinatown to share the news with businesses in my riding.
And that will bring this evening's debate to a close. It being 11:47 p.m. pursuant to Order 81-4, Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will now rise.
We can't adjourn.
Que demain à 10 conformément à
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.